Welcome to the 2021 Shadowverse Open. This is the March Cup and we have a very special show for you guys today. We are your hosts and casters. I am Lewis and joining me today is Chris, Different Fight.
Special SVO March Cup will automatic entry into the tournament. So I think if you're playing today, if you're in the top 8, you got some extra nerves to handle on top of everything else.
Okay, looks like our good friend Different Fight might be muted here, trying to make sure everything is good. But, so today's a very special show because we have the winner of today's show is going to automatically qualify to the Contenders Cup. Are you here with us, Chris?
Let's see if I am. I think you should be able to hear me here.
Okay,
Right,
looks like
it's still not being picked up.
Okay, so today we have a very special show. Every last SBO of the season, the winner won automatically Cup, which is this SBO. So everything is on the line. And on top of that, we also have a very special card reveal for you guys. Before the finals, we're going to reveal a new card for the newest Shadowverse expansion, Darkness over Belsar. Hopefully we can get Chris's mic situation filled out, but we should have a great show for you guys today. We have a ton of great players. We had 256 players balloted out yesterday, and only 8 remain today to see who is going to win and again automatically qualify to the Contenders Cup.
That's right. It's going to be a very exciting show. And I mean, as you said, we have a lot of things going on today. We have both, the actual Contenders Cup qualification that the first place will potentially get. Looks like you guys are hearing me now, so hello again. But yes, we have card reveals, we have Contenders Cup qualifications. There's a lot of hype to be had today. But, I think we got a lot to take a look at before we actually get into the show. So let's take a look at the format that these players have been playing under throughout this tournament. So, as you can see here, we have the day 1, which was yesterday, modified 5 to 7 rounds of Swiss with top 16 playoffs, and which was played in, of course, the rotation format. 3 decks were brought, 1 was banned, and of course, it was in best of 3 conquest format.
And day 2, which is today's broadcast, consists of a top 8 single elimination tournament where again the winner will automatically qualify to the Contenders Cup. Now let's take a look at the price and what the players are praying for. We have a lot of money on the line. First place is going to take home $1,000. Second place taking home $600.
That's right, and then going down the line, we have the 3rd and 4th place taking home $400 US, and the remaining top 8 players will get $200 US each. So definitely, even if you've already been looking good in the standings, that extra cash prizing definitely helps to, perform well as well. So now let's take a look at the actual standings here as well, because we already have players from the last month's cup that already got some points. We have Rinforzano here in first with the 15 points, leading over Noir, who's a big MVP already of this circuit, with 14.
We also can see Kanahamu, who was present last month. He's here in the top 8 today as well. So the players that are playing today can earn more points, and we'll see the standings will likely look very different by the end of the day. We also have the bracket for you guys. Let's take a look at who is playing and who's playing against who. At the top, we have Sones, very well-known member of the Shadowverse community, going up against Dawnbreaker's Petrus. And then we have Sai, seeing him in the top 8 many times. We'll see how he does today, going up against Kanahamu, who again was here last month as well.
And then going down the bracket, we have City going up against HC_Zone. So 2 names that we haven't really heard of too much. However, looking just below that, we have Noir, a familiar face for everyone watching the West tournaments, going up against Cocoa from Team Revelation. That's going to be an interesting one to see as well. And I'm curious to see if Noir can keep up that hype train that he's been developing for himself all of these tournaments so far.
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible for us to just not focus on Noir. He's just such a consistent player. He's made, I believe, top 8 4 times in a row now, as well as he won the last 2 entire seasons. He's just a beast, the best Shadowverse player in the West, and I can't wait to see him show up today and play again.
Yeah, like he's been doing absolutely amazing, and going forward is going to be cool to see if he can continue this momentum into the future cups as well. And speaking of future cups, let's take a look at our upcoming events for the month of April. So here we have the Shadowverse weekend, going to be taking place on April 3rd or April 4th, depending on which time zone you are in.
Yeah, and the Shadowverse Open April Cups will have the brand new expansion, Darkness Orb All-Star. We have the Southeast Asia region, April 17th and the 18th, and for the West, we'll be back on April 24th and 25th.
So yeah, exactly a month later. I think, we were talking about this earlier. It's those first SVOs after a new expansion drops that can be so exciting because everyone's kind of tinkering around, trying out new cards. They lose a bunch of stuff in rotation, and then it's those first SVOs of the month, or of the new expansion that really bring in some of the most defining decks, I would say, for, coming seasons as well.
Yeah, so the mini expansion did shake things up just a little bit, but Eternal Awakening has been pretty much figured out. And next month, we'll have a whole new set of Shadowverse cards to play with. But today, first we're going to have Petrus going up against Disastrous Zones. This will be our first matchup of the day, and a very exciting one at that.
Yep, so here we see Zones is bringing Forest, Shadow, and Blood. And the Blood got banned out too. Man, that is a list I definitely wanted to take a look at. And on the other side, we have Petrus.
Yeah, so talking about the mini expansion, there's new cards for every class, and 2 new cards for Bloodcraft that support the Ball archetype. Let us take a look at Ball Blood from Zones. So, with the inclusion of Ire, the Ball deck is just more consistent, get more card draw, get a bit more damage in there. You can see how the Ball Blood has evolved over time. Now we're seeing a variation with no spells whatsoever, no Razor Claw, no walls, so that everything can be fused to the ball for consistency.
Exactly, so you took an already well-oiled machine that maybe was lacking in a couple departments here and there. They gave them the air, and man, it's just, this deck is so good and so explosive now. You have your Ravening Corruption, that's already an amazing win con for this deck, and they just built upon that even better going forward. But now let's take a look at the Control Rune deck list from Petrus. So, we saw quite a lot of Rune last time around, but this time around is going to be the Control Rune, and of course, this deck, you've seen it last time as well. It is so good against a lot of the matchups. Got a bit of support from the mini expansion as well. But I mean, we saw in the SAO Cup from last week, the Linkle basically being able to just win certain matchups. If they don't have that kind of aggression or ability to win fast enough, Linkle combined with Carol is just such a strong win con that, this deck is already really great.
Yeah, so although Carol will rotate out at the end of the month, she's still here for one final stand to reduce everybody's max HP and take home the gold potentially. Carol Rune just a very strong deck, and not surprising we're seeing quite a bit of it in the top 8 today.
Yeah, there's quite a few cards that are rotating out soon that have held it down for as long as they've existed. I think Gremory is also leaving pretty soon, and Kage, there's so many amazing cards from that expansion that sadly are leaving the rotation format soon, but it's cool to see them, as you said, have one final stand. So honestly, I'm really hyped to see how this is going to develop. A bit of a shame that we don't see the Ball Blood here, but he's not the only one that brought that, so we'll see if we can see it on stream later on. But man, this is going to be really exciting. How have you felt, you have a business meeting where they talk about, what have we learned so far? what have you learned from the mini expansion?
Well, the one card that really stands out to me is the Colossus Omega from Portalcraft. But before we get into that, we'll talk about Portal later on. Here is the first match of the day. We have again Dawnbreaker's Petrus going up against Disastrous Zones. This should be a great one.
Absolutely. So we see here, damn, Zones all suited up. He's ready for business, man. He's not messing around. He wants this dub today.
Yeah, so you guys might have seen Zones cast the buddy system in the past. So he's dressing up. He's, in the big leagues now, right?
Yeah, I mean, he wants to take it today, right? Again, keep in mind this cup is especially important because winning it just means you're going straight to contenders, and that is absolutely fantastic. And I mean, it's fantastic in terms of that, but what's not fantastic is, the emotional turmoil that everyone's going to go through today.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to start out with the Bike or Colosseum Dragon going up against the tried and true Luxus Forest, who, although Luxus didn't really get much, the addition of Alberta does give the deck a little bit more burst, and Luxus is still a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I think Alberta just basically added a little bit to the deck's ceiling. It was already, we saw plenty of it last month, just being able to win matches, being able to just have this insane tempo swing and insane burst damage. Let's just add a little bit more of that, and that's what you have with the modern list today, so it's really good. On the other side, the Colosseum Rune is basically, I think they just put in the Tiamats essentially as the addition, one of the new legendaries from the mini expansion, and they just added another way to patch up weaknesses that the deck had, and or just go into, you know, more secure wins, I guess you could say.
Yeah, the Tiamat can double as like a control tool to get a little bit of clear and heal, or you can use the Accelerate to give a follower that's been buffed up by your amulets that can't be attacked effect, because if it gets to live and attack again, it could potentially just win the game on its own.
Yeah, exactly. So, alright, we see here, just going through the motions, drawing extra cards. Speaking of Tiamat, there she is.
There it is.
So the brand new card picked up. She is pretty nice because whether it's giving yourself extra kind of like sustain with her actual like fanfare effect, or using the countdown to just play something big, swing with it, and go, alright, this, you're gonna have to remove this somehow because you can't attack it. So I think I like that kind of like dimension of the card, how it can double into both roles, as you said.
Yeah, and the early Reggie here is so strong for Petrus. He knows there's really no way for Stones to clear it. It's a 3-3, it's gonna give him ramp and survive to go phase, maybe get buffed again if there's a Dragon Rear-In. It's such a strong play from Petrus going first with the Colosseum Dragon.
Absolutely. And yeah, just like you said, it's stuck. It's still chilling there. Sadly, there's no other way in hand to power it up again to, you know, push those play points up and up and up.
Well,
He's hovering over the Tiamat.
yeah, he could use the Axel Tiamat, like I was talking about, giving Reggie that effect that it couldn't be attacked, and then it might survive, but he's gonna opt to use the On Wings of Tomorrow to clear the board and pick up that card draw. Honestly, Reggie ramping and going phase for 3, she's already done her job.
Yeah. You know, you're pretty happy with her getting traded away here because she's done more than normal, honestly. And I like that he picks up the Georges here so that if the Loxus starts to set up a bit of a board here already to kind of go into a potential Loxus setup, you can already kind of check it with the Georges, but also just playing down the Vagabond here and gonna Evo it over the Reggie here to make sure she doesn't do any more work.
Yeah, so last one we're talking about how Luxus is a difficult deck to pilot, and that still stands. What we're looking at here is the setup for the Luxus, what it's going to take. Sometimes it may just be one Lizard, but it's going to depend on what the player has in their hand, like how many bounces, like Sones has 1. And now the Alberta is another tool they have, but it also requires setup. At some point in the game, you have to play Alberta for 3 play points, let it go phase, and then get the leader effect. So right now he can get maybe a good Luxus, but he won't have that Alberta to follow up just yet.
And keep in mind that Alberta, while being an amazing card, there are other things that, for example, on turn 3 you want to be playing. You have the Elf Queen, you know, that you might want to get more draw, digging into your deck with, and now you have to use it on that extra aggro, which can be what wins games too, but it's that decision making that will determine, you know, who's the better Loxus player, who can decide when to go for that.
Yeah, so Sones top decked a Wolf, which is a second bounce. This is going to give him a much better Luxus turn, and he's going to just cash it out. I think he knows that, based on the way the early game is going, he's taking so much damage. This is his turn to turn the game around. Will it be enough? How much can he do with the Luxus?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely the right time, as you said. It's that top deck of the Deepwood Wolf, I think, that gives him this extra reach right now with this turn. And so we see him here sitting on the 1 play point. Going to evolve the Luxus as well.
Yeah, how much can he really get out of this though? The Georges is a 6/6, and I can't imagine you ever let that survive. He still has play points, he still can, you know, draw cards. We'll see what else he can get out of this. This might be a pretty good Luxus, but based on the way the early game is going, I don't know if it's good enough.
Exactly, and especially against, you know, Colosseum Dragon, it's a very scary deck that you have to be pretty careful around. Alright, so there we go.
Yeah, he ends
Got
in
himself.
just a very awkward scenario where he gets the wall there that gets buffed, but, you know, he goes phase, and now the Luxus just dies to the 1/2, which feels really bad. So, I don't know, you know, Luxus is such a complicated deck, and the Luxus turn can play out in so many different ways. And I don't know if this is good enough for Sones here.
We really do have quite a few decks in this current environment that really need you to not just have amazing matchup knowledge, which is, you know, a definite to begin with for Shadowverse, but on top of that, just excellently piloting it and being able to know which decision tree is the right one to go into at which point in time. And I think Loxus is the ultimate deck for that. You know, I think we talked about that a lot last month as well. We see the pickup here. You know, he drew into the Ganagoza, which you always draw into off of the call there. The Razia picked up as well, which could help to ease into a lethal here, although he will be still another turn away because he has no other way to ramp this turn. I wonder what options you consider here.
I mean, this
The
could
Tiamat
just be
actually
like
clears as
a
well.
Trade Engineer, play Rasia, buff it with the rear end. Gonna choose to use with the Tiamat, I was talking about it, can clear the board, and you know, it's kind of nice because the heal will let him feel safe, right? He has more time. Gonna even cash out the Dragon rear end instead of using it on a Storm follower, but the Engineer can go phase this turn, so it does make sense. Gonna even use the Evo as well, just cash out as much damage as possible.
The face, baby. There's only one destination. The face is the place that he knows his mission. I like to see that. So this is good because it puts Zones into this defensive position now where he has to clear this board. He cannot play towards his win con as much. His opponent is back at full health. I don't think there's any way he can find 20 burst damage off the top while at 6 here.
Yeah,
so I think it's...
When the Luxus goes well, it like creates a good board and you get a little bit of damage. And then you'd be in the spot where it's like, hey, I have 2 Sukuna as Mighty Malatiers. I will use those to close the game out. But even though Zones had a pretty decent Luxus, it just didn't amount to that much at the end of it. And now he has no setup for anything else. Petrus at 20 life, and he's the one with 6 life, and the game's gonna end soon. I just don't see how he's gonna make this comeback.
Yeah, I'm looking at this as well. The Varmint, I think the best effort you can put in here is to clear whatever exists on the board right now. So we're gonna have to see here. This Varmint will be able to ping to the board a little bit, make a bit of damage, but I mean, you gotta know which deck you're playing against, right? This isn't just any deck that, you know, plays down followers and passes. This is the deck that goes into the phase. This is the deck that wants to close out games as fast as possible. So definitely have to keep that in mind.
When you play against Dragon and they've played Draconic Call, and your HP is below 8, like, you gotta be sweating, right? He knows it's only a matter of time before he gets punched in the face with Fist of Justice and the game's over.
Yep. He's gonna just use the Kokoro to draw and trade, but staying on 6 life, I mean, let's just go. Another Dark Prison pickup, that's all you really need here.
Yeah, who needs
just go double
the
Dark
Dark
Prison to face.
Double Dark Prison Dragon, does 8 damage, and just like that, Petrus gonna take game number 1.
Very, very dominant showing. You know, a lot of people, they talk about this Dragon list as something incredibly aggressive, something that can just clean up games just like that. And I mean, Petrus showed us exactly why it has that namesake. It goes face, it's strong. Now it has the Colosseum that it can go into against certain matchups like Haven. It's just overall really, really good. But now let's see if Petrus can run it back with his rune list that we took a look at earlier. But for Zones, I mean, he's here for business, but is business here for him? Let's find out.
Yeah, you can see how, even though we're calling the deck Colosseum Dragon, he didn't even need it, right? His opening hand was good enough, he went first, he got just enough, and Zones did have a Luxus, it just wasn't strong enough.
You see the Alistair there, we didn't really talk about it too much, but that was one of the new additions to this list. Definitely pretty nice, you know, having to both get that removal, but also a bit of like sustain. I think it makes it overall a really nice card. I think when it first revealed, people were kind of looking at it like, oh, where does this fit into? But, you know, it found its place, it found its home, even in the presence of Luxus.
It's like a generically good card because it has the Accelerate on top of that. So if you can't use the main body for the clear and the heal, well, hey, Accelerate, answer a follower for 2 always feels, you know, just fine anyway.
Exactly. Alright, we see Ramiel here come down, just kind of sustain a bit of damage. Early Sukuna here.
Yeah, that feels kind of bad. Sukuna is one of the main ways that Luxus can close out the game, and although it is the correct play because he doesn't have another 2-drop, it just doesn't feel great. And then the Clash of Heroes with the Ramiel, what a beautiful combo. Can answer it for free.
It's too good. That Clash, I felt it.
Okay.
Ooh, but there we go.
Yeah, this is a turn where the Alberta setup doesn't feel bad because you do set up the leader fact, but she's also doing something. At least answering the Ramiel is kind of nice for Zones there.
Exactly. Having that early trade if your opponent's actually playing down stuff on the board is definitely very nice. And now you have that extra reach going forward into future turns that, you know, it's that little bit of extra aggression that you otherwise didn't have. Oh, we see a pass on 4 from Petrus here.
Yeah, as the Carol rune deck, not having the early Fool to set up the spell and get the max HP drop in just feels really bad. If you don't have the Fool, you still can just win with triple Carol, as we used to back in my day. But having the Fool early on really speeds up recognition so much. And the fact that he didn't have it, I'm curious to see how he's going to play this game out.
Gran, fetch me The Linkles. Show me the Linkles. There we go. That's one.
Well, I mean, he's got
There we
triple
go.
Carol. Like I said, you don't need the full if you just play triple Carol. That does work.
Just Carol, Carol, Carol. Induce nightmares.
Yep.
We're done.
Okay, we've seen this
Here we
so
go.
many times. The follower to set up the Luxes is the Bagamon Lizard. Gives you the horse, and on last words you get the bike. Pretty much all you need.
That's absolutely right. And here we go. The first Carol. Is this how Petrus goes? Is this how Petrus advances? Just play Carol, play Carol, play Carol.
The thing about that is that when you're going with that line of play, you can only really play Carol that turn because you have really nothing else to do. And against the pressure of the Luxes, which Stones is gonna play here, we'll see if, you know, if that would be good enough. I think as long as Stones can make boards that do not get easily answered by the Carol Evo effect, I think he should be okay.
We need to go wide and tall, basically. You need to go wide enough that it just, you know, the 3 defense or less destruction from the Evo effect doesn't pick up everything, but then also just as tall as possible to avoid that as well and to get just pinged off the board. But normally with Luxes, I feel like that should be possible. So we see here already the wall that he drew into. You know, he picked that up and I was like, oh, he drew into it, but it's actually coming in pretty handy here.
Yeah, he has such good setup for a very, very strong Luxes. Having the Sagittarius, bounces for days, the Walder, the Alberta leader effect. Like, this is exactly what you want to see. A player getting everything out of the Luxes. There's another Walder, still a Shamu Shama in the hand as well.
Oh my god. Yeah, this is absolutely beautiful. Really, really well played out. Alright. Xeno coming down as well. We see the Shamu Shamu here. That's a lot of burst damage to begin with as well. You're basically looking at Petrus's entire situation here, and it's like, alright, you got your Carol, you started doing your damage and decreasing my life, but I mean, I'm literally throwing almost 10 damage at your face here.
Yeah, and one important thing to
You
note
gotta answer that.
is that even though Stones had to start the game with a Sukuna, he did pick up a second one, so he'll still have one to potentially close the game out. Now, this is a board that a Carol does answer. We were talking about this. He didn't use the Shamu's Gaze to protect the Luxes, so like one Carol just does clear this.
And he's gonna go for it. Let's go! Oh my, alright, down to 10. We're now down to 10.
As
This board
good
is
as that
gone.
Luxes was, Stones did not respect the Carol, and now he's dead to another Carol next turn.
What's the follow-up?
He has
How
to
do
win
you
the game
answer
right
this
now,
as
and
well?
Sukuna, while doing a good chunk of damage, I don't believe is doing 8.
I think we're falling just a bit short here.
Actually, no. Okay, you can Evo the Lizard,
Oh.
trade it, and then Sukuna does do enough damage. I'm pretty sure.
I think he barely got it.
Yeah, that should be 8 damage.
Yes. You're absolutely correct.
That was a really
It's
close
exactly
game,
enough
though.
right there.
He literally just had one more turn, but the Sukuna is enough to close it out. Petrus gives him the head shake, and looks like we're going to a final game.
These games have been quick, man, but Zones didn't give in to the pressure of the Carol, and just managed to play through, didn't stop doing what his deck wants to do, and, you know, I think we saw so many things about the Lux's deck there, too. We saw a really good setup, and on top of that, we saw the extra damage scaling that we get from the addition of the new cards, and it works, you know? It just works out.
Yeah, the Alberta actually did a lot of work there, both to clear the Ramiel and then to show up and push just a bit more damage. Which, if he, you know, at last turn he had exact lethal, so if Alberta wasn't there to push the extra damage, he just would not have had the correct amount of damage.
Exactly. He had the one extra amulet, I think, in hand that could have pushed one more, but, you know, that's not enough compared to what the Alberta was pushing earlier.
Now, one class
go.
that we do have to talk about is Shadowcraft. Shadowcraft already was pretty powerful before the expansion, but now the addition of the Bone Maven, which there it is, has made the deck
Speak of
so
that.
much stronger. And although before we saw different variations of like more rally focus, more control focus, now everybody's just Deathbringer party, which is very consistent, same strategy, turbo out the Gremory, and then just get real wild.
Exactly, and Deathbringer giving you also this ability to just trade a lot of untradeable boards in a way. You know, we saw it last week in the SAO Cup, where the Deathbringer were just carrying a lot of games, being able to get them out of sticky situations, getting rid of pesky targets on the board. It's really good, but now on the other side for Petrus, the Linkle opening is something we were missing last game, and he has double Linkle in hand too. It's like the opposite of last game. We had triple Carol last game, and now we might see triple Linkle, potentially?
Yeah, you know, talking about the strength of the Deathbringer is really strong because it can clear the board and give you life back. So Shadow players can use this to stay pretty healthy till they get the Gremory and clear the board of threats, right? But Petrus's deck, Control Carol, doesn't care about the board because he's never gonna really have board presence. And you can't heal if your max HP is going down by the second.
Exactly, so you have to pick up the pace. You have to basically, in these matchups, win before you get, you know, your HP reduced to 0 at that point. Alright, he shows that he drew the first Gremory there as well. Hopefully not too many.
I will say though, the Bonanza follower sticking around for those 2 turns, getting so much value out of that effect. All those Burial Rites generating so much extra card draw. But the Ramiel is going to show up here for Petrus, give him the clear and the ramp on top of that.
The good old Ram PL. She's putting in work every time, showing her worth. And honestly, it's such an amazing card. We saw especially how useful it is in this build, being able to use the Clash, for example, to target it, get rid of whatever on the field, and still have her stay intact. I think that's what makes her even more useful in this deck compared to others, and she's already an amazing card to begin with.
Yeah, so Sone's currently at 9 shadows on turn 5. He's got to get that shadow count up, get the Gremory as soon as possible. He's currently losing 1 max HP at the end of the turn, and after Petrus plays the second spell, that number is going to go up to 2.
Alright, he's going to play down the Psycho Pump here to draw into another Gremory here. That's the second one picked up out of 3.
Another thing that I do want to bring out in this matchup is that the way the Shadow deck has evolved, there really isn't a need for Necro Impulse for the Deathbringer control list. Noir actually had a great write-up on Temple Storm if you guys want to look at that up. But essentially, they're just not playing Necro Impulse. So in a matchup like this, where he just needs damage to close the game out, the damage will usually come from Path to Perdition, which he just top decked, but he doesn't have the Necro Impulse to like really push that crazy burst damage.
Exactly. So Path to Perdition is still an absolutely fantastic card that helps to seal all these games, but you know, losing that extra little bit of push, that extra bit of sealing, definitely hurts a little bit there. So what are we looking at here? He's looking at the Jack Shovel, but Jack Shovel at this situation, you want to be careful not to get board locked in those kind of parts of the game.
Yeah, I guess he really wants
play
the
it down
card draw.
Pump.
I think a lot of players just opt to go with the Sarcophagus when you're at 6 play points. The enhance is very strong, but Sone's seen perhaps a different and maybe better line of play. Having the Bonanza stay up means that he could once again maybe get the effect off. But Petrus is going to clear it. He has Grant's Resolve. Max HP is dropping. He doesn't have a Carol just yet though.
I was looking for the pickup there, but he didn't seem to draw into it. How many more followers do we have to go through until we actually see the Carols? It's like the opposite of last game.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Last game he had all the Carols, no Fool. This game he has Double Fool, which is great, but where is the Carol?
Yeah, Double Fool's good, but it's not exactly fast enough to keep that momentum going. Do you Ramiel here just to push off damage a little bit? It feels pretty awkward to commit to anything here.
Yeah, it's kind of tough for the control room because any like damage or board, like it does not matter like at all. Maybe Ramiel could slow down Zones by being like a 2-2 ward, but it just doesn't do too much to be honest. And Zones
at the same time, you're also giving them things to trade into, right? For shadow count, so you have to be careful with that. Like if you put it down, evo it for stats, and it's just, you know, they just trade into it, and that's it, and the story. It's gonna play it down in the end. Yeah,
Zones is at that crucial point where he's turn 7, but he was just a little bit shy to get the turn 7 Gremory. That said though, based on the way Petrus is playing, he might be okay with a turn 8 Gremory. Maybe it would still be good enough. The way the deck operates, like I was saying, it's still, you get the Gremory, and then you just explode with power plays, and we'll see what Zones can come up with after Gremory. So this is the turn to not invoke the Gremory, but you can just still play her and get the Fanfare Leader effect. It's just a bit more awkward because he doesn't have play points left over to really utilize it.
Exactly. So he's gonna play the Bonanza here, use an Undead Parade as well to get those skeletons out there. There we go, and get a bit of extra draw, dig into that deck for potential combo pieces. We saw him get rid of the IMT to make sure that that is, you know, there to potentially be fatally ordered if necessary.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a combination of Path to Perdition, Fatal Order that's going to be the damage for Zones. So he's holding on to his combo pieces. He's got not 1 but 2 Liches on board right now. Not a bad Shadowverse board.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna put up something that if you're Petrus, you have to answer this. And without Carol in hand, it's it's going to be a little bit difficult, you know. You let those Carol pings just hit, although in the end he doesn't have the discounted Union Burst yet either. The third Linkle, though.
Kind of awkward. I mean, does he go for it? He doesn't have the Carol. I was going to say that if he drew Carol, the way that Folia works with the double Evo could get the Union Burst sped up really quickly, which is nice. But he doesn't have the Carol, so I'm really curious what he's going to do.
A lineup play I can see here is potentially going Linkle, Evoing it, trading it into the Gremory, then giving up your Ramiel, and then just Grand's Resolve to get rid of the Liches, and then Operation Survive begins.
Yeah, that seems like an excellent play to just sort of stabilize and clear the board. The problem with that is that you can answer the Gremory board now, but next turn is when Gremory is activated and Stones will have all the play points, and from then on the Shadowverse just get really, really crazy.
Exactly. It's important to see where this Ramiel's going to go into. Yeah, it looks like he's going for that. He's going to go Grand's Resolve, trade both, well, not trade, get rid of both of them, and still not pick up the Carol. How is this
Where
still
is she?
getting through? We've been searching for followers, man, specifically followers. We're not just drawing off the top here.
Yeah, so there's
the Gremory, speak of
a
the devil.
second Gremory, yeah. The effect is already online anyway, but hey, the 1-3 ward, it still might be relevant, although it kind of does hurt his board space at this point.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually a really good point. You know, you had it already active in last turn, and now it's you want to go as wide with these massive attackers as possible, but let's see, he's hovering over the path to perdition.
Yeah, so from Stone's perspective, he's losing 3 max HP a turn, so at the end of his turn he'll be at 11, so he knows he has at least one more turn. So he has to calculate right now, between this turn and his next, how is he going to do that 18 damage, right? And path to perdition will definitely be the key to that.
Exactly, no, for all intents and purposes, you assume that there's a Carol in that hand. You just assume that there is, and it's going to be winning them the game, and you don't take any risks here. You definitely have to play safely, assume the worst, and they top deck it. But he's playing this out really well. This is going to be a huge amount of damage to the face, putting him down to 4, putting him in the situation where it's potentially game next turn. If anything, I'm pretty sure it is no matter what, so if you're Petrus here, this might be the turn that determines if you continue into top 4 or not, and we don't see a Carol either.
Yeah, so there's no Carol, and at this point in the game, like, Shadow's just cheating out play points like crazy, but Petrus has to play and pay full cost for his cards. Like, yeah, he has 2 worlds which could answer the 7/7s, but each one costs 6 play points, he just can't get enough. He has Alistair that could do only 2 damage, because he's only at 2 life. The Folia would be great, but it's just not good enough against the 7/7s.
He's essentially like Alistair, gets him a bit of removal, and gets a little bit of sustain back as well, so that kind of helps to survive. But man, he's hovering over this world to try and get something out of it, but then he's playing with 3 play points.
I mean, if he plays the world, he might draw a Carol, so there is that.
I guess the thing to consider is that with World, he heals back up to 7, which makes it so that the Alistairs actually hit both.
Yeah, can clear the second follower, right?
Yeah.
Maybe
that
is
worth considering.
His like greatest line of survival.
Yeah, Operation Survive, let's go.
Yeah, Fluffy Angel.
Fluffy Angel, though.
Okay, gotta get some life back with the Fluffy Angel. I don't know if I like this better than the other play, though, but...
He's trading it into the Gremory. I'm trying to
Okay,
see
and then
where
the
this
world.
connects into.
Yeah, so he goes to 9, Fluffy Angel will put him at 11. There is a Carol finally, but I think Stones knows that it's just not enough of a clear. He has another trio, and that's gonna be the match going to Stones 2-1, off to a rocky start. But he made the comeback, played the Lux as well, and showing us still the power of the Deathbringer Shadow.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazingly played by Zones. Like you said, off to a little bit of a rocky start, but that finish, the cleanup, the stabilization, everything looked really, really good. And he was able to play to his outs and play to his strengths. And, you know, we just got to see some really dominating games for him. So honestly, Zones had a really good showing there, I would say. So I'll be looking at what he's going to show us in top 4 as well.
Yeah, sign of a great player. Even though his first game was kind of rocky, he stuck to his game plan, played it well, and he played to his outs, you know. He had to play Sukuna on game 2, but he found the second one, set up the Luxus, had to play Gremory from hand, it wasn't from the deck, but he still managed to make it work.
Yeah, so we back in business this time. I'm gonna keep on saying that, but honestly, really great showing. I'm honestly just impressed with how well he played as well. He's also got that ball blood. Let's not forget about it. That might just steal some games later on. Definitely another deck that just has a huge burst of damage. I think all three of his decks. I think the way he picked his decks even feels like it's a three decks that need a fair bit of setup. You know, whether it's Grand Prix Shadow or Ball Blood or the Loxus, but the potential damage burst that they bring, onto the opponent's leader is just incredibly strong. And so he didn't really go for like the control choices or for anything else really. Just good setup decks that need good execution. But if you can execute, that's all you need.
Yeah, it's a great way to describe the decks. They need some setup, whether it be the Luxes, the Ball, or the Gramarye. But then once those conditions are met, the decks just explode with so many power plays. Great to see Zone with a great lineup.
Yeah, Zone honestly looks really, really good going into this, but of course his opponent also showed a really, really strong showing as well. Like Petrus played excellently in my opinion as well. I think it's a bit of a shame because the triple Carol, like we saw him borderline brick, with no Linkles at the start, and then we sort of had a win con that we could see coming up, but didn't really connect into it too well. So I think we can definitely expect to see him back potentially in the next cup as well. And again, top 8 finish is still really good for your points.
Yeah, for our next match, let's look at their head-to-head. It's going to be Sai going up against Kanahamu. So again, we saw Kanahamu last month in the top 8, and Sai, we have seen him so many times. This man has a mountain of top 8s. He's been to Contenders Cup. It's just when Sai makes to the top 8, he's never able to close it out. He's a great player and a great guy, and I'd like to see him finally push through and get a title for himself.
Yeah, he's always so close. I think even last month he was also basically at the top tables, but then just barely short here. And of course, Kanahamu, we saw him last month, had a really nice showing, lost in top 8. So let's see him bring it back this time potentially and see what he has to offer. But in terms of bans, we have, of course, Sai's Rune and Kanahamu's Shadow. But let's take a look at Sai's deck here, which is going to be the Loxus Forest. So just to highlight some changes to this list, of course, it's still, the well-oiled machine that this deck already is. But the addition of that Alberta, as we said earlier, is absolutely fantastic. Raises the ceiling, adds more to the damage. Just really nice way to just secure wins.
Yeah, the Luxus deck hasn't really changed much, as you said. For me, it's more about the players, how they choose to set up the Luxus, and just how much they can get out of them, because there is a massive difference between like those Luxus that just absolutely win the game on the spot, and those Luxus that don't do anything. But let us take a look at Kanahamu and his Deathbringer Shadow. As we're talking about, Shadowcraft is very, very powerful, and the addition of Bone Maven from the new expansion just makes the deck so much more consistent, has card draw, heal, and even a potential second win condition if they need it.
I really like those kind of cards like Bone Maven that have that really nice utility effect on Accelerate, but then they also have, on the body effect, something that adds to the deck as well. Whether it's an alternative win con or more consistency or being able to close out games faster. I really like those kind of cards, so I really like this addition from the mini expansion into the Deathbringer Shadow. But again, we saw this list earlier, and it's definitely looking to stick around for the entirety of today's show. So this was honestly really, really cool to see, but we're going to be slowly setting into our games here. But yeah, what are your thoughts here on these lists as well?
Yeah, so I like Sai's lineup. It's not too crazy. He's just like a very consistent player. Again, I really just have to talk about his history. We saw him make top 8 so many times last year that he did qualify in contenders. He had a decent Contenders Cup run. Like, he doesn't even make like top 8 or top 4 or anything like that. But I know he has what it takes. I've spoken to him one-on-one in the past. He's like a great dude. Plays with the South American community, which is really nice. But I want to see him win. I want to see Sai go to the next level. Prove that he really has what it takes. Not just to be here, but to be a winner among the players here.
Yeah, so the pressure is on if you're Sai. Honestly, I feel the same, man. Like, he's been showing up time and time again at the top tables. It just feels bad, when you're this close to making it and it's just, you fall barely short. But, we believe inside. But of course, Kanahamu might have some fans now. Had a really nice showing last month. Managed to make it to the top 8. I think he lost to Noir of all people, so
yeah.
If you're gonna lose to anyone in the top tables, Noir is not a bad person to lose to. There are some lessons to be learned and to be taken from those games. But let's see them setting up here with the mulligans. Our first matchup is gonna be the Shadow versus the Loxus.
Yeah, Kanahamu's in a very interesting position because he Noir and him are the players that are making a comeback, but obviously Noir's already qualified to the World Grand Prix, so Kanahamu is now in the best spot because he can either win today's tournament and just earn a spot to Contenders Cup, or even if he doesn't win today, he's already up there in the standings and he can try and qualify through the standings. So a great year for Kanahamu so far. Let's see if he can keep it up.
Yeah, it's just that momentum, and I think it's really important to look at these players that have good momentum. You know, that's what makes Noir so amazing, right? He has insane momentum. He can top every time. He can be at the top of the leaderboard, you know, every season almost at this point. And it's, if you have that quality as a player, to not lose composure, to not, like, you know, tilt, to not get annoyed by, you know, what your opponent's doing to you and things like that. And if you can do that in a tournament setting every single month, you're looking good. You know, that's a recipe for champion.
Yeah, and for this game, Sai has what I consider the dream opener. You're going first, you have Undead Parade on one, gives you 2 skeletons, but then you follow that up with the tour guide, so you get the card draw, now you still have a great hand, and your board is looking pretty good. He has those shadows, he has sarcophagus. Sai's looking really strong right now.
I wonder what Kanahamu's gonna go for here, whether he has options to kind of dig into the deck with Kokoro, but looks like he's committing to the Alberta here. Gives him trade, lets him kind of balance out this board a little bit. And again, as we said before, gives him a little bit of extra reach later on. So never forget about the Alberta. That card comes back time and time again to make sure she secures those wins.
Yeah, the Alberta's a good half of the setup. Now Kanahamu just needs to top deck a Lizard, and he would be like well set up for a very strong turn 5 Luxus. But Sai with the Bonanza, getting all the Bureau Rights, all the card draw. Look at his shadow count. It's turn 4, this man already has 12 shadows.
He's speed running, literally just this deck speed run any percent.
Do you see the top deck? I know this game too well. Like I played too much Shadowverse. This man has the Lizard. He's got a bounce in hand. He's got a Luxus. I've seen this before.
I've told y'all to believe. Just believe, man. No matter what your deck throws at you, if you know that you're gonna top deck the Vagabond Lizard, if you know that, it's believe in your top deck and it will believe in you. And that's exactly what we're seeing right here. Yeah, I'm just gonna commit to it. I see no reason not to at this point. It's perfect setup.
Like a mark of a good card game player, Shadowverse player, is that you have to play to your deck, to your outs, to your hand, right? And sometimes if that out is like getting a little lucky, getting the right top deck or whatever, like you still play and give yourself that chance that if the situation happens, then you would be set up for it. And right now Kanahamu's set up for a very destructive Luxus on turn 5.
Exactly. And the thing is also, you know, many people, you know, they'll be like playtesting and preparing for an event. They'll be like, oh, I break next game, you know, I gotta play this deck for real. But it's honestly like testing with those bricks when your deck doesn't throw you anything that you want, that doesn't turn the way you want it to turn, that you make the most of those situations too. And that's the sign of a truly great card game player as well. But here we see Kanahamu is just setting up perfectly, as you said. How is Sai gonna answer? Keep in mind, Sai has already a 14 shadow count here. He's looking real good going into this Gremory real soon.
Yeah, even though Sai is doing a great job and he has all those shadows, the turn where the game shifts for both the decks might still be a little off, where Kanahamu can turn his deck online turn 5 and potentially set up to win, but it might still take Sai 1 or 2 more turns, even at the speed that he started going first. So I'd like to see how much setup he could do. Could he set up a potential like turn 6 Gremory, even if it was from hand?
I could potentially see that happening, but alright, looks like here we're gonna see just Sarcophagus Evo trade over the Lizard and let him have it. You know, he's not gonna do anything fancy, not gonna pass and let the 5 attack, you know, units stay on the board. He's gonna give him that setup. Ooh,
yeah, I think that is the best play for Sai for sure. But let's see what Kanahamu can do with the Luxus. Again, he had the Lizard set up. He top deck Sagittarius. He has a bounce. He has Alberta. He has all the pieces. How much can he get out of this?
I think this is going to be a really big push turn. You don't want to fall behind, especially when the Gremory is this close to coming through. Alright, so let's see here. Generating more of the amulets. Walder coming down here from hand as well. Gonna eat up 2 of the amulets. And of course, Alberta is back as well for more extra damage to the face. We're already looking at 6 here. And he can still go further beyond.
I like that the Alberta just like shows up out of nowhere and then just dips right after again.
Alright, peace! He just literally just dips right after doing some work.
But look at this turn. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The game-winning Luxus. He gets 4 followers, 3 of which has Storm, and an Alberta that we already saw dip.
Yep, she
And
pieced out
so
already,
much
but
damage.
oh my god. Does he evo for more aggression here? I feel like you might as well, right? You're
The game's
already
gonna
doing-
end pretty soon. You might as well cash out your resources.
You want to bring it as close as possible to just ending next turn. You don't want to let the Gremory deck breathe or set up for too long because that's going to be trouble. This looks like a potential Sukuna lethal to me. I'm just going to, you know,
Okay, I need to point out the reason why he didn't answer the 2-1 is because if he did so, he would have let Sai invoke the Gremory. Not answering the 2-1 is the correct play, and now Sai can get the Gremory, but it cost him his own 2 play points first.
Ooh, I like this Fatal Order because that's kind of the other function, you know, of this Deathbringer is just to pop off and just get rid of annoying things on the board. And I think he's not really looking for a Gremory here in the end to just like hard play from hand and start doing things. I think he just wants to essentially get rid of this board to make sure that he doesn't lose to it to begin with and then work towards his win con afterwards. But for now,
This
we're
is
gonna need another
why-
way to pop one more unit.
The Deathbringer is so powerful. You saw Kanahamu's turn was so insane, and then it's like 1 Deathbringer, clear, gonna clear 2 more dudes, get 5 life back. And then Sai, that 1 Deathbringer may just be enough to stabilize, because now Kanahamu can close the gamma with Sukunas, but we know he doesn't have a single one in hand.
Exactly, so he's gonna have to dig for them. He has ways to do so, but that's also momentum that you're spending on that digging. Looks like he's gonna go for the Tour Guide Evo here, probably trading into the Loxus and then letting the other 2 get just, you know, wiped out by this Deathbringer.
I think this is the correct play.
Here.
Yeah, because you want to get as safe as possible, since next turn, Sai is ready with his leader effect to, you know, go crazy. This is like potentially Kanahamu how we would close the game out. So just make sure the whole board is clear and you have a ward and you have 10 life. Now there's no way he's losing to a Sukuna, and next turn he can just go really crazy again with the Gremory.
That was a really, really good turn of stabilization from Sai. I think, honestly, he didn't give in to the pressure that that amazing Loxus turn was putting out. Just managed to answer it himself. Didn't give in to the kind of wanting to just play that Gremory early and try to do something with it. It was like, alright, Deathbringer takes care of this. We can work around this. We'll stabilize and we'll bring it back next turn.
Yeah, I
This
think
Wisp into this Xeno.
this game has been a great demonstration of the meta post-mini expansion, where you have Luxus still be such a powerful deck with turn 5s that could just win the game on the spot. Then on the other hand, we see Shadowcraft, which is better than ever. It's a bit faster with the Bone Maven, and with the focus on Deathbringer, that could stabilize that aggression and now play to the Gremory condition.
That's right. We see another Alberta pickup, so might not be the best thing that I wanted to see here. He still has the Shamu's Antics, but it doesn't feel like any of the cards efficiently answer the board. He does have ways to answer it, but just not in the most efficient way possible. All right, Alberta coming through here. Of course, going to summon another one out as well. So he gets to double trade them. Yep.
Yeah, double Alberta, but he gets 0 face damage. The Deathbringer is fake, he'll just disappear. But now Sai has all the tools needed for success. Gets the second Gremory out of the deck. And let's see. Actually, he might have game. I believe that is lethal. Yeah, he just has Path of Perdition, Fatal Order. Easy 14 damage. It's actually a lot more than that. Just like that, Sai taking game number 1 after stabilizing with just 1 Deathbringer.
That Fatal Order into Deathbringer turned the entire game around. That was absolutely fantastic to see and goes to show why. I mean, we're even calling this deck Deathbringer Shadow now as well. This card has the deck on his back in a way, you know, especially in these kind of situations. We saw a lot of it last week as well in SAO, where it just manages to stabilize, and not let your opponent work towards their win con. It's such an amazing card, and being able to bring it out with Fatal Order like that is so good. All right, let's see what game 2 we're going to see here. We're going to see the Forest Mirror match. So Kanahamu's not going to let us see that blood just yet. He wants to get the win in with Forest first and then switch off. All right, but let's see.
Well, based on the Forest leaders, I think I like Kanahamu's chances here with the Latica. I also want to bring out that I believe Kanahamu is the only Luxus player that's playing Levin, the Sandbound Sword, and I believe he's playing as the 3-of for that early game control.
Yeah, I was looking through their deck list earlier and I was like, hold on, is this, for a second I was like, wait, is this even Luxus? I was like, oh no, okay, never mind. But yeah, so pretty interesting choice of text here as well. But I mean, we've seen this card do a lot of work in the past, so I don't see why not give these things a try, and clearly, as he's at the top tables, it's been working out pretty well for him.
Yeah, the 11 could be used to clear maybe like a Bonanza that would stick around for too long, or it might be good against matchups that care about the early board, like Aggro Shadow, or maybe even an Aggro Rune deck that we'll see later on today, potentially.
Ooh, you're teasing, buddy, you're teasing. Gotta let the people know what to expect. There's some interesting things coming up today. There's people with entire lineups that are very interesting to take a look at, so I'm pretty excited for things going forward. This here looks like a nice Alberta turn, although you do give up on potential digging with the deep wood, but do you even want to go for that?
I mean, neither player has the Luxus just yet, but these are great Shadowverse players. You know, it could just magically appear by turn 5.
Just magically. Oh my god, the top deck! Get added into the monthly compilation of amazing top Shadowverse moments.
Another Kokoro picked up for Sai.
We digging.
Yeah, so interesting. He could have like 2 lines of play. One where you just go for a maximum card draw to try and draw for that Luxus, and another where you play for the board, which he's doing with the Bagamon Lizard, which could be set up for Luxus if you draw one anyway.
Exactly. Alright, now back to Kanahamu though. His hand is, again, it's trying to do a bunch of different things and not really going either direction very far. Would you agree with that?
Yes, this is an awkward hand for him, and although he definitely has played some pretty good plays at that, he's gonna have to spend some precious resources. Like, you could bounce back the Kokoro, but hey, that's your bounce that's gonna be gone. You could like play Sukuna, but I mean, that's just not that great. 11, okay, but you have to trade the Kokoro away. So he got plays, but it's just, they're a little bit awkward.
Exactly, and as you said, so many pieces in this hand want to go towards the Luxus turn. You don't really want to give away the information that you're happy to play down these cards because potentially you don't even have Luxus in hand. So I want to see how he's going to choose to play this out. I can see a full timer use on this turn. 11, potentially on the Kokoro, that's interesting. Now he's going to go for the other route, I think, where he trades into the Lizard and then goes into the 11 to get rid of it.
Yeah, and then, but what else does he do? Like, is that it? Is that his turn? Because that's not, like, particularly great. It's okay at best.
It is. It actually is. He doesn't want to lose combo pieces. My man is... But then, the thing is, right, you're not giving up combo pieces, but you also have no real setup.
Yeah, because, like,
Luxus.
he would give up the combo pieces, but even if he drew Luxus right now, like, he doesn't have any setup either, so... It's not like the Luxus would be great, right? So... I don't know. The card draw could be used to pick up something, but I do understand that part of the Luxus setup is having the bounce in hand. So that's a massive combo tool that he just wasn't comfortable giving up just yet.
And the current forest list doesn't have the same, you know, versatile just list of bounces that it had in the past. You know, there's no like airbound, you've lost quite a few, and so now you basically have deep wood, and that's kind of it, right?
Yeah, we're gonna see what Sai wants to do this turn. He himself does not have Luxus. This could have been a good Barman turn, and I mean, it still might be. It's just like, you want to cash out your Barman when it's gonna clear a board, but hey, Kanahamu has no board.
I can't believe I forgot Wind Fairy with her literally being in my face on screen right now.
Yes, the Wind Fairy. Wind Fairy's a pretty good card. I'm a big fan.
She's pretty good. I want to see here, I think he's just trying to dig this turn. He played out the Xeno Sagittarius already, the double
Like the
Xeno?
Kokoro after, maybe? This would have been a good turn if he had an Alberto get set up. But, I mean, he didn't. He is going to be able to face, though, go a bit aggressive. I don't dislike that, although he does float 2 play points.
Have they both played up Alberta? I think only Kanahamu has.
Kanahamu did, yeah. Sai has not. We see 11 being cashed out as the 5 play point follower. Still pretty powerful.
11.
Yeah, and I mean, his hand was not getting any better, so I do like that play.
Ooh. Both players are just in this very peculiar spot where it's like, okay, I have everything necessary to cause a massive explosion of damage, but we're kind of missing, you know, the pot to put all the ingredients into to actually make this GG.
In the previous games, we saw like Luxus every time, right? Luxus on 5, and then either wins the game or is close to it. This game, it's like, there's pieces, but like you're saying, just missing that final component.
Alright, let's see. He's going for a bit of both here, where you're getting a bit of aggression. You're also getting to trade away with the Elf Queen's effect here. So you're again dabbing, like kind of dabbling in both plays at the same time, because I guess that's all you got to do.
I mean, to be
kind of
fair,
like him. Yep.
like you don't need Luxus to win. Good, well-placed Barman can do it, and Sukuna could close the game out. So Sai evoed the phase last turn, and he's gonna stick to a strategy of being aggressive. And I think now he's going to just pretend he never draws Luxus and try and close the game out with Barman plus Sukuna, because he has done a good amount of phase damage so far.
I mean, how many times did we see last month where people just managed to win with this deck without even hitting the Luxus? Granted, they had
Noir,
a lot of
right?
aggression. Yeah, Noir literally did that almost all the way until the finals, I want to say.
Yeah.
So it's definitely possible. And he's been having a bit of early aggression here and there as well. Not as much compared to Kanahamu here, but it's definitely possible. And he's been, as you said, working towards that goal really, really well. So let's see if we can follow up on it.
Kanahamu is working towards the 11 goal. He's played so many 11s, both the follower and the amulet. And I guess it kind of makes sense. It is a part of his deck. And it could be utilized to close the game out, potentially, I guess.
He's about to DM production and tell them, excuse me, I want to change my deck name. It's actually 11 Forest. I have a new
gets
name
the
now.
3-3, can trade it off, and then hey, use 11 once again to answer the follower. Plus push some phase damage with the Alberta that he has gotten, some pretty decent value out of.
That's right. We see these aggressive Evos as well, just push face damage. Both players, I think, recognized, all right, if you're not getting your win con and I'm not getting my win con, then we're gonna just fight for whoever gets it. Oh,
But Sai did get it from the top. It's a Luxus. And he does have triple bounce in hand and Shama Shama. Maybe this is it.
that. Let's see if you can connect the dots here. You can,
See him. Yeah, doing the math. It's big brain time.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. We just pause, freeze,
Yep.
just freeze frame here. Just let him think. Let him consider all options. I mean, he puts down the Luxus here. No, even if I start, I feel like I'm gonna mess it up on step 2 already.
Yeah, see, the thing about the Luxus turn is that a lot of it comes from when you top deck off of the bounces. So
Exactly.
even if he's planning out the perfect turn right now, as soon as he plays the wolf and he draws a card, like it's gonna change his game plans, right? So
Exactly.
sometimes you gotta just go.
You have the gas to keep going, but you gotta make sure that, the road is set aside with the, the things you play down as well. Damn, I'm on fire today with all these comparisons.
Okay, so he did the math. He's like, no, Luxus, not yet. Gonna instead cash out the Barman.
It's kind of what I'm also said with like the information, right? That they're giving each other. He can probably read that Kanahamu doesn't have Luxus either with the way he's been playing. So he's like, all right, you don't have Luxus. I'll pretend like I don't have it either and just play something else. Not go away from my initial plan of just being aggressive while trading away your board.
I also wonder if, like, last turn he didn't have that Luxus, and he was pretty set on closing the game with the Barman. So maybe he had focused so much brainpower on the Barman and how that's gonna close the game out, that once he drew the Luxus, he just didn't have the, time to really calculate, would that be better? What is Luxus gonna look like? Because he seemed pretty set on the Barman.
Yeah, I think he had already like planned that out in his head as well. Suddenly seeing the Luxus, they're just like, uh-oh, change of plans. But
He definitely gave it a consideration, and after thinking, he stuck with the Barman. The Luxus may still be used, but like I was saying, maybe it's just not even needed at this point.
Take notes, chat. Take notes. This is a learning session. You might be enjoying some of the best plays in Shadowverse, but you too can become just as great. Just gotta take notes, learn, and you too can be here at the top 8 of SVO.
Yeah, this is gonna be a close one. Sukuna, Mighty Malatier, is set up to do a big hammer to size phase. But Kanahamu just doesn't have the resources. If you compare the hand size, like this is his final turn potentially. While Sai could still set up a Luxus, he could, do so much more with his hand.
Yeah, at the same time, this one play point that's remaining is kind of awkward purely because you're basically put in the situation, do I play more just aggression or do I bounce something to be able to, play around that?
He took the amulet back. There was an Alberta potential, but it wasn't going to be lethal, so...
Yeah, he was barely off of it. And I think that bouncing that there was important because you have to trade that away at all costs. And you know, as nice as it would have been to potentially, you know, play out the Fairy Wisp as you mentioned, or, you know, just bouncing back the Sukuna to secure the game next turn, still close enough to lethal here.
Yeah, it's a really close match, and I'm really curious to see how Sai's gonna try and close this out. He knows that Kanahamu has 2 Wisp and 11 in hand. Like, he knows 75% of his hand.
Exactly. So it's like, the other thing here is that for Sai, this is potentially game set.
Yes.
You know, he has a chance to go to top 4 immediately here, not have to stress through another match, and Kanahamu is just sitting there thinking, praying that there's no lethal coming through here. But I think... Let's take a look at the situation.
I mean, he doesn't have lethal, but he has plays. What a great start it would be for Sai to just start off with a 2-1 move to top 4. Like I said, he often makes top 8, but that's often where it ends for him.
Yep, have to continue that momentum, as we talked about it. Alright, so he gets to bounce the steed. Alright, here we go.
Clock is ticking, he's gotta do plates and he's gotta go fast.
Exactly. Again, we talked about this last month. You have to know your entire turn before it even starts. That timer must be used very wisely when you're using this deck.
Yeah, all the animations have to go through. There's only so much time. I think there was lethal with the... Did he cue it in time?
Potentially.
He found the lethal, but did he do it in time?
Oh my god, the timer's right there.
He did get it!
Barely.
Wow. Just like that,
my God.
Sai's gonna take the set 2-0 and advance to the quarterfinals. Let's go.
Ooh, God, that... Oh my god, watching the timer ticking down there is just...
I was sweating for him.
Actually, same. That nearly gave me a heart attack. Sai, though, actually showing up, and look at that. Your match winner going to top 4. The top 8 curse is over, baby. We know so many players, you know, they go have an amazing showing in Swiss, and then, you know, they go to bed, they wake up next day for the top 8, and that's it. That's the end of the journey. You know, you get the top 8 curse, something just not going right, you're not drawing your cards, the nerves aren't letting you think right, you don't see the plays, you don't see the lines. Sai, though, showing some really strong plays here, and looking good going into top 4 as well.
Yeah, I know Sai has the skill to do this. You know, even that last turn, I was like, oh, I look at the one, I'm like, it's probably not lethal. And he's like running the math, doing the numbers, figures it out just in time. Great display from Sai. Kanahamu, you know, we saw him last month, we saw him this month, maybe we'll see him next month. Sometimes you just have to be a consistent player, get those 6-1s, 5-2s, and he could just qualify the contenders just through the points. So still a great display for him in this year so far.
Don't give up, Kanahamu. We're rooting for you. You got this. Just stay consistent. You're doing it so good so far, especially for someone that just come out of nowhere. He got picked up by a team too. He didn't have that tag next to his name last month, so that's definitely a good sign already. But yeah, so that was your first 2 sets of games. We're going to go into a short break now before we go into more Shadowverse action, but don't go anywhere. We've got more amazing games, some really cool decks, and don't forget, we also have a card reveal for you guys later on, so don't go anywhere.
As it is above, so it is below. This world is shrouded in darkness. Annihilation looms, and the moon illuminates only despair. But you need not shed tears. Feed your heart and dive into the abyss. After all, this world is a mere flame. Let its heat embrace you and set your passions ablaze. Or perhaps it would be better to abide in hope. Shine its light into your heart and break free of the dark. Mayhap to a dance. Let your feet wander, caper and twirl, to a tune never ending. Well, it matters not what you do. Go where your desire bids you. After all, this world is a flickering dream. darkness over Velsar. May the twilight reign eternal.
Welcome back to the Shadowverse Open, the March Cup. The winner of today's tournament will qualify to Contenders Cup, and we've had a great show so far.
Yeah, it's been some really exciting games, and it's cool to see now, you know, the players that are this close, essentially 2 more wins away from qualifying for Contenders already. That'll be your first place secured there. Man, you have to be sweating. Even if you won just now, you're still probably sweating as we're going into this. But let's quickly take a look at the brackets. So we saw the top side now, and now we're going into the bottom side with CD going up against HZ_Zone. And then after that, we're gonna have, of course, Noir versus Cocoa. That's gonna be very exciting to see as well.
Yeah, we're gonna have Zones go up against Side later on, but first let's have CD go up against HC Zone. These are 2 players that I can't say I know much about, potentially brand new faces to the Shadowverse Open, but it's always great to see new faces. Shadowverse Open is an open tournament, really anybody can enter under the right qualifications, and it's great to see new faces show up every time.
Absolutely, you know, and we've seen some new faces from last month already be coming back this time around, and honestly, I'm all about it. And ooh, we have some interesting deck choices here. Zone bringing that portal. That's going to be very interesting. But first, take a look at CD's Aggro Shadow. Unfortunately banned out, but still we wanted to take a look at this because this deck is still alive. You might have thought, oh, we don't really see it that much, but nope. CD, the absolute mad lad, brought it and got it banned. It's got that much pressure going into this game.
Yeah, the craziest thing for me about the Aggro Shadow is that while it is a fine deck, and we definitely saw Rinforzando shows his strength last month, if you opt in to bring Aggro Shadow today, that means that you're not playing Deathbringer Shadow, right?
Exactly, but even then, that was enough for Zone to ban it out, and I think that that is an interesting point as well, that it's still relevant enough, you know, with all that burst damage, the early aggro, maybe his decks just have a bad matchup against it.
Now let us take a look at Zone and his Evo Portal deck. Portal has received Colossus Enemy Expansion. I absolutely love this card. And we have the Twins 4 and 10. And it's a pretty solid deck. He is the only Portal player today though.
But I mean, of course, don't forget Karula got that buff very recently as well. This whole deck, I saw Chrysome play this last week at the SAO one. Oh my god, like this deck is so fun to watch. It has insanely good burst, so many free evos thanks to the Combustion Demon, and just overall a really strong win con thanks to the Twins as well. So I'm really excited to see this, and I'm glad that the Portal did not get banned because we're going to see some Portal action today, baby. So I'm really hyped to see how this is going to go. But of course, both players, you know, new to the battlefield, but already getting top 8. You want to see that. That's definitely something, you know, a good start, especially for a big cup like the March Cup.
Yeah, and even though we can only highlight one deck per player, Sony's also playing the Big Fish or Disristan or OTK, Combo Dragon, whatever you want to call it. It's a very cool deck. I'm a fan of it. Usually the Bite Colosseum Dragon is preferred, but I like that he's bringing it, and it's still a very powerful combo. I mean, just 20 damage from no board, and you answer your opponent's board is very powerful effect.
Yeah, that deck definitely, when you queue into ladder and you see your opponent's playing dragon, it's like, okay, it's gonna go aggro. I might see a Colosseum here and there. You know, I'm gonna probably just eat a bunch of damage to face, and they're just not doing much in the early game, and you're like, what's going on? Oh, I lost. Well, there we go. All right, next game. Speaking of next game, though, we're gonna get right into our first match here between these two players. I am really hyped for this showing purely because of the deck builds that have been brought, honestly. Zone, you've got some really cool things. Now show us that you can execute with them.
Yeah, I always like seeing players go above the meta, try things that aren't so standard. Obviously those are good decks, but you see based on the other players, like they're just not really that popular, or maybe the players that brought those decks just didn't do as well, they didn't perform that well. But Sony's here in the top 8 for the first time, and he's got the Big Fish and the Evo Portal. And his Shadow, honestly, Shadow is his more standard deck, and I think it's there just to be a ban target.
It seems to be the case. He just wants to play with his less represented decks and just show the world the diversity in Shadowverse. You know, we've been seeing a lot of it from past events, and like he's just bringing it to the table this time around as well. All right, so we have the Disristan in hand, but keep in mind that this one will not have that storm damage that we were talking about earlier. That does have to be searched out, but even then you can still use it for the accelerate effect to, you know, just draw an extra card, cycle through your deck.
Yeah, and from CD, you know, we don't know much about this guy, and he's playing a more standard lineup. That doesn't mean that he can't impress us. This is his first time in the big show, and let's see what he has. Sometimes all it takes is one good showing, and then a player will get on everybody's radar, right?
Exactly, and I feel like we saw that last month as well. Like Rinforzando just managed to destroy all the other competition, and there were some really unique players last time around as well, so I'm curious to see how this is going to go. There's a lot of options, though, looking at Zone's hand. He's going to go for the EO here, just to ping for 1.
Yeah, kind of just fight for the board. Yeah. The Dragon deck is more of a combo deck, where the early game doesn't really matter too much. He just has to draw and get his pieces. The pieces being Gabriel, which we already has, and then the fish that is searched out from the encounters, though. So hey, 1 out of 2 combo pieces, not bad.
Yeah, I mean, you're slowly piecing it together.
Hey, there's the encounter.
There we go. That's all you needed. So now you can deal the big boy damage, search the big fish, and you're good to go. Bam,
one thing
17
that
damage.
I do need to point out, if you guys are not familiar with the Big Fish or Combo Dragon, is that yes, it's only a 2-card combo, but there's a little bit more setup for that. So needs to be at 10 play points for 2 turns so that the fish gets discounted. So even though he has the combo pieces, now he needs to find the ramp, and even after he ramps, he needs to wait a little bit.
Yeah, that's kind of the reason why we haven't seen this deck show up as much. It's already, like, this deck has existed for quite a while, but, you know, part of the reason why we haven't really seen it top as much compared to the other builds of Dragon is purely because of it needs both pieces and still the ramp that any other Dragon deck needs. Whereas the face one is like, oh, you don't draw ramp, but you had a strong start, you know, you just, like, pushed a bunch of face damage. Good enough. You'll probably get game. Whereas with this one, it's like there's very specific things you need to draw into, you need to see, while also making sure you don't lose to whatever your opponent is throwing at you. And you're playing against Loxus, that's going to be a pretty tall order.
Yeah, but the deck does play quite a bit of, you know, removal and heal, as we see from the Bahamut, the Fluffy Angel. So he could stay alive, at least try to, while his fist ramps up to do 20 damage to the face.
Exactly. And the thing is also that it's because you're forced to play all those neutral followers, it goes to show what an amazing arsenal of neutral cards we have right now in rotation, because this is the kind of build that you have to play just that one, you know, the fish being the only dragon follower in your deck so you can search it consistently. But if the rest of the neutral package follows up, it's all good.
Yeah, but we can't talk about the neutral package without mentioning my favorite, the Reveal Aggro Vehicle package. We see the Adventurer played so much, is such a cornerstone of Deluxe's deck, and of course the Bagamon Lizard, which we're gonna see time and time again. And my favorite, the Bandit, which again we may see later on from the Aggro Runecraft.
Damn, teasing. Aggro Rune, man, that deck just like appeared, and it just started topping left and right. It was like, spell boost, you're done, goodbye. We're changing course.
Okay, gonna use the Angel to get the clear, and he's gonna Oracle because right now what Zone needs is just ramp. The faster he ramps, the faster his combo gets online. At this point, it's better for him to ramp than to clear a 2-2. He could take that damage for now, I think.
Exactly, he's not too worried about that. This also sets him up to a Combustion Demon play next turn, which is, I really like Combustion Demon, because this card is just, it fits into a lot of decks really well, because it's both widespread removal, but at the same time it's also extra evolution points for certain decks, such as the Portal or the Sword. So I really like this card, and he's definitely, you know, looking to potentially play it. But back to City here, I feel like we haven't been talking about his hand at all. Look at this, man. He's got Loxus, he's got Sukuna, he's got Bounces, he's got Varmint. This dude has a lot going for him right now.
Yeah, does he want to cash out right now, or does he want to wait and get a little bit more setup? This is one of those things where, you know, he's a new player, we don't know what he has. He did make it to the top 8, so obviously he's got some skill. But this is where, you know, the great players and the champions are separated, right? Does he have what it takes to be a champion?
Let's find out. Petrus coming down for the setup for next turn. Looks like he's just going for a really aggressive play. I was wondering if he played down the Sukuna here to bounce it. It looks like he's just hungry for phase damage. He needs to win before it reaches turn 10. They both know each other's deck list, so it's not like there's a surprise, you know, Face Dragon coming through here. And as I said, Combustion Demon here, just gonna take out this board without even having to trade.
Yeah, I do like this play from City. He cashed out 8 damage, he set up a horse left over, and now he'll have Luxes with 6 play points, which should make it a little bit easier, and now he only has to do 11 damage.
That's right, and 3 bounces in hand, that's looking real good as well, so...
He is missing that, like, 1-drop, you know, the Walder, the Shamu Shama. So I don't know if he still wants to cash out, or does he want to just keep on waiting?
Pastures doesn't necessarily do much against this board either.
Well,
not really.
It doesn't,
much.
but against the Big Fish Dragon, you don't care about their board, because he could take 10 damage from Combustion Demons, it doesn't matter, he'll still die to the combo anyway, right? He could Pastures now, do a good chunk of phase damage, and get 2 amulets set up for a Lux's next turn.
That's true. Alright, he's just gonna play the Xeno Sagittarius and just be able to Evo it. Although we did say 10 damage, but he is holding on to those Gabriels, like, I definitely push that damage.
Well,
really
yeah, I guess
high.
Gabriel can do some damage. But it's not 19 though. I don't know, like, honestly, I like the Pastures play better.
Yeah.
Because now he still needs to do 11, and he has less set up for the Luxes anyway, right?
Alright, we're
The clock
encountering...
is ticking. Zones has the combo pieces, he just needs the play points. Which honestly, if I could say, he's done pretty poorly picking up the ramp. By now, you would expect Dragon would have already been at 10 play points.
Exactly. I wonder if he's just gonna go for the sustain turn here. Yeah, Fluffy Angel coming down. Get those extra little bit of heals. He's just gonna pass on it, but 13 play points to work with. It's decent.
Okay, there's a Lizard. City has Varmint and Luxus. He's got a lot of options, and he doesn't have a lot of time.
Exactly. It's playing with that timer and committing to your plays fast. Alright, Pastures coming through though. That's gonna take out one of the things on the board.
Yeah, it does 2 face damage and gives you 2 amulets, which at this point, like an 8 play point 2 amulet Luxus, in paper should be insane, right?
Yes, 100%. Let's see if it's gonna actually follow up though. I wonder if there's anything that you want to do here on top of everything else. Wind Fairy just to generate the Wisp potential? I think you don't really need it at this stage.
I mean, you can bounce back to Giant Pastures and then have another Axel for an extra with Deluxes. Like, that is a viable play. You can definitely assume that your 5-6 is not going to survive. I think that's fair. But I don't know. I wonder if it's just too slow. He really was missing, you know, the 1-drop to really, you know, pull the Luxus trigger. But the more he waits, the more that Zone gets time to ramp. And again, he already has the big fish with the Storm and the Gabriel as well.
Exactly. Oh, it looks like he's going to burn one of those Gabriels now.
I like this play.
Yes, 100%. Alright, so this makes it a bit more extra chonky. Get that little bit of extra sustain to make sure you survive. But yeah, like he's been having to... He's just not picking up any ramp whatsoever. But at the same time, because City isn't playing as aggressively, he has that breathing room to do the waiting, right?
Yeah, but the Gabriel gives him, you know, 2 wards. He'll get more life. Okay, this is the Luxus. Finally, how much can he get out of it?
Finally going home, folks. Let's see how far it'll take.
Yeah, I don't know. He has bounces, but again, he's missing that Sukuna. He's missing that Shamu. He's missing the Walder. He does get one draw. The Barman is good. It's gonna push out a lot of damage.
Exactly.
Also clear the board,
really
which is nice.
Exactly. Do we get a double hit? Ooh, it's spread. All right. Not like that really makes a big difference, as you can still be able to deal more damage on the sides.
Yeah, whatever card he draws off of the bounce will be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, that's what we have to see right here. He hasn't had like any aggro pieces at all. No Walders, no Albertas.
Yeah, no Alberta either. Not going for the card draw first, gonna instead take the Wisp.
Alright.
Okay, a bounce is a full clear. And he still has play points left over. Let's see what the draw is. Yeah. Oh, it's a Walder. That's pretty good. It's another Walder.
Now the board is clear. We got 3 damage going in here. You can potentially set up for 2 more, I want to say.
It's pretty close to lethal. Not quite, but that was a good Luxus turn, all things considered.
Yeah. Absolutely well played on City's side here. Well executed. Another Bahamut pickup. Not really what you're looking for right here. So now, you know, Zone is on 2 life and needs to just survive at any cost to make sure that this Disrestant actually gets discounted to be able to play it out later on.
Yeah, even though he had the combo pieces very early into the game, he just was never able to find the ramp. He went first and he had 1 ramp card, that's it. He only has 2 more play points than City, where like you would expect that by now Dragon would have played 3, maybe 4 ramp cards.
Yeah,
like this is the turn where he should have lethal. Maybe even last.
Exactly. Yeah, honestly, like it's not that the deck fell apart, but it's more so that not finding that ramp, especially in this variant for Dragon, is extra important. And I mean, if you're City here, you set up a really strong board. It's important to note that he doesn't really have a follow-up in hand.
Yeah, he really... Well, he has the Wind Fairy, actually. Wind Fairy for the main body does have Storm.
You are absolutely correct. He is on 9.
Yeah, so if his board gets clear, like, he'll still have lethal, which I think is, you know, pretty good setup. And the Bahamut, as cool as he is, doesn't actually clear the board here.
Ooh, is he gonna go for, like, play it down, burn a bunch of stuff? Oh, that's...
I mean, maybe...
That's not how you wanted this to go.
I don't imagine that he thought it would clear the other way, but Bahamut clears from left to right. So it's not a clear, lethal's still on the board, and just like that, CD is going to take game number 1. Zone had the combo pieces, but he did not have the ramp to execute it. And now CD is off to a great start.
Yeah, I think Zone just basically acknowledged the fact that he had no way out of that game. He had no way to sustain himself to actually survive for long enough to clean it up next turn. So, you know, just play down something flashy and just pass.
I hope he plays Portal, because I would be so sad if we don't get to see Portal today. Please play Portal.
I gotta see the Portal, man. I gotta see the Portal.
Yes! Portal Craft.
We're good.
With Lishena, the man has taste.
Yes, we respect a cultured player.
Yeah, on the other hand, City now going to his dragon. His dragon is the more standard, or aggro focus, you know, bikes, Gana goes to the face, the classic.
Yeah, you know, the 1-2. Let's see here, though. He's got the... I mean, he's still thinking about his mulligan here. Führer is nice, purely for the ramp here. He's gonna put it away, though. Choosing to keep Quixotic, and it pays off the Reggie there. Let's go. That's what you want to see. You get the bodies and the ramp.
Yeah, we saw the power of just the early Reggie. Reggie's such a great Shadowverse card. Great at pretty much all stages of the game. Whether you're ramping with her early on, buffing your board and ramping in the mid game, or closing the ammo with Storm, she's just fantastic at all stages pretty much.
Absolutely. All right, the Karula pickup here. Gonna just drop the Ramiel to not let that much aggression start pushing him in here. He does have his back against the wall here, you know. City is 1 game up, looking at that top 4 spot. But of course, for Zone, you gotta execute now. You know, switch it up with the portal, get that mental reset after winning, if, you know, he manages to do that. And then just clean it up with the Dragon right after. Kind of a Dragon Mirror match with 2 different builds, though, if that happens. So it's gonna be interesting to see how the matchups actually fare against each other.
Yeah, I feel like when a player shows up with a very interesting and unique lineup like Zone, I assume that they have to be very comfortable with those decks, right? Because you would only bring those decks if you're like so sure of them and you know how to pilot them and like you know their ins and outs, right? So I'm glad that we're getting him to play the portal, and I want to see, you know, show us why he's here with the portal and how he plays it.
Exactly. So, okay, just plays another Ramiel and passes here as well. Although that will be just traded away by the engineer here. And we see some beautiful ramp. A dragon player's best friend.
Yeah, the engineer combo with the dragon rear in, such a strong combination. It generated a bike and then traded against not 1 but 2 followers in the early game.
Ooh, Tien into Tien. Not too bad. You get a bit of extra card draw. She doesn't stick as a body because she bounces herself back if you are unable to evolve that turn. So you still get to put her back. The only unfortunate part is that it does reset your SSBA count in case you do play her down at a point where you should have kept her.
If you want to talk about backs, Tien is okay, but the deck doesn't really function without the brother, 4. Like, you need both the twins for the deck to be effective, and in my experience playing the deck, it's just brutal when you get one and not the other. So you need to draw it, and you need to draw it early, because if you top deck the twin later on, they won't be Skybound boosted.
Exactly. So it's good that the deck has these kind of digging tools. If anything, it's interesting because he's had a few times where he could go for the focus to dig. We've seen some players, you know, they just burn it early to make sure that they have that extra draw. We're gonna see him go into the Karula though. This is the newly buffed Karula. New year, new Karula.
Yeah, I don't know if I like City's play. He made a very, like, board focus Reggie as a 6/6, hoping that maybe it just couldn't get clear. But maybe due to matchup inexperience, like, Karula's just gonna eat that for free.
That's right. Alright, so there we go. Very, very good turn here. The Karula right into the Ameth, I personally really like because you have a strong board on turn 5 basically. It's a nice setup. You are able to take out stuff, you know, draw extra cards, set up a ward, already some good stats, and it's pressure that your opponent needs to respect as well. On City's side, I mean, he had a really strong starting hand, but where has that hand gone to? It hasn't really changed into the best options here. He's hovering over the ramp,
but he just won't have that much to do after, at least for now. But maybe with a great set of top decks such as Draconic Call, he might still be okay.
Yeah, you need that call ASAP at this point because you're getting close to the play points, but you just don't have the way to actually get into it. This is, you know, good sequencing here, being able to get rid of the 2/2 and then Führer, you know, not just burning the Führer and seeing where RNG takes you.
It will be pretty good for the free Evo, but again, keep in mind, he is Skybound boosting both the Tien, but not the 4. So, although Tien has Storm, and you can give our follower Storm, there is the twin.
Hey, we got it, we're good.
It is going to be a little bit slowed down though. It'll be like 2 Evos behind the Tien though.
That's true, but keep in mind, I said this earlier, Combustion Demon. It feels like it's Zone's favorite card because it's in like almost every deck. But the Combustion Demon is going to help to get rid of any boards he throws down. It's going to add to the Evo count, and he has 2 of them as well. So if need be, he can stall, Evo, and then just go into that win con.
And Combustion Demon is amazing against Rasia. It's kind of made to counter her, because since she gets banished, it'll deny the last words and just take away that big chunk of damage. But City top decks the Georgios and is going in with the Imprisoned Dragon right now. 8 damage to the face.
He's just cashing in, and he's going to be playing off the top here. He does have 2 potential bikes that can go into play, so that if he top decks another Storm Follower, that could potentially be game. I think actually, yeah.
Yeah, well,
like a Dark Prison lethal potentially.
I mean, so we talked about playing 2 routes. He put him at 10 life, and he has an Evo. So if he draws Ganagosa, like that's game.
Exactly. All right, so resolve there, getting rid of that. And the
I thought that Zone would just go for the Combustion Demon in hands. It would have been 2 Evos and the clear. With this play, he still gets 2 Evos because of the Vern though. But maybe he gets a better board left over and card draw, I suppose?
Yeah, in the end it equals to the same amount of Evos, but he got to dig into his deck a little bit more as well. So I think it's, for that reason, it's pretty much fine. Wow, you just talked about Razia, just blessed it into his hand.
Yeah, so the proper way to use the Razia in this matchup for City, he has to make sure that when it trades, like off the bike, that it gets destroyed right away. Because if it lives, it's just gonna get denied the last words. Now he might think, hey, Combustion was played, maybe I'm free to Evo the Razia and take a value trade. Which I would respect if he did that, but Stone does have the second one in hand, which would be the perfect answer to it.
Exactly, so City's in a pretty tough spot here. What's the most he can actually go with her? Because he gets 2 bikes, push her to 6, 8, and then from attacking goes to 9, so he's a 1-off, and she's super swole, so that she doesn't necessarily get traded away either.
Yeah, I mean, if you end with a 9 attack Razia that's still alive, your opponent has to attack into it to clear it potentially, which would put her at 10 and end the game. Which, again, on paper seems great. The problem is that Combustion Demon is going to say no to that. He could just cash it in right now, guarantee 7 damage, and it'll be easier for him to find lethal next turn. But he has no resources, and a Combustion Demon was played, so he is going for it.
His other option there was evolving the Quixotic to trade that into the Viren, and then trade the Razia so she actually gets removed right there, and just on the spot.
And the difference now is that if City top decks Ganagosa, well now he doesn't have the Evo, so it wouldn't be lethal. Tiamat is a fine card, but a dissenting game with no cards against the Combustion Demons, he's just not doing enough.
He just plays it out. Yeah, I mean, this doesn't really take care of anything. It doesn't remove a single card from the board. He gets the Colosseum, that might potentially
forgot he had the Colosseum, to be honest.
Yeah.
So there's the TN Super Skybound art boosted 9 out of 9. Again, the 4 is a bit behind because it was drawn later, but I'm trying to think if there's potential lethal. He does get the Colosseum buff as well. It's just without the follower stacking twice from the 4 Skybound art, it is hard to do 20 damage.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is basically like the setup turn for next turn lethal, and you don't really have anything to be afraid of because your opponent now does have the Colosseum. So
he has a focus, he can heal if he wants to feel a little bit more safe, he can ward up with Ramiel. He's just in a great spot at this point. Like, he doesn't have lethal this turn, but the game is certainly going his way.
Yeah, City's just playing off the top at this point, and with the way that... Oh, are we gonna see it? Yep, we're gonna see it. Goodbye, Colosseum. Barely knew ya. Gone as soon as it arrived.
And he picked up another ward in case he wants a little bit more safety.
Damn, this has been a really nice way. Just set up a board, do a bunch of damage. You can just push through here.
Yeah, I like this.
Did get the Storm here too.
Just end with as much life as possible and a ward, and pretty much lethal next turn no matter what. Giant Oracle is picked up for City, but it's just not going to be enough. It was close, but the Combustion Demon denying the Razia was what So needed. And it looks like we're gonna go to a final game, 1-1 right now.
Yeah, we were hyping up the portal from Zone, and he really pulled through with it. You know, maybe he looked a little bit shaky with that first list, but man, the portal just, even though he didn't hit the filler fast enough, he still managed to execute really well and just stall it out until he could get to the win con. So here we can see the game 3.
Even though we focused a lot on the Combustion Demon, I think the turning point of that last game was the Reggie that City made. He put his eggs on a 6-6 Reggie that might have lived and potentially won the game, but it was just answered by the Karula for free, so easy. And after that, I feel like he had a chance to top the Ganagosa, but it was just that, just a chance. Like, he
Exactly.
just was playing from behind the entire game after that.
Yep. Alright, we see the Quixote keep here. This time the Draconic Call actually comes through. That was definitely missing last game. Ooh, but Zone on the other hand, hello, beautiful hand. Maybe not the world so much, but we got the ramp, we got the surge, we got some sustain, I guess.
Yeah, he's got one half of his combo piece, and at least he's gonna start with an Oracle in 2, the mark of a great Dragon player.
That's right. If you've seen the anime and you've been inspired, take those lessons to heart. That's how you win with Dragon.
Now, City's set up to potentially go again for like a very early Reggie, like a stick around, and it may actually pay off this time because the encounter is not a targeted effect, it just hits somebody randomly. So if you have the Adventure and the Reggie, it would be a 50-50 when it gets clear, and Reggie surviving could be game winning. I mean,
Actually,
it pretty much
huge.
is game winning because
Yeah.
he could Evoid, buff the board, get the ramp, like it's insane. He has to
Yeah.
take the chance. 50-50.
Let's roll
Oh,
it.
the Reggie survives.
This could be bad. This could be very, very bad.
Potentially game deciding.
Do you just go for down? I'm thinking here.
You can go
potentially go for
Razia,
big
Evo,
face
Reggie.
damage.
Like, honestly,
That's what I'm
just-
thinking too, right?
Yeah.
You get to set up a Razia. He does play the combustion in this deck too, that we saw in the first game.
Wait, why didn't he play the?
He might just ramp this turn instead.
This is pure craftsmanship.
Let's
Well,
put
he
him
would
to
ramp
6.
anyway with Evo and the Reggie. I guess.
Oh, he wanted the
Colosseum?
Coliseum.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I respect it.
Okay.
It's still like that Reggie still did so much. It ramped twice and pushed 6 face damage. He's just gonna answer by the world. And now the world with Colosseum is pretty strong follower. Just becomes a great answer to most things.
Yeah, we talked about the world being drawn into the start, and it put in its work as soon as it could.
Yeah, like
Here.
okay, City got the Colosseum online, but how much is he gonna get out of that Colosseum?
Yeah, that's right. And so if he would have played the Razia there as well, that would have been traded over, but that would have been more damage you could have put in on after.
No, it
too.
couldn't have been traded over because the world wouldn't get rushed without Colosseum.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
So he would have had a 3-5 Razia left over that this turn could now be able to face.
You have a really good point there.
So like he got this Colosseum online and his deck is Colosseum Dragon. Like I want to see him get the most out of it and show me that it was better than what he could have done last turn.
It's not a bad matchup to actually have it be invoked because, you know, they're mostly playing out that OTK doesn't need the Colosseum on top of that to finish the game. But it's still pretty risky here. Gonna go for Dark Prison for that big damage.
With those Dragon Eggs, the EOS in hand, I don't know if City's gonna have enough damage.
Yeah, it's a lot of sustain that he has to face with an aggressive deck that, sure, it has a huge burst of damage, but if they just heal it all back up and make it all for naught.
The idea, get a Imprisoned Dragon that can't be attacked. It's an 8-7, it sounds really cool in paper, but it gets answered again pretty much for free by either the world or the encounter.
Exactly, and I mean, we already see the encounter in there. He's not even gonna... Oh, I was gonna say he's not gonna hesitate, but he is thinking about
Well,
it.
I mean, I'd have to assume that no matter what he's doing, like he's gotta clear that 8-7, right?
Yeah, that's a recipe for disaster.
He did pick up the Gabriel as well, so again, he does have both pieces of the combo, but like last time, he still needs to ramp, and then after getting to 10 play points, he needs to wait 2 turns.
Exactly, so we had a good ramp start. Hasn't been going into it as much anymore. Although an important thing to look at here, just taking a look.
I mean, one thing that City does have is that he did set up the Colosseum, he has Draconic Call in hand, and potentially an Evo, so the combination of all those with Ganagosa is just so much damage when he gets to 9 play points, and maybe that's exactly what he's playing to. Just knowing that he will get there before the Big Fish combo is online, and just believe that the Ganagosa punch is enough to send him to the quarterfinals.
If you're Zone, you have to also be careful here because anything you play down becomes a Razia target to just attack into and potentially bring himself closer to lethal. So you have to really think if it's worth... At the same time, sustaining with like a Fluffy Angel.
Yeah,
I think the Fluffy will eat the Colosseum buff here, right?
Yeah.
He hasn't played anything else yet. Yeah, so let's theoretically good.
Fluffy's a good amount of life back. And the ward.
He went for the
Big fish
actual
as
here.
well. Well, he did pick
Oh,
up
he-
ramp, which is crucial. Like, he still needs those final ramp cards.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to get to 10 as soon as possible with this deck. And, I mean, the sooner the better, honestly.
Okay, so no matter what City does here, I think he has to play Draconic Call.
Yeah, you want to
think,
set
like,
up for next turn lethal.
Yeah, he needs to ensure that he has Ganagos in hand, and it is good for next turn lethal. So I think, like, you should start with that, and then try and figure it out. He could play Rasia and the Dragonood after.
Exactly. I was thinking about that too. You basically go call, Razia can trade, Dragonood can go face,
Yeah,
or
that
trade.
sounds pretty good to me. It's a bunch of damage this turn, and again, Ganagos the next turn will be devastating.
Yep. There's only so much healing you can do. He didn't play down the spawnings this turn, even then it would be just the two. I
Okay,
think
this is-
Razia just sounds really good here.
Yeah, Rasia is just so good in general. I mean, it would have been amazing last game. It would have won him the game. It's just the Combustion Demon was there to stop it.
Exactly. Hovering over the Tiamat. While
I
it
like-
does take care of the Mega Lorca, that's about all it really does.
Like, I like him pushing damage because he needs to just win next turn. And Fluffy Angel
Exactly.
still gonna heal 2 on last words. So he still has quite a bit of damage to go through. He goes with a different line of play. One that pushes no damage whatsoever, but it does clear the board.
Yep.
But now he's not set up for Ganagos lethal, and I don't like this.
Yeah, the thing is also that the other line of play brought him closer to lethal and could have also cleared the board. Whereas now you are, like, that time bomb is almost ready to go off, right? The Disperston is just waiting for you to reach 10 to start discounting itself. We're getting really close. All right, there we go, the final
Yeah.
ramp.
So now, 2 turns is all it takes, and Son will have a 20/20 Storm that fully clears the board. Which is very, very strong.
That is indeed
Now-
incredibly strong.
How does he get there? He's at 17 life, yes, but still, the burst out of a dragon is really, really scary, especially when you know that they guaranteed have the Ganagos.
Exactly. You've seen that call go through, and he has the Colosseum in play as well. You don't have a way to remove it right now either, so it's pretty scary to be in this situation. I think we're looking at things from City side though. Ganagos are definitely too early because you didn't push towards that necessarily last turn.
Yeah, so again,
Razia
last
here
turn,
is fine.
he chose not to push damage, and like, he technically had time, but now he knows Stone to the 10, he knows the combo's been activated or, you know, drawn, the fish. Like, now he has no choice but to push for damage.
One way to do it is to set up the Dragonood here as the extra damage, and then maybe play Razia, Evo it, trade it over the 4/4. Then you're still left with things here and there. You could play down a Wormfire so that when your Gandagosa comes in, it's dealing even more damage.
You could also just cash out the Gandagosa right now. And that is what he's gonna go with. Gandagosa not gonna Evo it. And hey, it's still 10 damage to the face. And back it up with the Engineer.
nice.
Set up a bike so that next turn he can cash out the damage. And I think the reason why he did that is because, you know, last time they played, the Combustion Demon denied the Rasia damage. And he wants to ensure that that doesn't happen this time.
Yeah, like he's gotten the data already, you know, from game 1. He knows that's in there, and there's just as much of a chance of it being in hand as any other card right now. Alright, but here we go.
I wonder if
Actually,
someone
Evo
could
it.
make a play where he doesn't have a follower left over to deny the Rasia potentially.
I'm thinking... I think it's too scary to... Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay, he's gonna just
He's gonna go for the Gabriel instead.
Gabriel it. Okay,
He does have an
so
extra. He can burn it.
clear the Gandagosa and then just end with a 7/8 ward. It sounds good in paper, but the Rasia is just gonna do a little bit too much damage.
Exactly, and you give it a perfect target to trade into
Yeah,
here.
City has
Maybe
to figure it out,
3,
but it's
5,
pretty simple.
7 exactly.
Oh, he's got so much damage right now. He still has the Georgius as well. Rasia trades, and just like that, City's gonna take the set 2-1. We did get to see Stone with the Procraft show off and do well, but ultimately the Big Fish Dragon lets him down and City will advance.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, you know, both dragon archetypes clash here, but clearly one reigns supreme. And so, you know, the Big Fish Dragon, it's definitely very powerful and has a huge pop-off, but against a lot of these decks, it just feels like it's a little bit too slow. You really need to draw into all that ramp as well. And so City was able to just take advantage of that, and he showed us some pretty smooth games, to be honest. Like, his Forest looked really good as well, and his Dragon, you know, playing the Orthodox, the deck list that a lot of other people are bringing into this competition as well, and just not disappointing, looking really, really strong there.
Yeah, he had a good showing. It's always great to see new faces. I'm not completely sold on him just yet, though. Like, he looked decent. Does he have what it takes, again, to be a champion? Like, to beat players the likes of Noir? And I guess we'll see soon enough. But it was a great showing from CD. And Sohn, again, very nice lineup. Fortunately, it does not make through, but getting to top 8 is already quite an accomplishment. He will still get quite a bit of points for the standings.
Exactly, like those points are something you need to be fighting for right now, and even if you don't make it into the finals and win the March Cup, you still have other shots. You know, we still have other cups that give this kind of instant invitation, and you know, the March Cup is the first one of them, but you can always run it back, and consistency is key in this game. We keep saying it time and time again. That's why we have, you know, some of the best players are the most consistent players, and if you can show that consistency every single month, you're gonna be good.
And if you want to talk about consistency, no better player than Noir. Our next match is going to be Tempo Storm Noir going up against Coco Rev. We see Noir with the Luxus, the Dragon being banned out, and the Deathbringer Shadowcraft. The man wrote a full article on it. I think he knows how to play it.
Absolutely, and of course Cocoa does have the Rune Band out here, but we talked about it earlier. The Blood didn't really see the light of day earlier, but that Ball Blood is definitely looking really good after this expansion. But real quick, it has been banned out. Let's take a look at the Coliseum Dragon list from Noir, because this, of course, is what we just saw as well. It is a very powerful list. Took Tiamat from the new expansion, slotted it right in. We already saw it already do some amazing work on board, you know, just being able to give you sustain, trade away, not even trade away, but just take care of some smaller followers. It's a really nice addition to the deck.
Yeah, it's a force to reckon with. The power of Gandagosa. He just punches too hard, does too much damage. And again, Noir, just so consistent. No surprise to see him here once again. Let us now take a look at Cocoa and his very cool aggro rune. I'm a huge fan of this deck. This is probably, unironically, I say this seriously if you guys don't know, this is probably my most played deck of the expansion. I love the aggro rune package with the Rebels neutrals. A turn of, you go first, go Meister on 1, and then your turn 2 is Horse into Bandit. It's just game winning, like absolutely game winning. Now, Vincent is played here, but in my experience, is not even needed. Like, yes, it can close the game out, but you can close the game out before you need the Vincent. Just with a strong board of Chefs, Bandits, and a well-placed Terra Nova, this deck could just completely run over people.
Yeah, I think Cocoa, you know, representing Team Revelation here and bringing some real spice into today's lineup as well. This is a deck that I feel like just came out of nowhere all of a sudden after the mini, and it's just been all over the place. You know, we've seen Spell Boost top here and there, Control Rune we saw earlier today, but this list in particular, honestly, I'm really excited to see this. I don't think we've actually seen it on an SVO stream so far, so that's going to be pretty interesting to see how that's going to pace out.
Yeah, and what a better opponent than Noir. You know, Noir is the most consistent player we have in the West by far, but he also has these like janky losses. Like, I know, for example, last year he lost to Limaga Forest once. So it's a good test of like, you know, will Noir lose to this crazy wacky Shadowverse, or will his consistency prevail yet again?
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, when you're playtesting and preparing for these kind of games, it's like, you can playtest and like, you know, scrim with whatever you want, but at the end of the day, if something just surprises you out of nowhere, you know, if you weren't prepared for it, that's it. That's the end of your journey. But I think for Noir, you know, he's already comfortably qualified. At this point, he's just showing why he's a force to be reckoned with. Absolutely incredible player.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting match. And, you know, Noir might be the best player we have, and he might be prepared, but a good aggro early game curve from the Rune deck might just be too strong anyway. Let's see how it's going to go down. We have Coco Rev going up against Tempo Storm Noir.
And here we go. It's time for the Blood here as well. Oh no, I just realized the rune actually got banned out. Oh,
That makes a
man.
lot of sense. I'm not surprised. Yeah.
He doesn't want the surprise factor. Noir knows. He's learned from the
Yeah.
past. He doesn't want no surprises.
You know, on the plus side, we do have the Ball Blood, which we haven't quite seen just yet, and it is a pretty aggressive deck as well, so I guess it fits Coco's lineup of just being very aggressive.
Yeah, we haven't really been able to highlight, why this deck is so great now too, but and Ball Blood, as soon as Ball got introduced, which by the way, in terms of Shadowverse card reveals, I think Balls might have been my favorite of all time. The animation was just so good, but this deck is just, it's so strong. The burst of damage, the ability to board clear, and all the other tools that it has on top of that. We have the Helicina here as well, that basically if you can't check it, it just essentially just sits there and just powers up, swings into face. It's really good.
Yeah, that card is crazy. She's got this big chainsaw, super scary. And the more I think about it, I'm wondering now if Coco's lineup is kind of like we saw from Zone, where you're playing two wacky decks and then one like very staple meta deck with the intent or the idea that that's just gonna get banned out. Because he's got, Ball, Aggro Rune, very aggressive, and then just like, okay, Luxus Forest, which to be fair is also an aggressive deck in a way. But I feel like most people that ran into him in day one are probably like, oh, let me just ban Luxus, and then bam, they get run over by his other aggro decks.
Exactly, and that's kind of the mind games you have to play with your deck selection too, right? We saw the opposite of that, where earlier we had, two decks that aren't as represented with one meta pick, and then here's kind of the opposite. You have the one wacky deck that gets banned out, and then you have your two tried and tested list with the Ball Blood and the Luxus. So I like that kind of mindset going into these events, especially.
Yeah, Noir not having any of it though. Like we said, he did ban out the Aggro Rune, and I'm sure he has experience against the Ball Blood. We'll see how the Deathbringer Shadow can step up to it. I do feel like Deathbringer must be very strong against it, because Deathbringer will give you heal, which will help you survive the the pressure. But when you summon it with Feral Order, the 7/7 body sticks around for your opponent's turn, and a 7/7 is a target for all those corruption pings to hit.
Exactly. This isn't the deck that just out of nowhere just bursts a bunch of damage, strong attacks and everything. It's ping by ping by ping by ping. And sure, when you're playing against something that can't go very tall but goes wide with, smaller health values, sure, that just gets cleared by the Ball, but otherwise, you gotta be a little bit careful. Right, so Ball here, looking at a fusion already.
Yeah, so we're talking about how the Ball deck is a bit different now. It's playing a lot less spells. You can fuse into a Ball early on, like we're seeing here from Coco, and then just play the Ire to refill your hand.
Exactly.
Like, you don't have to play the Ball just yet, just get the hand refill, and then, hey, you have all the fusion fuel that you need, so that when the Ball is played, it's gonna be insane. You can see the smile on his face, the combo working as intended for this man.
Now that you mention it, he's definitely like, oh yeah, let's go. I love to see it. Yeah, this Ball is already fused up. Still kind of lacking the win con, to actually start spreading that damage into the face. Whereas on Noir's side, the shadows are just crawling up and up and up, slowly setting up. He
does need the corruption. Without corruption, it's not actually doing any damage.
Yes.
So the deck just naturally has a lot of card draw. In the past, you could guarantee fetch it with cards like Confectioneer, but since those are long gone, you kind of have to just naturally draw it. So we'll see if he can do that.
Exactly. Now, of course, speaking of card draw, Showdown Demon, gonna be able to filter out some cards for the next turn.
Yeah, Showdown Demon's so great, lets you cycle 2 cards, and then on top of that, if you evo it, you get either the car or the bike. Just a very strong follower. But Noir picks up Feral Order and Deathbringer, which again will be absolutely key in this matchup.
Yeah, he just got all his pieces going for him. All he needs now is just to up that shadow count. He's already drawn into 2 Grimoires, so gotta watch out that he doesn't draw into the 3rd one to miss that invoke. But I mean, if you can turbo 3 shadows now, hard play a Grimoire and just set that up so it doesn't invoke later, that's fine too.
Yeah, we've seen
Savoring Slash here.
Oftentimes today where like by the time the Grimoire is invoked out of the deck, the players have already played another one. They already, had the effect anyway.
Exactly. So it's just like, well, you just play around what your hand gives you. 13 shadows right now on turn 5. How much more can you even get out of this turn?
Yeah, so the thing about the Grimoire is that it's not just the shadows, but how much you could draw. Because the more you draw, the less shadows you need to invoke the Grimoire, right? So
Yep.
it just kind of works out the way the deck is built and played, that the cards that generate shadows or the cards that draw So it just works very, very well. Grand Prix, very, very powerful.
It's built basically for that win condition. You just naturally, you play down cards, get rid of cards from hand, draw into more cards. Oh, there's a combo piece, there's a fatal order.
Yep.
Time to win. So it just naturally goes through itself and just finds the win con that it needs. We've seen quite a few decks like that, you know, coming up time and time again in different expansions in Shadowverse, and the newest rendition is this Shadow list. So I'm just curious to see here for Cocoa. Like, sure, you had a really nice like early game and you got that big draw and that ball's already fused into, but we're missing the actual win con, and even with all the extra draws there, still doesn't see it.
Yeah, that man has drawn a lot of cards, but has not seen a ball just yet. So, I mean, he can keep drawing cards. It's in there. I hope.
I sure do hope so. We're approaching the bottom 20 already. So let's hope to see it soon. Alright, that's another way to keep drawing.
Yeah, gets the Buella, but it's not at the proc just yet. Doesn't get Evil, does not get the Storm. But he is doing a great job of cycling, and he already has the ball with all the fusion set up for it, so it's just a matter of time. I like Noir's play. He ignored the Bloodbinder to deny that one extra card. You can already tell that, you know, there wasn't the corruption, and anything he can do to delay that, you know, he will probably take that chance.
And Noir is reading the room really well here. He's just looking at the situation. It's like, you had an evil point and you didn't go for the corruption? Okay, I see you. Alright, let's go through the motions then. And I'm just going to ignore any other way that I can deny your card draw. And I'm just going to keep burning through my cards, generate all those shadows, and set up for a win con.
Yeah, you know, it's one thing to talk about the consistency of Noir, but one thing that we don't bring up too much is his experience. For a lot of these players, we often talk about how they're new faces going up against the veterans, like, oh, maybe it's the first SBO, right? I don't believe we've seen Coco before, but Noir has been playing Shadowverse competitively for like maybe 3-4 years now. He's been to Worlds, he's been to like 30 SBOs, like, he could read the opponent. He's been here so many times before.
My man sees the SVO schedule and he's like, alright, it's showtime.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, even if he already qualified. That's the craziest thing to me. He's already qualified, but that doesn't stop his motion. Like, he just wants to keep going, wants to keep proving that he's the best. Because again, if you start to take it easy and you're like, I already qualified, I can just chill for this year, what are you gonna do at WGP, right? You need to have that strong momentum to understand the meta. Sure, the current format for rotation won't be the same as what it will be in WGP, but it's always being able to adapt and learn and overcome is what's actually taken him to the top so many times.
Yeah, Noir is one of those very few players where, like, Shadowverse is his job. Like, this is what this man does, you know, and he's very good at it.
Yep.
So, doesn't matter if he's qualified or not, if he has to earn a slot, like, he's here, he will be winning, you could catch him here most times in the Shadowverse Open. Always putting up a great clinic. Also, he's writing articles on Temple Storm, doing great content with them as well, representing the West in the World Grand Prix later this year.
Absolutely, and so here, he actually traded into it to give that extra bit of draw. Air picked up to draw even more. We have now reached the
But
bottom
no corruption.
20. Oh man, that's heavy. That is heavy. Cocoa starting to feel a little bit nervous. He's been drawing into good things here and there, but the more he digs, the more disappointment he finds.
Yeah, think of like all the cards he's drawn, all of that should be 1 damage each, you know? But Noir's sitting pretty at 18 life. Corruption is nowhere to be seen. Where is the corruption? Even if he draws it now, he couldn't play till the next turn, where Grammary is already going to be invocated and Noir's going to be just set to win the game.
And still nothing? Still? Oh my god, man. Yeah, you put it in perspective really well. Every single time he digs now for the corruption is a damage that he didn't get to put to face. And it's especially during these earlier turns where you want to be doing all that damage, because later on, you know, they set up a board, you got a Deathbringer just champ chilling there on the board, he's gonna soak in all those pings anyway, so you're missing your prime opportunity to actually go for that play, and that's the part that hurts the most, honestly.
Yeah, not only that, but like Grammar has been played, he could very easily just lose next turn.
Exactly, the setup is here. It's all he needs to see. You know, like, all the pieces are in place for Noir. And he hasn't even necessarily done anything, you know, super crazy. He's just been playing his deck. He's just playing his deck while his opponent's deck is going up against the player, essentially.
Yeah, one thing that I know that Noir is definitely doing is, you know, even if his plays aren't super flashy right now, he's very good at optimizing the little things, you know, getting the most out of his play points, making sure he's drawing as many cards as possible, that he's getting, you know, the shadows, the heal, the hand size, the combo pieces. Even if it doesn't look super flashy, you can always look at him. He's always, you know, thinking 3 turns ahead probably. Maybe he's thinking about next year's World Grand Prix.
Yeah, honestly. Alright, Fatal Order coming through. He does not want this board to stick around. Sayonara, he's just getting rid of it, pushing in a little bit of damage. And he's in a pretty good spot.
Clear the board, go up to 19 life when a corruption has not even been played yet. There it finally is for Coco, but it's too little too late.
17th card in the deck. That is definitely from the bottom of the deck, rather.
Yes.
Very, very unfortunate. He's still gonna go for it. I mean, that's still your win condition.
Yeah, he has to go.
You gotta do what you can with it. The ball is already charged up as well. It already has 6 cards fused into it, so that will deal 6 damage to all the followers, and it will draw him the extra cards that will give those extra pings to the face. Of course, his Deathbringer isn't sticking around or anything.
I mean, it's kind of awkward because usually you fuse and then you get no hand, but he already has 6 cards fused and he has a hand. So you can like refuse and sort of like lose those cards. Because playing the ball now while you have 4 cards in hand just is not going to do too much.
Yeah, I wonder why he chose to actually use the Bloodsoaked Archdemon there.
You can't fuse it because he's an 11 playpoint follower technically.
Aha. That is correct. Alright, he's gonna just fuse the other 2 here. He's gonna draw 8 cards. 1 over. Here we go.
Yeah, so the ball clears, but like the Deathbringer was fake. It wasn't a real one. And it pushes some damage, yes, but Noir's at 15 with Gremory activated, 8 playpoints to his name.
Some part of my brain looked at ball and just erased the 6 and was like, ah yes, it will now be 8. And I was like, hold on, wait, hold on.
Okay, let's see what Noir can come up with here. I think that he can expect that, sure, ball can answer his board, right? So he just needs to just do as much damage as he can. And I wonder if this is a game where we might actually see the Bone Maven used for its actual body / fanfare. Because that does push 6 damage to his face at 30 shadows. And he's at 27 right now.
Exactly, so it's a pretty good potential game to actually show that off. He's gonna play the enhanced Bonanza here. Definitely a good call because it doesn't have to do anything with the board here, to be honest.
Yeah, the trios push 2 damage each, and Deathbringer is big enough as 7/7, and it doesn't automatically die to the ball fanfare for 6 board clear. And he's right back at 20 life. And honestly, Coco can only do as much damage as he has cards in his deck, and he only has 11 cards in his deck. Now, the Archdemon might seem like a good play. You're like, oh, it's 7 play points, cool. But like, it doesn't do anything. It's only 5 damage. It dies immediately. Like, it's just not a real viable play at this point.
Absolutely not. You need to... I'm thinking because you get to fuse in, but you're getting real close to deck out now. 11 cards, it's like, it comes back to that point, right? All that time you could have spent, that he spent digging, could have been spent on damaging the opponent.
Doing damage, yeah.
Now, Noir has so much sustain. He has so much board presence. He has all the sustain that he needs in the world. And he has plenty of ways to finish the game as well, so... Man, if you're Coco, what even is the call here?
Yeah, Noir's just missing the Path to Perdition to have, like, the real burst damage.
Exactly.
But at this point, it might not be even necessary. Like I said, Bone Maven is still 6 burst.
Exactly. You know, I was also thinking about the Path to Perdition missing here, not giving that actual extra bit of storm damage that tends to finish games, but it doesn't even look necessary in this game. And it's unfortunate because it really felt like Coco's own deck went against him in this matchup.
Yeah, the ball, like the first one did like maybe 2 face damage, the second one doesn't clear the board, does like really nothing. He has 1 left, but again, just no cards in his deck. I mean, he has enough for like 1 more play, but he doesn't even fully clear the board. Noir has damage for days, and Bone Maven will be lethal here.
That's right, we're gonna see it. There we go.
There we go.
Playing it out for the full effect, the Hinterland Ghoul coming in here. It's gonna give him just the amount of damage he needs to finish things off.
Yeah, Noir taking game number 1, playing it pretty methodically, getting the early game done. He didn't have to deal with the corruption, but he still, you know, slowed down Coco by denying the card draw when he could. And then as soon as Gremory was implicated, like I'm saying, the entire day, the entire past 6 months at this point, Gremory's out and it's just smooth sailing from there.
Listen to Papa Lewis, y'all. He knows what he's talking about.
Okay,
But
let's
we're
go
gonna go
to
right into
game
the next
number
game.
2. I wonder if Coco will stick with his ball because, again, like you said, the deck kind of let him down. Or does he want to go to Luxus? It is going to be the Bloodcraft once again.
He's gonna do it. I mean, we've seen... That's the thing, though. Imagine the pressure. If you watched last month's show and you saw how Noir can turn any hand into miracles... Oh, wow, he won't even need to do that this time. Loxus just picked up in the opening hand. Man, I was hyping it up. I was like, show me another non-Loxus victory, man. You can do this magic. But it's just like, nah. I'll just play normally.
Okay, well, 2 balls and 2 hunters for Coco early on. We'll see if he can turn that into a W. Maybe he can find corruption early on. Noir's hand does look pretty good. Again, he has the Rebel neutral, Dream Team, Adventurer, Lizard, and then he has Luxus, the main man himself, and not 1 but 2 Barmans.
What y'all know about the Lizard? The boy Lizard, man. Just carries so much on his back.
I love his
Just
lines.
like-
He's like got to roam in style. Just such an awesome character.
Put some love down for the Lizard, y'all. Put some love down for the Lizard in chat. Alright, so it's gonna go in with the face damage. He has the... It's kind of awkward because
Yeah.
the Showdown Demon is like, yeah, you can dig, but
But
then...
you have to discard a ball, which feels really, really bad. But his other line of play, which he did, is just pass, which is like as an aggressive deck that's going first, like that feels off. So,
Exactly, like, this is a very, very aggressive deck that, again,
You can
needs
see it in
to
his
win
face.
quickly. Oh my god. He just knows his he's trying to believe in this deck, but the deck won't believe in him, and he's just like, what do I do? Help y'all. Give him your energy.
Ballblood is a powerful deck when things are going to plan, but you know it doesn't always go according to plan, and there's only so many ball players today. Only 3 in the top 8, I believe, compared to some of the other more popular decks, such as Luxus, Deathbringer Shadow, that are like widely represented.
Exactly. And so here we see a very nice setup here. The big boy Lizard coming through. I wonder if you just go for trades here and just kind of establish a nice board, you know, make this Lizard just stick around for a little bit. He's gonna draw 2 from the effect here and the 1 extra, so double Bloodsuck. Okay.
Ooh.
Into air, that's an option.
Well,
That's an option.
yeah, this is where you would go like, okay, I fuse my hand into ball, and then I play Ire and I refill. But
Yep.
because he has a second ball and a second Archdemon, the fusion is not as clean as you would like it to be. So
not.
he could play the Ire, but he's really gonna get, like usually you expect to get, I don't know, 3 cards out of this maybe. He's gonna get
Yep.
like 1.
Yeah, at best. I mean, it's pretty unfortunate, but he's still,
He gets
you know,
2 out
playing
of
with
it.
what he's dealt.
And he keeps drawing those Archdemons, which is pretty funny.
Shuffle your deck more like shuffle it on top, baby. Let's go. Just keep drawing it over and over again. Poor thing, man. Alright,
Okay,
so...
now, Noir does have Luxus, but I am going to point out he doesn't have a single bounce in his hand. So maybe he's just not going to go for the Luxus next turn just yet. Barbant is an option. Maybe this is just, hey, Sukuna with a bike and go face.
Yeah, Sukuna with the bike sounds like a dream team combo to me right now. Oh my god. He has... I don't know, like, Noir we already know. He can do anything with the Luxus list. Give him enough time to think, and he'll come up with a plan, right?
Yes.
But I'm thinking, like, I saw Cocoa, like, he was, like, highlighting the 2 Archdemons and just, like, clicking on them and, like, just laughing to himself. Like, his deck does not want to see success today.
Yeah. It's like you were talking about early on. Like, sometimes you have these great day ones. It's like, hey, I've topped, finally got to a top 8, I'll be on the broadcast.
Yep.
And then sometimes your broadcast run can just be over so quickly. Whether, you know, the nerves get to you, your deck lets you down, or... Like, you know, Coco... I don't know, man. I would have liked to see more of him, but his opponent is such a tough one, right? Noir, like... He got to
Yeah,
top
it's like-
8, his reward is play against Noir, first round.
Basically, yeah. I think against some other opponents, maybe you'd have a bit more breathing room when your opponent is... I mean, when your deck is going up against you. But here it's like... Even when your deck goes perfectly fine, against a high caliber player, one small mistake can cost you the entire game.
Yeah,
but
and
here
I
it's like
like-
his deck is forcing him to trip up already, so it's like, oh man.
I like this play from Noir. They didn't really have any like clean options, so he's gonna go Barman, Evo it, ends with a 7-5, plays the Kokoro, gets the card draw. Like, it's still a pretty good board. He's not gonna cash out Luxus anytime soon, more than likely. So just make the best of what he has without it.
He also found his first bounce, which is really important to note here as well.
Yes. Well,
Right,
ball,
ball.
it still keeps fusing. But
Yeah,
again, no
he-
corruption online, so
Yeah, he got rid of
Yes.
the duds at least from his hand, but man, it ain't perfect.
yeah, like playing ball to keep the hand size small, could clear, and then hope that ball draws the corruption.
That's what we're all
Which
hoping
it
for.
did not, but he did draw another Archdemon.
How does it keep happening?
The ball didn't even get the clear actually, so he has to evo it, trade, and the Kokoro still survives.
Yeah, because he didn't have enough cards fused to it to actually.
Yeah, because
do
he
the
had
damage
to
the board.
split his fusions between both of the balls, right?
Yeah, because you just can't burn it. Especially when your deck is doing this to you, you just cannot burn it. That's your potential win right there.
Okay, how is Noir going to capitalize on this?
Yeah,
Now
he's
he
been
could be
given
set up for
momentum.
a, like maybe turn 6 Luxus could be good. With Sagittarius, a 1-cost Amulet, and a Bounce, like maybe he could do something with that.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good setup. I'm thinking he's hovering over this Sukuna to potentially push damage, but I feel like it's a bit too early for that. I like the play of like setting up the Sagittarius, or even playing the Elf Queen first to maybe see if you can draw
You could do,
into
like,
more pieces.
Barman Evo, play Elf Queen after. That would give him a
Yep.
pretty strong board. And draw some cards for potentially better Luxus.
Exactly.
But we'll see. He really is hovering that Sukuna. It is quite a bit of damage when comboed with the Kokoro. And he still has 2 Evo points, which he could use on Kokoro right now.
Exactly. I'm really wondering what he's going to go for here. It feels like he's kind of lacking some of the bounce necessary, but he's going in with the Sukuna here. You know, we can expect this to be very well calculated out. It's going to evo the Kokoro to give even more face damage as well. This is going to be pretty good, actually, even like that. Just 8 damage against a deck that hasn't been doing too much to you. You're potentially setting up for a win next turn already.
Yeah, I like Noir's play. If anything, it is consistent with what he was doing before. So yes, spend the Evo on the Kokoro. He gets, 4-5 and 4-4 at this stage are pretty solid. And even has the horse set up for next turn Lux's potential craziness with the 1 bounce that he has. Putting Coco
Yep.
down to 9 life. And he still has not found that corruption.
It's so unfortunate. Man, alright, the ball, we're back to square one, baby.
Hey, just fuse it all. I mean, that Archdemon cost 3 play points. Like, all jokes aside, because he drew so many Archdemons, he's actually a 3 player follower, which at this point is actually absurd, like in a very strong way.
Oh my god, you're so right.
I have to imagine that's the play. Like, there's no way he's not playing the Archdemon, right?
I think that just might be the direction to go in this turn. You get a big 11-11 there.
This early in the
Gets-
game, yeah, he's doing it.
We'll take it, yeah, why
I don't know if
not?
Noir will laugh or if he'll just be like, yeah, that's Shadowverse, man.
Yeah, I mean, he's seen them too. He's seen how many he's drawn through this game non-stop.
Yeah, I don't know
5
if,
damage to the face.
like, I don't think the Forest deck is equipped to handle that. I guess he could just play Sagittarius and an Evo to clear it. That is an option.
Yeah, it is, indeed.
Because
Now he
ignoring
heals
that
at
is
12.
kind of a yikes.
That's a giga yikes right there, man. I would not want anything to do with that right now. No,
You know what is funny though is that Coco used the last Evo, by the way. So even if he drew Corruption now, he'll never be able to Evo it.
Oh my god, you're right. He actually committed to this. Oh my god, that... I respect that. He basically abandoned his whole deck's objective. He's like,
Yeah.
alright, that's it. If I can't see this by now, I'm just jumping ship.
But
I
you
now
know,
support
knowing
the
that,
Archdemon.
Noir might just be like, okay, well, if I Sagittarius this, you have nothing. Because now he doesn't have Severe Corruption. And without Corruption, like... remember, there's no Racer Claws either in this deck. It's not even like he might draw an Avarice Demon and a Racer Claw or 2 and close the game out. Like, there's none of that.
Yeah, he doesn't have the big burst. All he can really do now is draw into more archdemons?
Actually,
Just
yeah,
keep
because
playing
they're
them
actually
down.
quite discounted, right?
Isn't it only gonna go down even?
Yeah, every time
he
he
didn't
draws
actually
it.
play it down.
Next time it'll be a 1 play point.
I think you have to play it through its accelerate effect to discount it. So that turn he didn't, but even then, 3 cost 11/11 that, you know, basically just heals itself, deals damage. Might not be a bad new focus to go into.
Yeah, that might be his best win condition. But as I said, is going to come out, and it is a pretty strong follower for Noir. Like I say, 8-7 with no evos for Coco to just like evo follower to try and clear it. Maybe that just lives.
Yeah. All right, Coco, show me your resolve.
Oh,
God.
corruption. His reaction is priceless. I respect his play to Evo last turn. Like, I respect it. Like, he was all in on the Archdemon, and it could have won in the game. But now it's a sad corruption.
If anything, he has the Vuelas that he's kind of sitting on as well.
Those are some damage, yeah.
It's like 6 damage. So you're 5 away. Oh my god, I think he's potentially finding game here.
But he
which is
can't
the
ignore
craziest
the
thing to think about.
9-7 though.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
If he wants
not.
the ball, he has to fuse the hand.
He's just gonna go for it here.
Okay, ball
15
draws.
cards left in deck.
Well, he drew another Archdemon. So, hey, that's a clear and
It's on
5
3,
damage
let's
to the
go.
face. Well, he's doing it with this is now Archdemon Bloodcraft.
He's doing it. I can't believe it. It's actually happening. And the best part is, he could potentially.
Well, Noir can still clear it. He can
yeah,
play
of
and then
course.
bounce it. It's still a clear. But he is not wasting, but he has to use his resources, you know, the bounces, which makes his Luxus a bit worse. And there is only one Archdemon left in the deck. Maybe at 6 life, Coco can actually like come up with a burst. The Hellspear Warrior is one of the ways that he could do that. He did have to fuse the Buelas like you were talking about.
Yeah. Alright, I want to see if he ignores the Hellspear here or not, because he does set up Avarice for himself by doing this. Looks like he will.
9 cards in his deck, by the way.
Yeah, I know. It's dangerous, but hold up.
Okay, that's 2 damage. He's not in Vengeance, so Skull doesn't have Storm yet.
Yeah, I was checking for that. I was like, what's the condition on the storm again?
But hey, Buela has 3 damage next turn.
We're so close. We're so close. Cocoa, don't stop believing. You got
What a
this.
game.
Don't stop believing.
Okay, Noir, 4 life, Giant Pastures. What is the play?
I also have to bring attention to the fact that with what Cocoa has been throwing at Noir, he's just been delaying all the Loxus. He's just like,
Yeah.
uh-oh, I got a Xeno kill, Xeno bounce. And then it's really been delaying his own victory because
sure.
it's just a massive card you just cannot ignore.
Like-
But interestingly, I think the first bounce that he used last turn, I think that was actually the first bounce of this game. So he's definitely still got more gas in the deck.
And now, if Noir ends with a follower and there's another Archdemon drawn, that's just game.
Exactly.
So I don't think he has lethal.
He's going for this Varmin here to basically, you know, turn off this damage here.
Yeah, clear the board
You
at
know, get rid
least.
of this board.
And then maybe have a great Luxus next turn. But if he puts him in Vengeance, then he would just die to the Skull in the hand.
Exactly, 1 more damage, and he has lethal in hand. It's a weird way to think about it,
Wow.
but that is what that is.
I
But he
actually-
can't ignore the board either.
No, he can't. So I think Cocoa just won this game somehow, some way, with no ball at all. The the Archdemons put in so much work, doing 10 damage to Noir,
believe
and
I actually can't.
making him spend all his play points on them. Voila,
Oh my
Skull.
God.
That's gonna be game for Cocoa, staying alive somehow, some way. We're gonna go to a final game, 1-1, Cocoa against Noir. Who's gonna advance?
I have no words. I genuinely have no words. Dude, like, no, we were talking about this earlier, right? Noir, sure, must have tested against Ball Blood a billion times, but have you tested him against this line of play, though?
Take a drink of water though.
I think both players need a mental reset after that game. Like, Cocoa himself is just holding, like, he's just like, what just happened? How did I win that? How did that even manage to happen? Never stop believing in your deck. Even if it's not the way you want to win, you'll get it somehow.
Right, and for making a name for yourself, like what better way to be remembered by the public, the chat, than to, you know, beat Noir if he wins the set, and in this fashion.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like,
We are.
you know, Noir against the wacky decks, obviously I always pick Noir as the favorite no matter what. But, you know, against the wacky decks, like I was saying, he could always lose those random rogue games. But I think that he's more... I have more faith in him here, in where it's like, okay, it's just one meta deck against another meta deck, where like Noir is just the better player, right?
Exactly. Honestly, for Cocoa here, this is going to be a really, really tough mirror match. But at the same time, it's like, honestly, even if he weren't to win this game, I think he already made a name for himself with that last game. That was so amazing, man. And I was thinking from Noir's perspective too, right? I don't think he had any other like ways to play that out, because he just had to keep answering that. He couldn't go for game earlier because he would have just lost earlier as well. And it's just,
I mean,
man.
like early on the art demons were bad, but that was a 3 play point art demon on turn 6. That's crazy.
Yep. I mean, just making miracles out of anything at this point. You love to see it. Oh my days. All right, Coco really thinking about this mulligan here. Ooh, choosing to mulligan everything here. Kokoro is good for the early draw. Pastures for the setup. It's interesting. Ooh, Ramiel picked up as well.
Yeah, I believe some Luxus players have like a 1 of Ramiel. I'm a fan of it. Ramiel is just a great card, and sometimes getting one more play point before the Luxus turn can go a long way.
Exactly. Especially because she only costs 2 while ramping. If you're going second, you still have room to set up for that potential Luxus later on as well. So just a really nice card overall. Just fits into so many decks so easily.
Well, right now, neither player has Luxus, so let me ask you a question. Coco can win Ball Blood without Corruption. Can he win Luxus Force without Luxus?
Against the player that has one with Luxus without Luxus. That's the important takeaway here. I don't know. I mean, we're going to see here. He is loved by Pastures, though. Shadowverse is #1 idol. Giant Pastures.
Early Ramiel, 3-3.
I like that.
With the shield. He is going first, and I think going first in this matchup, you know, taking some early aggression seems like the correct play. Noir can play his own Ramiel, but it'll just get traded over pretty freely.
You know why I like this in particular? The Alberta couldn't have cleared it.
Oh, excellent point.
Right? So it's
Yep.
actually just perfect defense, essentially, making sure that no damage reaches the face or trades over either. I think in Noir's situation, do you just pass?
Well, playing the Ramiel would potentially save him 2 life, but he could, you know, just hold the Ramiel and then ramp with it next turn. Although,
Exactly
since he's
right.
like kind of going down in the early game here, maybe he just needs that early Barman on turn 4 to sort of stabilize and get back in the game.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that as well. Because Ramiel here, maybe Elf Queen next turn. But even then, it's like, you kind of want them to trade into the Ramiel so that then if you top deck the Alberta later on, she kind of trades into it and gets over it. It's a very weird situation to be in, to be honest.
Yeah, there's different lines of plays, and sometimes the best line of playing may just be passing, like you're saying. And I'm sure a player like Noir, he must be calculating like, okay, what is the play that gives him the highest percentage chance of victory, right? And he is going with the Ramiel early on, which means no Ramiel ramp next turn, but we'll likely see that Barman to stabilize the board.
Exactly, that's the slow and steady setup here. I think that's what he needs, honestly.
I mean, it wouldn't be too crazy if he tried to just win off like the resource game, since that's how Coco went first, and he doesn't have like a ton of cards in hand, because he also like, the force does buff the Ramiel, like that's great, but there is no reasons a card that he spent on that follow, right? Like that Ramiel is really 2 cards in 1. So maybe Noir could just, you know, use the extra card going second and the extra able point, just win the mid game through extra resources. Another Barman picked up. But it's not evil turn just yet. He has to hold on 1 more turn before the Barman can come and save him.
Yeah, the Lizard finally picked up as well. Locks this though. Alright, this time Cocoa can play with the thing that his deck wants to do.
Yeah.
He's had to go through 2 games of hardship. Now he can be rewarded.
So does he want to like cash out the Sukuna here? It is face damage. But he could also trade with it. Funny enough, Sukuna trade to protect the Ramiel. Gives him the same amount of face damage, but protects the Ramiel, which actually seems way better in hindsight.
I think is better value. Yeah, exactly. You get the ward still up that doesn't die to the random pings just going off.
But maybe he wants to balance the Kokoro so he can have the resources to actually set up a better Luxus.
That's also potential play too.
Because
He does
if
have
he...
the Luxus now, so you just need to set up.
Yeah, like if he just goes Sukuna now, like sure, it's a great turn right now. But then think of what his hand would be. His hand would be Luxus, a bounce, one amulet, one Shamu Shamu, right? That's like probably not enough to win the game off of a Luxus.
Exactly,
While he could trade with Ramiel, have Kokoro go phase, potentially bounce it, draw 2, and then maybe be a setup for a better Luxus. But he's gonna cash out the Sukuna because it is a very strong play right now.
It's really hard to say which one's the better play too, right? You know, we're discussing both lines, but it's just both of them feel strong in different aspects, I guess. Whereas this one gives you a bit more like board presence and the ability to protect that Ramiel to not, you know, get just pinged off of the board with a varmint. At the same time, as you said, this hand is a bit of everything.
Well, you know, funny enough,
with no setup.
if he went for the other play where he just ends with like say a Kokoro on the board, then Noir could easily go like, okay, Bagamon Lizard, and then he's set up for good turn 5. Granted, he doesn't have Luxus, but you know, Coco doesn't know that. But the Barman being forced out here means that the Bagamon Lizard isn't being played. But it does give Noir the stabilization that he really needed from going second.
Ooh, doesn't hit the...
Okay, he gets the Walder. Walder were clear.
Yeah.
Noir, taking no chances, gonna get the guaranteed full clear. And hey, he tied up the life totals.
Exactly, that's really important here. He
Oh
might not
wow,
have...
the Lizard.
Oh,
Oh man, I was like, hey, he doesn't have enough setup for the Luxus. What's he gonna do? And then bam, top deck Lizard. That's it. One card setup. He's in there.
Man, this time around, he's actually just drawing the exact cards he needs. Quite the opposite of the past two games. You gotta respect it. And I mean, I'm sure he knows how to execute with his deck, especially. You know, this is the kind of deck that needs the most practice possible to be played as efficiently as possible. And he's been showing really, really good play so far. Alright,
And
we
we've
got a fight
seen
set up here.
We've seen Noir in the situation in the past. He's going up against the Luxus, and he does not have the Luxus of his own, but he does have the Barman Hunters. Can he pull out a win? Because if he loses here, he will be eliminated.
That's right. And we're only in top 8 so far. This ain't top 4 or finals yet. So gotta keep that in mind. Although now that Cocoa just, you know, put down a bike and just passed on it, at least this gives a bit of room for Noir to play the Lizard himself, maybe even put down the Steed. But thing is, like, you're then
I mean, he knows
playing into the
what's
top
going to
right?
happen next turn.
Yeah.
And he knows
Excellent setup.
his answer is not going to be as good. So I think he has to, like, hold the Barman. Barman has to answer whatever Luxus play happens. And then I don't know how he wins after that.
I mean, you just gotta believe in the... just playing off the top. I think the Lizard is the right call here, though. Because you do need that for the potential setup if you do manage to draw into it. You get both Steeds, technically, here.
Just going to play both Steeds, maybe. And then when Barman comes online next turn, he can go Barman, Evo, Sukuna. And he gets so much damage out of that. So much that he's going to Evo the Walder now. I do like this play from Noir. Again, he doesn't have the Luxus. So he's not going to rely on it. He's going to win with what he has in hand. What he has in hand is one Barman, one Sukuna, and a bunch of vehicles.
Exactly. Like, he has so many ways to just keep going and keep damaging the opponent. This setup is looking really, really good already. So, however, we see a Luxus come out from Cocoa's side. He has a pretty good hand to capitalize off of it. Quite a lot of bounce here.
He does
See what he
have
actually draws
bounce,
off the top.
but he doesn't have the bounce and the draw. He has the bounce and the wisp,
Right, yeah.
which is a lot worse in this scenario.
So I guess you just have to commit to...
It basically just
getting
Walder and
this
then
Walder out.
Shamu Shama, which is still pretty good, don't get me wrong.
Yep.
There's just not the chance for like that crazy top deck.
Exactly. And the thing is also, you know, we were talking about this a lot. It's the gas of this deck, and we were talking about it as early as turn 4, you know, committing to that play to go more aggressively and not draw more into the deck. That's basically the situation he's put himself into here. So, yeah, sure, he's pushing a lot of damage here, but it's not enough to finish the game, and he's at 12 life himself.
I do like the play to rebalance the Shamu Shama, gets to cash it out
100%.
again for the 6-card play and gets the spells. But yeah, this is it. Noir knows his hand exactly. He knows there's 2 Wisp and the 2 Shamu Shama spells. Like that is literally
Evo
it.
point. Yeah. This Evo point at least can be used for
It's
more damage.
1 damage
One
shy of lethal, and Noir gets 1 more chance to bring this back.
Exactly, and with a board that looks beautiful for the opportunity.
No dirty
It's
tricks.
gonna trade
Okay,
in.
so has to be Bartman. Bartman is gonna do so much damage, so much work here.
Exactly. And he has a lot of ways to keep pushing that damage as well. So we'll just see how he's gonna follow up on it.
Okay,
Alright, there's a lot of spread damage there, but not too bad. He gets to Evo it, get more play points back.
yeah, he's also gonna be like 1 or 2 off lethal, right? And then
Yep.
oh, it's
Dang it,
tough
right?
because he can't end with a ward, so Coco could just top deck lethal and then win the game potentially. But Noir knows that he has no card, so he's literally just top decking, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh my
Okay,
god.
what does Noir think is the play? Gonna go with the Adventurer. I like doing this and then just holding Sukuna for next turn.
Yeah,
So
I think
that
that's the
next turn he has a
optimal
guaranteed
play here.
lethal, basically, yeah.
And he still gets to pump out more damage here on top of that. So it's definitely something you want to see here. Yeah, you're just gonna push in for more,
Oh,
and
how
more damage.
funny. Coco was 1 off lethal, Noir 3 off lethal. What is a top deck? It's a Barman.
It's a
He
Varmint.
could proc it. That's gonna be the game. Coco going
Oh my God.
crazy. Can't believe it. Top deck literally just
believe.
1 damage, which is all that he needed. And just like that, Coco from Team Revelation is gonna take the set 2-1 over Tempo Storm's Noir.
And what a way to start the day. Kokowa just cannot believe his own games here. Man, that was probably the most emotional trip we've had so far in all these games. Honestly, having someone just come in here like Kokowa just had such a sad game 1. Game 2, it looked the same. He turned into a miracle, and then game 3, he saw the Loxus, managed to play with it, and then top deck to victory just the way he needed. The 1 single damage. Man, was that was a set and a half. God.
That was some great Shadowverse. That second set started out tragic, that second game, and then it kind of turned into like the craziest game for him with insane Arch Demons, and then good display of Luxus at the end. Noir didn't have the Luxus. Coco did. He was missing 1 damage, and he top decks exactly 1 damage, like nothing else, just 1 damage.
Just the 1. That's all you need. That's literally all you need. But honestly, for Noir, at least it's not the end of the road, right? You already qualified. You just need to be, you're just playing basically to make sure that you're still going consistently. You're prepared for whatever's to come in the future for WGP. You're always aware of the meta. And for Kokoa, he's going into top 4, potentially getting 1 win away from a chance to secure that Contenders Cup spot.
Yeah, some great Shadowverse action so far, but stay tuned, guys. We're gonna have a bit of a break. After that, we have some more matches, a card reveal still coming. I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shadowverse fans all over the world, it's time for the Shadowverse Open Contenders Cup.
We have the top 16 best players of the region. Really, anybody could take it.
That should be more than enough.
Cloud, a genius, excellent display of Shadowverse skills. Going to win 3-1 over Yashi K.
Look at this board! Rooney.
More than enough damage with the Autumn Tomorrow. Oh, okay, so Osap, he instantly plays the lowers and then gets the worst possible roll OSAB is going to take the series 3-2 over Auto Aim.
And so that looks like that's going to be it. And that should tie up the set 2-2.
I think that has to be game. There's no way that looks like he's going to take the series 3-2. The world effect is there. I think Asher Cloud knows it. He's celebrating already. Asher Cloud is going to defeat Frost 3-0.
Miyashi K and Shincha fighting for that spot.
And so Shincha is going to be our 4th confirmed player.
We're down to the final 5. Who went through to day 2? Hishiro going completely undefeated. Azure Cloud with 3-1. OSAB with 3-1 as well. Doolin 3-1 and Shincha.
Unfortunately for Dolan, he has a super tough road ahead, having to win 3 matches straight.
Looks like Dolan is not going to go down 0-3. The comeback starts with 1 victory. The Shadow gets going with the Grand Prix effect, and we just don't see people survive it. It's just too powerful. And he also has the cat that is going to be lethal. Dolan is going to win the set and advance to face Ishiro for a slot in the World Grand Prix. It was very, very close, but it looks like OSAB is going to take the first game here against Asher Cloud.
Oh, and so, yeah, that should be it, right?
OSAB is going to defeat Asher Cloud and earn a spot in the World Grand Prix.
Dolan with no wins on the board has to win with all 3 decks, and this is the time. Oh, look at that! Oh, look at that! He's showing off the World Grand Prix jacket.
Wait, he drew another scan. Wait, that scan gave him another Radiant, and he does. Now he can just spam Radiants, spam airstrikes. That's gonna be and I mean way too much damage.
It's so scary knowing that if either of them draw the world at this point. It's rough.
Oh
no! Why did I say it? Oh, this is so stressful.
Yeah.
There's no lethal. There's no lethal. How many turns in this game are we? Oh my god, this is the most unbelievable match I've ever seen in my entire life.
There's a cat. That Kagemitsu's going phase, and just like that, Dolan takes it over Hishiro and will earn a spot in the World Grand Prix.
Oh, another pass! 2 passes in a row. Does that mean he has some idea on?
Actually, yeah, he should have lethal next turn.
Oh my god!
He has Storm.
Oh my god, that's genius! Oh, he leaves a little bit of damage on board and spins the rocket. No way!
Hishiro with the cat top deck is Asher Cloud and earn a spot in the World Grand Prix.
This right here is for the championship, right? To claim who is best in the West.
I was joking about it, but Dolan's gonna take a 2-0 lead here. And just like that, Dolan is going to 3-0 OSAB and be your 2020 Contenders Cup West champion. The players that will represent the West in the World Grand Prix are gonna be Dolan, OSAB, and Hishiro. Congratulations to Dolan, our Contenders Cup champion.
As it is above, so it is below. And this world is shrouded in darkness. Annihilation looms, and the moon illuminates only despair. But you need not shed tears. Feed your heart and dive into the abyss. After all, this world is a mere flame. Let its heat embrace you and set your passions ablaze. Or perhaps it would be better to abide in hope. Shine its light into your heart and break free of the dark. Mayhap you would dance. Let your feet wander, caper and twirl, to a tune never ending. Well, it matters not what you do. Go where your desire bids you. After all, this world is a flickering dream. Darkness over Velsar. May the twilight reign eternal.
The ultimate lineup! The ultimate challenge!
Better not blink.
The gates are about to rise! At the Ultimate Coliseum! The battle of the century awaits.
Look at this organic world. Miserable, pathetic, so defective and natural. Does it inspire you with its splendor? Cretins, roaches, watch as I terminate your pitiful rock. How does it feel? Like hope has died? Like you've utterly failed? Don't try to fight with fate. Cower, fall to your knees, and wallow in complete despair!
It's not over yet. Nothing is final.
But this is the finale, and your ending has been written.
Make your threats, you tyrant. Heroes will stand tall to write their own tales, inked in bravery on the pages of hope.
We have to make this our final battle.
The seeds of destruction
Will uproot this world no longer.
Fate, the purview of the gods, and mortal kind's doom. 'Tis a festering wound. Whoa! So much for being down to earth. Let's flip the script. Come, this way. What is a mortal? A trifling puppet of fate. You want freedom? Easier said than done. Do you mind? You're interrupting my flow. Now, there is one way to escape. Destroy them. Covenants, rules, grind them all to dust. Bound by chains of destiny, pluck them apart, link by link. You don't have it in you? You're fine. You have us. Our power is yours. You need but wield it. There's nothing you cannot do. Well, go on then. Take up the cards and turn the world upside down. For you are the arbiter of Fortune's hand. We are more than mere playthings of fate.
The hell are we up to today?
Same as always. Raise Cain and get paid. Our future depends on it here.
Well, hell yeah! I never say no to busting heads. Can I go all out, Baron?
Sure can, Bunny. After all, ain't no justice here. Not in our humble reveal.
Well, that makes sense. Ain't no gods here neither.
The moment you slip up, the moment you ask for help, that's when this world will get you.
That's why we got us our 3 rules, right, Hoss?
Believe in your own damn power.
Don't let nobody in your own damn way.
And finally, don't fear a damn thing.
Now, let's get this show on the road. Nobody's gonna walk on us. Not till we've remade the whole plum world.
When hell comes a storm, only fate can provide.
Welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. This is the March Cup. We've had some great games today. We started with 8 players, but only 4 remain.
Yeah, and those were some games. Honestly, during this break, I couldn't think about anything else other than that last set. It was insane. It's going to be living in my head for the rest of the night. But we're not done there yet. We have a lot more matches to go through, and we have our semifinals now as well, which is going to be pretty exciting. So we're going to have a pretty interesting matchup here, looking at the matchup between Zones and Psy. But of course, let's take a look at the bracket first. This is going to be the final countdown, basically, to finals. So we have Zones against Psy.
Yeah, and then we have City against Coco. At this point, for me, my favorite is Psy. I'd really like to see him go all the way. I know I talked about it a lot in the past, but again, he's been here so many times in the top 8. Can he finally go all the way and win an SVO Cup?
Absolutely, and we're gonna find out very, very soon, as we can see the players here. So for Zones, the Shadow is banned this time, so the blood will be left up. And for Psy, we're gonna see the Rune and the Forest staying up. Well, it looks like Shadow is banned for both players, actually.
Yeah, you know, after watching that last Ball Blood set, it's like, do you want to leave it up and just they don't draw corruption, or what if they get the triple Archdemon and it costs 3 play points? So pretty scary,
Yeah.
one way or the other, I guess.
It could always just cost 3 play points. You never know at this point. You know, with Shadowverse, these kind of things can happen. And again, play to your outs and make the most of it. And we saw that just a little bit ago. But I'm going to be really hyped to see how this match is going to go down. I think banning Shadow on both sides means that we're potentially going to be seeing, I mean, at some point, most likely going to be seeing a Loxus mirror. We've seen a fair bit of those, both today as well as last month. And it really goes to show, you know, the players playing to their outs, especially with those decks. So I want to see how this best of 3 is going to pace out.
Yeah, and while I was focusing on Psy early on, Stones is an excellent player, well known in the community. He had a bit of a shaky game 1, and then after that, he looked really, really solid. Here we go. Psy from Team Revelation Confidence, Disastra Stones. The winner will advance to the finals for his spot in the Contenders Cup.
That's right. Looks like Zone's already secured the newest possible leader as well. Gotta respect that.
Oh, the Yusuke, yeah. I like the, did you see the on this Force Draft leader that's coming out?
Oh my god, yes. I love the fact that they've been putting in the top 3 of that won the polls.
Oh, for
and just
sure.
randomly dropping them without any kind of precedent. It's so good. Because there's some third place I was like, oh, come on, please. No, I want to get that at some point. And Psy Games delivered.
Yeah, this is like an exciting point in Shadowverse where, you know, the expansion, Eternal Awakening, has had a long time. We're seeing the final tournament for it, more or less. We have the Tactician's GP to keep us entertained. And then the new expansion, Darkness Over Bellstar, is right around the corner. And I can't wait to see what it's going to have. So you guys don't forget, we do have a card reveal coming on later on the show.
And we also, despite being commentators, don't know. It was our choice not to know. Because we want to
Yeah.
be surprised as well. But, man, I mean, we already saw amazing sword card, portal card. I'm curious what else they could actually give us. Are you expecting anything? Are you hoping for anything?
The one that I hope for the most is Cerberus. I'm a huge fan of Coco Mimi, so I would love to see Cerberus return to us.
I'm thinking what other cards, because, you know, Albert has had quite a few retrains by now. Maybe Forte
Yes.
could come back for Dragon.
Oh, there's a couple of characters that keep coming back for sure.
Yeah. And Forte is one of them. So I'm
Yeah.
maybe expecting that. Who knows? Man, imagine we actually get it right. Let's go.
Now, in this game, I see a lot of amazing cards in Psy's hand. He's got both the Lizard and the Luxus combo, but also the Barman to fall back on, and even a Kokoro if he wants to take it a bit slow.
Yeah, that's right. He's got the Kokoro for extra draws, but now on Zone side, well, we got a little bit of a repeating story here.
See, one Archdemon, no corruption.
No ball either. At least the previous games, it was a ball fiesta.
True.
Oh,
He's gonna go 2-2 for 2-2, but the Shodan Demon is great. He'll draw 2 more cards for Stone's next turn.
Yeah, and just being a body on the board as well, that, you know, it's not like it's a last words effect or anything that could potentially disappear in one way or another. It's definitely drawing you those extra cards and hopefully finding you the pieces that you need as well. And the Lizard! Never forget the Lizard. That's the man right there. Put some respect for the Lizard.
He roams with the wind. Okay, couple cards picked up for Stones, but no ball. No corruption either.
Yep. Nothing at all. I think Craps Devil is played as a one-of, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so usually the players either play a one-of Craps Devil or they play Shemyasa, the legendary.
Yeah.
And I believe
Pretty sure he plays
other players with the Shemyasa. It's Kanahamu.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we keep digging. Hellspear now has his effect active though. Although in this case, I'm thinking, yes, Bloodbinder is okay just to keep drawing stuff.
I think Bloodbinder is better. Like the 2/2 Storm right now is nice, but 2 damage doesn't really do too much. And
you want to keep that for later.
He really needs to get the Corruption Ball as soon as possible. But Sones disagrees, going with the Hellspear Warrior instead, cashing in the damage while it's active.
Yep. So now, of course, the Lizard is still staying around. And of course, I mean, it's fine for it to stick around too, because it's too early for Loxus anyway. So we can potentially either trade with that or just take it to the face. Because, I mean, there's nothing super scary about leaving this 2-drop here for now. You are playing against Ball Blood, but, I mean, looking at this hand, it's not going to fall open too much. But he goes for the value trade instead. I think that's the better play here as well. You still have the board presence, and next turn you can trade away the Lizard if need be to generate the bike as well.
Yeah, I like this play because usually when you're going first like this, you can play the Lizard on 3. But really we're missing that bridge till turn 5 where the Lizard gets answered, then you have the bike, and then whatever you play is going to eat the bike. But in this case for Sai, the Lizard survives, so he's still going to get that for Lux's turn 5 next turn if he wants it.
And he chose not to play any other setup cards either, which is pretty interesting. But here, barely picks up the Ravening. This is the second time we've seen it. The first time was drawn out very late. But now, you know, perfect. Not turn 4, but turn 5 works as well. Gets to play the Silver Bolt on top of that. So at the very least...
The Walder, an excellent top deck. Gonna make this quite an explosive turn for Sai with the Luxus. Pretty sure he is gonna take it. Let's see how much he can get out of it. Gonna start with the Luxus and the bike.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is something you want to commit to. You can capitalize off of it really early as well. So let's see how he's gonna go through it. We're gonna go
I was thinking the Kokoro might make things a bit awkward for the board space, but he can always trade it off if he really needs to, if he needs space.
Yeah, and you don't want to trade it off too early in case you can make more out of it. So I think that it's perfectly fine to kind of like hold on to it for the time being. Alright, this board's getting wider and wider.
Okay,
and
so far...
We're still on the way home.
Does he want to Evil Kokoro and then use it to trade? Or is he gonna just go face with that? Okay, Evo, so he clears the Corruption, and now he has board space to get a Walder out of the deck.
Interesting that you decided to go all the way for an Evo into that. It does make sense here because he gets this Walder to push even more damage otherwise. And so here we're already looking at 7 damage here, potentially build up into... No, that is where it's going to cap at.
Yeah, that was a great turn for sure. The Luxus was able to fully clear the board, push 7 damage to the face, and set up a horse on top of that for potential Barbon plus Sukuna next turn. And granted, by the way, Sai doesn't really have much of a hand, so like that's got to be good enough. But EO generates some life gain for Sones, and maybe make it so Sai doesn't have the damage or the resources to close the game out.
Exactly, so this will help him to push himself back up to 15 life at the very least, kind of getting out of that lethal range a little bit.
Is he trying to snipe those 7-1? Because I respect him going for that. If it snipes 7-1, like he's in a way better spot. But the 3-2 does survive.
I think you just don't want to take chances at that point, honestly, because that would potentially be game, right?
Yeah, no, I mean you have to clear the Lux as always. And I respect him going for the chance that it was like a free clear. But Sukuna Mighty Malatier gonna show up, get the Evo. It's hammer time.
Let's
quite
go.
lethal, but it's pretty close.
It's pushing, and that's what you want to be doing right now. You still have the Alberta that doesn't necessarily clean up here, but it can lead into something. Let's see if it happens.
Yeah, this is kind of like the opposite of what we saw in the previous match, where Sones had the Corruption right away, but then we never saw the ball actually show up.
Yeah, the ball's just... I mean, we haven't gotten to the bottom 20 yet. He hasn't been drawing through his deck as aggressively because he has no ball, but trying to do the most that he can with it.
I mean, he can Evo, answer one of his followers, but the other one will stay alive. And just like that, looks like the aggression from Sai was just enough with a well-placed Luxus, and Sai's gonna take game number 1 here.
Yeah, and honestly, really good showing. He set up into the Loxus really well, saw a good opportunity to push for extra damage, and just set up for lethal really well, and just kept the pressure going. Unfortunately for zones, saw the Ravening, no ball, and I think the ball there potentially would have helped him to clear the board, you know, draw into more resources, and potentially draw into game for that matter. So it's a bit unfortunate not to see it there. Feels like this ball blood deck just keeps missing one half or the other.
Like, based on just today and nothing else, it just has not been that impressive. Ball is good, and you know, 3 players made it to the top 8 with it. But you can see how it could whiff in so many different ways. And even if you get, like, okay, you get Corruption Line and you get the ball, like, against the other top tier decks, like, that doesn't guarantee you a victory either.
Exactly. Alright, so starting hand on Psy's side looks fairly good for what he wants to do with it, I would say.
Yeah, early Ramiel, some good spells, On Wings of Tomorrow, just an amazing Shadowverse card. One of those just all-time greats, absolutely love it. So flexible, has so many different ways to use it. You can use the Grand Spell, Jita Spell, get the Rally version, just a great card all around.
Oh yes, absolutely. Alright, but, alright, that's half the puzzle. Show me the other half now, please.
Now watch him not get Corruption for 20 turns.
Oh, no. You know that whatever we say here potentially curses these players. we have to refrain. Please, don't underestimate the power of the caster curse.
Well, Psy does have the Fool early on. No Carol for him yet. But at least he'll have something to do in the early game. And the rest of his hand looks fine as well. Can even use the On-Wings to find those Carols.
Exactly, and having this early Linkle is the best thing you can have right now. You know, you already set up this pressure that's just going to go on and on and on as the game goes on. All right, he's picking up good cards. He's got the Air now.
Yeah, this is a very strong turn we're seeing from Ball, where you fuse your entire hand, you play the Iron, you refill the hand, and now he gets the Corruption. So now Sones is set up with everything he should need.
We did it, chat. We finally accomplished the goal. We finished the puzzle. We have Ravening and Ball and just everything else you need on top of that at this point.
Yeah, Interesting Side chose not to play the full spell. Instead debuffs the Alter in Tomorrow. But that does kind of slow down his win condition. Although, to be fair, he doesn't have either another Fool or a Carol in hand. So, like, his game plan is going to be pretty slow anyway.
I think here he could be looking at, like, Ramiel to trade and then use the actual Scourge. But, I mean, with this wide of a board, it's feels a bit dangerous.
I mean, I do like the idea of Ramiel. Ramiel's a great card in this matchup. The ramp will be nice, and the protection is just so good against the things. Maybe it's like ramp to get an early Folia. If you can draw a Carol the next couple turns, Folia will, you know, Universe it by 2. And maybe Folia is strong enough to like fight for the board while he gets the Carol going.
Yeah, I was about to bring this up. I was gonna bring this up. I was thinking, is there a reason to play the double Ramiel? Thing is, like, you're denying the pings, sure, but he has 2 things on board that can just trade into them. And now, I mean, with the Ravening, he can just trade into the small one and then still get 2 face damage on top of that. And now, you know, we have Air in hand, Ball in hand. He's gonna go to 6 play points next turn as well.
He hasn't even played the full spell, you know, like, he hasn't even started his win condition. And I understand that Sones is doing a great job of putting pressure on him, but, like, at some point he has to play that spell. And now when he does, it's going to be such a tempo loss.
Yeah, I'm like, sure, the world is active here. You can heal back a bit, but you only get to take out one thing. You let
Carol answers the board. Carol's full clear.
That is true. Looks like he's going to forego that and just play the world to heal up here. Afraid of the potential burst damage. That's going to take that out, but that's all you're doing this turn. And you're letting your opponent Evo into the face on top of that. Well, also...
like the clears that don't actually clear the board, and yet he's not setting up his win condition either. Just seems like everything Psy's deck is trying to do is a little bit too slow right now against the speed of Zone, who was going first, and he actually had the Ball and the Corruption to go alongside with it.
At long last. At long last. Ooh. Alright, this is pretty decent draw, I want to say.
All the face damage.
All the face damage. You love to see it. You just burn through these Archdemons here as well. It's gonna go for the Showdown Demon as well, all the demons. I think that's a good call here as well.
You really should just need one more Ball to close the game out. And he's drawing so many cards at this point.
honestly, yeah, like next turn you can basically just dunk your hand and then just go into an air, draw a bunch, and that might be enough. But here we finally see the Folia. This will help to sustain a little bit, heal a little bit.
Yeah,
but even then,
Folia
still...
it's better the more flowers you have. So maybe Sai was hoping that the world would have survived. And, you know, Folia is pretty strong there, but... Is it strong enough at this stage in the game?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. And we see a lot of draws here as well. Alright, the protection shields have been popped. 9 health left.
He just needs another ball, and like, he was good.
Yeah, and he has plenty of ways to try and dig into it for now as well. Another Archdemon maybe to try to keep pushing through. I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, just keep axing on the Archdemon. Its card draw is getting discounted. Maybe it wins the game later on.
You never know. We've seen some miracles so far. I'm thinking here... Alright, he's gonna go for that line of play.
I'm thinking like, if he can't answer the Folia, like could Folia snowball this out of control? He has to at least clear the dog, whose name I don't actually know.
That
name is...
Baize.
Go ahead.
Baize, I want to say? I should know.
Yeah,
Because I do play Grand Blue Fantasy, but unfortunately my knowledge does not go deep enough.
Okay, I like this play from Zone. Gonna just fully clear the board.
Oh my god.
He knows that he just needs a little bit more to close it out. And answering the Folia there means that Sai has like no way to come back now, I don't think. And again, he never was able to play the full spell, so Zone still has 20 maximum HP.
I like how the Ire pings landed not on the face there to just give that full-on clear. And it's like, this Lucia is just like, oh, I can just chill here? Oh, okay, alright, fair. Yeah, I think here it's like, you're not really doing much with anything. It's like, you can world, and again, it doesn't really take you very far. That spell's been sitting in your hand the entire
awkward at this
game.
situation.
It's very awkward.
Like again,
At the same
Carol
time-
clears the board, but is that good enough at this point?
I'm thinking like world. Oddly enough, magic missile takes out the air at least, but
well, he's overdrawing too. So if you overdraw and you burn like an additional Carol or something like that, and that could really hurt on top of that.
Yeah, he was hovering with the fluffy angel that could give him the sustain he needs. And it's there's no easy answer here. On top of that, the authoring tomorrow actually does take care of certain things here as well.
Well, time is ticking. Sai needs to make a play. He looked really good in game 1, and this game, you know, the deck matchup just looked pretty bad, honestly.
Yeah, it's been a rough path so far.
Fluffy Angel Evil doesn't even clear the board.
Yeah, it does not. You're leaving a 4/5 on the board, even though you have a ward yourself.
And
gonna
you can play
13,
Archdemon for 5 if he wants to. It pushes 5 damage.
Go.
Actually, that is lethal.
Yeah, because you draw more cards on
plus
top
the
of that.
Husky Warrior.
Yep, that is it.
Oh no, because
You
of the
get-
heal. The Fluffy Angel heal.
That's right. That's right.
Gotta head over.
But he can still set up for next turn anyway. You know, just drawing raw cards is gonna take him pretty close. And now, I mean, Carol can take care of a lot of things, but this 11/11 is, you know, that's a job for the world, I think.
Yeah, the world has to is the only thing. It's funny because the Archdemon is the only thing that can't be fused and is still played. And we've seen time and time again why it's been so strong. And of all the cards that Baltic is playing, honestly, it's impressed me the most.
Same here, man. I didn't expect this card to be lifting so many weights in
Yeah.
today's tournament. It's been beyond impressive, honestly. I wonder if there's a point here to... Oh, man, the Dark Mage feels like a bit of a dead card in this matchup because, like, sure, you deny the big damage, but this deck doesn't do big damage.
It's just a
you know,
bunch of
bit
1
by
damage
bit,
pings
bit by
over
bit.
and over and over again.
Exactly, so having to hold onto a card like that is a bit unfortunate.
Okay, let's see how much damage he can draw and where the pings are gonna go. Wella is 3, he's got 4 in hand. That's gonna
Yep,
be
that's
game
lethal.
number 2 going to Zones. Went first, had a good curve, had the ball, had the corruption, and he just sort of steamrolled Sai, never let him get a chance to breathe.
Exactly, and I mean, that goes to show when the Ball Blood deck actually just hits the 2 cards it needs to hit to do the combo, that's all it really needs to see. So he found it, he cleaned up game 2, And we've seen, keep in mind that Zones, that was his top 8 too, right? He didn't do so hot game 1, game 2 and 3. He turned it around. Let's see if he can do that one more time.
Okay, gonna see Sai with the Runecraft, going up against Zones with the Luxus Forest. Who's gonna take it and advance to the finals for a chance to automatically qualify to the Contenders Cup?
That's right. Alright, Luxus already locked down here. He's
like
going
Luxus
first as well.
Kind of like the ball, like, might it just be too fast for the Carol that's gotta, you know, set up the Fool, set up the spell, wait, get the Carol, like, it might just be too fast for that if Zones is getting like turn 5 Luxus and potentially win the game turn 6.
Exactly, you need, I think that's where you need the Rampiel on turn 4. Way more than any other matchup, I think, here, because that at least gives you that kind of bridge into Carol that helps you sustain a little bit. We'll see if he actually finds it, though.
Yeah, especially with Zones going first like he did last game. You know, these Adventurers, 3-drops could be going phase. By the time that Luxus is played, Sai might be at, you know, like 15 life. And then it doesn't take too much for a Luxus plus Sukuna next turn to close the game out. And there's a Sukuna already.
Alright, there she is. Showing up real quick. Alright, so the Linkle is active. I mean, on the board, but the spell has not been played just yet. We're going to see here. I wonder if he's going to actually play it down early. I think against this kind of matchup, especially that you see the Carol now that you can go into, I think you have to play towards that.
I mean, he might have to play it if he has no other cards in hand. Zones is trading, which I'm not sure I agree with.
That was a good opportunity to go for face damage as well. I see what you're getting at there. I think that, especially here, you are the faster deck, right? And you have to capitalize off of that, I think.
Yeah. Like, what is he playing around by trading? Because Magic Missile doesn't clear the 3-4 by itself.
And he's playing it out, it seems.
Is he not going to play the full spell? Like, the Magic Missile isn't clear. Might as well get the spell online.
Yeah,
I
and
think it's scary either way. He's under a lot of pressure, but he did see Zones trade. So maybe that makes him feel safer?
Perhaps. Looks like he goes for the missile. I guess. What could he be digging for here? I mean, we talked about the Ramiel. But I mean, more copies of Carol will of course get him there. But man, this is a shaky situation.
Yeah, this is a turn where like the greatest players would have top decked the Bagamon Lizard. But even
Only
without
the
it,
greatest.
Zones might still be able to set up a good Luxus. Although he doesn't have a single bounce in hand, so maybe he would just wait and play for the Barman mid game instead.
And on top of that, he doesn't have a way to dig into those bounces either right now. So it's, you just kind of, it's like, yeah, you have a lot of good pieces, you have some nice setup, you have some good extenders, and you have your entire core there, but you're missing the important part of that core, which is the actual bouncing. Goes for the raw Varmint.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it is still set up, right? The 3-3 is very spooky, sets up the amulet as well. If it lives, it's crazy.
It is, absolutely.
So maybe that means we have to see a Madcap from Sai.
Potentially, I mean, that's kind of the card that answers these matchups here. Playing down the Forbidden Dark Mage.
Whoa, he's gonna Madcap without playing the full spell?
Ooh, so that just goes out.
Okay,
and
so basically what he's saying is we're going for the triple Carol. His win condition now is playing 3 Carols, which is still a valid one. It's
But he
just
burned one of them though, right?
Oh, if he burned one, then I don't know how he's
Yeah, he
winning.
just burned one of them, so that's gonna be interesting. We're gonna see how that plays out.
Oh, he did discard one. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, Sai didn't want to play the full spell, throws away 1 Carol, so how does he plan to win now?
Yeah, I wonder, because literally we were just talking about this. The aggression is coming in. He's already at 13 health. He has no actual way. I mean, he has the Fluffy Angel that can kind of sustain, but it doesn't trade over. You don't want to leave this thing up on the board. Wings of Tomorrow just to search and pass?
Like, he's playing to survive, right? Like, sure, all these plays are keeping him alive, and he's buying himself a turn and a turn, but it's not actually ever advancing his actual win condition.
Yep.
And he could live 1 or 2 more turns, but eventually, the Zones, Lux's power plays, plus the Sukuna, or any other damage there might be, like, it is going to be enough, right? So,
yeah, and
right
he can
now,
just put down
Sai needs
like this.
so much.
Yeah, and Pastures uncontested. Just sits down, sets up for the Lux's turn. There's nothing that he needs to trade over, nothing to burn Evo points on, nothing to really stress about at all. And now we're gonna see a Linkle potentially.
I think he might go full Evil Full and then play the World. But that would just mean that he's once again not playing the full spell and once again not advancing his own win condition.
And overdrawing. That's another thing to keep in mind here. Yeah, he's gonna go for it.
Been a big believer in Shadowverse that it's much stronger to advance your win condition than to try and deny your opponents. The way Shadowverse works is that the win conditions are so strong, decks are so powerful. And usually, if you have a strong game plan, you could just sort of overrun your opponent. And the way you stop them from doing their win condition is you win the game.
Exactly. So we saw Zones just instantly flick the Luxus onto the field here and start powering up. So already the Quixotic here at 5-5, looking real chunky. Now we have the Shamu that actually pushes for more damage.
Yeah, funny enough, even though he had a lot of setup, he didn't have a lot of like Storm out of the Luxus. There was no Alberta set up previously and no other like Walder Invoke or anything like that. Plus, Sai did heal up to 16, but this is a pretty good board for Zones, and he still gets some damage out of this, even going to manually with the Shamu.
My man has drawn all 3 Luxuses. I think this might be the first time we've seen that so far this year. So that's definitely a big showing. Ooh, the Dark Mage gets burned. No big deal though. That's probably a card you're happy to burn at this stage.
So Carol answers the board. Carol Evo is a full clear if he trades after. There could be Carol Alstar. That's also a... Actually, no, that does 0 damage because it's a 10.
Forbidden Dark Mage to turn off huge attacks, but it's not turning off every attack. So
no, he's got to answer. But he can't madcap, right? Like, he already madcapped away 1 Carol. If he madcaps away 2 Carols, like...
No way.
Yeah.
Absolutely no way.
I think the play is just Carol. At least Carol clears and it does advance the dimension, even if it's only by a little bit.
Yep. Alright, going through the motions here, just debating what is the play. You got the Sai. You got people believing in
Carol. Sai under so much pressure right now. Again, he's been here so many times, gets top 8, maybe he gets 1 win, and he could just never go all the way.
Yep, so he's gonna play down the Forbidden Dark Mage here to essentially turn off the huge plays. Basically saying, you need to either have a bunch of small swings at me, you know, show me your Luxus setup, but, you know, there's no Luxus necessary here. You can basically just dig a little bit this turn.
With the Wind Fairy drawn, I wonder if someone's gonna just hold the Evo and maybe just go for Wind Fairy on 9 Evo. That's like a build your own Albert, you know?
Oh my god. Now that you say that. Oh my god, now that you say that.
Because Sai's at 10, and that's exactly how much damage the Wind Fairy does after Evo.
Exactly. Alright. So that... Now he also has that extra effect on top of that. So she will at least come out to push for more damage.
Gonna Evo the Elf Queen, clear the Carol. It doesn't mean that he loses that potential Wind Fairy play next turn, but he does have double Luxus, and maybe he's more confident in the double Luxus finding him some sort of lethal.
Yep. Ooh, okay, he's using it there to bounce the Elf Queen to just dig for more cards, I guess.
Well, it summons the Alberta, so it's pretty cute play. He got 4 damage from Alberta this turn.
That's quite good. You know, that's what you want to see.
Yeah, here's where like Folia might have been amazing to just get a big ward and start healing since Sons is running out of resources. But Sai doesn't have it. He can build a smaller wall with the Fluffy Angel, who's pretty defensive at this stage. And hey, maybe this is finally the time where he could play the Fool and maybe even both spells.
Here we go. Here we go. He's hovering over it. Believe. Yeah, but
he's definitely playing 1. The question is, would he play the second one or hold the Evo for like the potential Folia? Which he doesn't have. It might be better to just, pre-Evo the Angel instead.
Ooh, he does not want anything to hit his face at this point. I wonder if that was the right call there. Or we have Deepwood Wolves actually having their 7 play points with Storm, if we ever get to that.
You know, I was sort of criticizing Sai's play, but he's making it work. And although Zones was in a good spot, like, looking at the hand now, it's kind of awkward. He might eventually get there with enough card draw, though. He does have the Luxus, exactly. He just needs, you know, the vehicles, some sort of Storm Followers. He has the Alberta Leader effect set up.
Yep, so he can push out more damage, but honestly, this, like, the Fluffy Angel Evo is managing to push off the aggression really, really well. Like, nothing that he can play here.
Okay, well, actually, Sai has set up for lethal, right? because Carol does 10 damage and he has 6
You
damage
are
on board.
so right. You are so right. Oh my god.
Zones better come up with something real quick.
The time is ticking.
Okay, he can still play. Oh man. I mean, he has to clear the Fluffy Angel at the very least. He could play the Shamu Shami and like that would keep him alive. Problem being that that's a huge resource spend that he could use to close the game out. And now maybe the tables have turned and it's Zones that has to use his game winning resources to just stay alive.
Man, it's the Lox's deck is so hard to pilot that you basically need to be just so careful in every step. Even finding lethal, honestly, it's like you can pause, and if you have all the time in the world, sure, you can find the situations where maybe like, oh, a turn earlier could have won, things like that. But when you're doing the motions, it's so tough.
Okay, so Sai has 12 damage. If it was turn 10, Authorin would have been lethal. And this is where, like, you know, if he could play the full spell 1 or 2 turns ago, like, could have been the difference, you know?
Would have been enough.
But at this point, maybe he could just, you know, keep holding it down with the Fluffy Angel, and eventually Carol wins the game.
Exactly, just keep stalling a little bit. He now, next turn, has the Authoring Tomorrows that can add to that damage as well, if need be, right?
Yeah, from his perspective, like, if Stones couldn't win the game last turn, where he had the extra Shamu Shami and all that, and he do it this turn, now he doesn't have it, and now Sai has even more life and another Fluffy Angel. There's a Sukuna, that's damage.
That's a pretty big pickup, I would say. Although I don't think it's enough to actually secure the game here.
Wow, like, this game was looking so bad for Sai, and then all of a sudden, he's just staying alive. And he's now getting closer and closer to a victory and advancing to the finals. Potentially Sones' last turn here. What does he have?
He found the perfect moments when to basically say, alright, I've lowered your health low enough. Now I need to just survive, sustain a bit. It seems like you don't have a good setup to actually finish me off. So I'm going to capitalize off of that and try to lead into my own win instead. And he's been executing really well. And that's, again,
Sukuna
so
used
important.
to clear our Fluffy Angel, feels bad. You can bounce it, replay
bounce,
it.
Yeah.
It's just not doing 14 damage, not even close.
Yep. While she may lead to lethal, it's not quite at this situation.
You said early on, Stones had triple Luxes in hand, and he was able to get 1 decent Luxus, and then the other 2, he just was never able to put them together into a meaningful play, and...
Exactly. Alright, so this... Man, it's so sad. Kokoro heals him by 2 to his maximum.
It doesn't matter, yeah, you can't heal above life that you don't have. Sai just has to play the Carol, Author and Tomorrow will do it.
Man, it was... He really did his best with this, but now down to 13 life. Carol is
Turn
ready
10,
to rock.
The world, that's gonna be more than enough
here's the
for
world,
Sai.
yeah.
Sai's gonna take the set 2-1 over Sones and advance to the finals.
Man, this was too close for comfort. Zones is the clapping, you know, it was a great match. Both players acknowledging, you know, it was hard fought. So many decisions to be made and so many different motions to go through. But Sai barely managed to take it. That was a scary set right there.
Yeah, I really thought he was done. That final matchup was looking kind of tough. Sones was going first, he had aggression, he had a good game plan, he had the Luxes, but Sai stayed alive, and I think today might finally be his day.
It might honestly be the time because, you know, we've been building up this narrative too, right? He's been, you know, coming into top 8 time and time again, and so many times it's just barely not enough. He just doesn't make it through the top 8, or, you know, just barely bubbles out of it. But this time he's looking strong and he's in the finals, and it's like for all those times that he didn't make it in, he's now this like 1 step away from going straight to contenders, and that is a really big deal.
Yeah, Sai was so consistent to get in top 8 last year that he got enough points to make it to contenders based on the points, and then his contenders run was like any other of his top 8s. We're like, yeah, he's there, he has like an okay showing, and then we just don't see him anymore. So I'd like to see him break out and finally get the big W.
Honestly, me too. I really... You can't help but root for him, right? But we have to find out who his opponent will be, and boy, do we have some players to look at right now, because up next is City versus Cocoa. This is going to be a match you do not want to miss. City, you know, coming out of the woodworks, swinging. My man is just looking really, really strong. Cocoa on the other side, honestly, I think shook all of our hearts. And the rune is not banned. The rune is not banned. We're actually going to get to see it. Oh my god, the day has come.
Yeah, after that set against Noir, such a fun Shadowverse set. Cocoa just feels really unpredictable. He has the aggro rune deck, which I definitely want to see. But, you know, we just have not seen enough from CD just yet. I want to see what else he can bring to the table.
Yeah, like he just came in here, swung around, got into top 4, but potentially he could be going into finals. But man, Cocoa, I'm already sold on him. You know, he's living in my head rent free. I want to see this rune though. I saw the deck list this morning and I was like, I need to see this rune in a tournament. Please, God, just do anything possible. I need to see it. And we got it. We got ourselves a game at the very least, and I'm very hyped to see how this is gonna go. Man, any bets here? Who do you feel has the upper hand?
I mean, now that Noir has been eliminated, I like the aggro rune so much, and Cocoa, like that set was like a good balance of like, you know, he played to his outs, figured out a way to turn his decks and his hands into wins, and just enough luck where he needed 1 damage top deck and he top decked exactly 1 damage. So I was saying it's Sai's day, but maybe it's actually Cocoa's day because he was looking pretty good.
Perhaps, and I mean, he has all the attributes he needs here to potentially do well. Luck when it counts, being able to play through potentially unwinnable hands. He's gone through the worst situations possible, and he also showed us that when he doesn't brick, he plays perfectly fine. So I'm really hyped for this set of games. And don't forget, guys, after the semifinals, after a little break, we are going to show you a card reveal. So y'all better stay there because we're getting there very soon. And we see here both players loading in. Cocoa has already got a smile on his face. He's ready to roll.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to start off with the aggro rune already. Although he is going second, means that a card like Terra Nova is not as good, but he could still turn that Miser, which we've seen from Spellbush Rune, be very, very powerful on that first Evo turn.
Exactly, like opening Miser in any deck that Miser is in is always a big deal. And I mean, it's just a fantastic card, you know? I think buffing that has really helped Rune in general just stabilize into the top. You know, last month, you know, the mood of the month was Spell Boost. This month we got a little bit of a mix. Oh, the Bandit too.
Well, he has the Dream Hand, but it's going second, which is actually significantly worse. But it's still maybe good enough. I mean, no, it's probably good enough.
I think it should be, right?
Yeah.
That being said, City's hand isn't bad either. He has the Quixotic.
Okay, the Astral Dancer is insane because if he goes for the play that I was talking about, so the Bandit survives, and then Dancer can buff it again, and then it just snowballs like crazy. I think you should go for it.
I think that's the play, man.
Yes.
Gonna go for Miser instead. Alright, here we go. This is looking good, though.
Like, the amount of games that I've won playing aggro rune on turn 4, just because people look at the board and they're like, I'm out of here, like, absurd. So I love to see this.
Man, I need just like 3k more points to finish my GM run. Maybe I should, you know, do a quick
games for
Control
sure.
C, Control V, and we're good to go.
Now, one thing that is going to be crucial here in this matchup is that City has an early Alberta, which is pretty much like the only way that he can get out of this Bandit, Miser pressure. That said, though, he can only clear one of them, and if you choose to clear the Bandit, then because Bandit has 3 attack, he's not even going to get the leader effect.
I do like the fact that when Quixotic into Alberta, though, just to get that extra bit of damage to make sure this trade's over.
Actually, with the horse, it's a 3-4, yeah, it will survive.
Yep. Alright.
He's thinking about it. Like, in this situation, it's hard because no matter what follower you leave up, it's going to generate so much value for Cocoa, whether it's the Bandit getting buffed time and time again, or the Miser that, you know, can get evoed, and then the rapid fires just get really wild.
Yeah, you're looking at this like, who is the bigger villain here? And Miser is not. Against popular belief, Miser is not the villain this time.
Ooh, another Bandit though. Oh, it's such a good draw. You can go Bandit, Dancer,
into Dancer,
Terra Nova next turn,
go.
Evo the Miser, and like, oh, it'll just be crazy. This is what I like to see.
This board We've barely started, and it's already slowly getting out of control.
He might have to Sukuna and then just trade with it. He's not. Okay, gonna just go with the tried and true Lizard before the Luxus/Bartman turn.
Isn't that really, really dangerous, though?
Yes, it is.
I don't know about this one, Chief.
Okay, now you can do Chef and then Song instead. And the Chef clears the Lizard for free. Wow, this is crazy. I love this deck.
Lewis just has a massive smile on his face as he watches the yes, the pieces are coming together.
Yeah, because people sleep on this, you know, but like the early game is so absurd. The potential early game snowball is crazy.
Yeah, honestly. Is this deck even losing that much from rotation?
That is a good question. I don't know.
I feel like it's
most of the cards are the like the reveal neutral package, and then some new additions that we've gotten over time, with like, you know, Vincent, Terra Nova, things like that.
Yeah, it feels like most of it stays intact. Keep your eyes on the screen, boys. This might be something to start messing with early.
Gonna even the Dancer for the leader effect, not going for the Meister Rapid Fires. He gets the clear from the Chef here. He can still play the Song, buff everybody, and the Bandit gets the additional +1/+2, making it a 3/7. That's a 1-drop? That's a 3/7.
I'm just looking at this in awe. This is a turn 4 board. A turn 4 board.
And look at how much damage he's done already. City's at 10 life. Half his life gone by turn 4. But the Bartman, if anybody could clear, maybe it is the Bartman.
And even then, he set up so many things that have the perfect number to round up from the varmint.
Yes.
So you have like the 4, 5, 7. So it's like you need so many hits to keep on pinging the right targets. And even then, I don't think that's enough.
Well, Bartman Evo gives him some play points to mess with. He can always bounce,
also trade into something,
horse, replay it, and then play Shamu Shama. It's a good amount of damage to the board. But it's also most of his resources too. Like that is like what would have been potential cash out on a Luxus, for example.
We're seeing an interesting repeat of scenarios where we saw in Cocoa's last round where he managed to pressure the Luxus to not do the Luxus things and use the resources that they would otherwise use on the Luxus turn to survive. And he's putting on the same kind of pressure here and just asking for combo pieces, asking for the win condition to just be pulled out of the hand. Ooh,
now, the Alberta does show up, and she says goodbye again. So City is able to find, honestly, a really good clear, and the Bartman survives. Now, Coco does have the leader effect from the Dancer, so Benson just gets a free roll at all times. And now that he lost the board, my question is, can he find enough damage to close it out? The damage to close the game out would come from either the Vincent leader effect doing 3 damage, or the Mirror Witch, which has Storm, and can be buffed up by, you know, the bike and things like that.
Yep. And he's already pulled him down pretty far, you know. 10 health is a good spot to be in. Alright, so Vincent trading here. Gentleman just having a friendly duel.
Well, it might be hammer time.
I'm feeling hammer time indeed. Because what else can you do, right?
You're right, that's the question. Like, if it's not hammer time, then what time is it? I don't know.
Elf Queen pass? I don't think so.
I mean, if he really wants to cash out on a strong turn, it could be Bartman, Evil, and then hammer time. That's quite a bit of damage and a lot of stats on the board.
But then you're also, like, if you were keeping this varmint to potentially clear out another board,
true.
You're losing out on that now. So it's like, sure, you can, I don't know, because then you lose the Evo point, so Elf Queen isn't really an option either.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because if he just plays Sukuna and nothing else, that's not enough pressure, and I think Coco would just be free to do whatever he wanted. While if he does the Bartman and then Sukuna play, Coco is forced to respond. He cannot ignore this. And the response will take more resources, more play points, more cards. Plus, there's more damage too, because he gets additional horse and the 1 damage from the Bartman.
That's right. And it pushes a lot of damage. You know, he got basically 7 into the face here, which is going to help him connect into a lethal. What do you do?
Now it's really awkward for Coco because, sure, Vincent can Evo one of these followers, and then what about the second one? No matter which one he ignores, kind of like the position that City was in early on, you can answer one follower and the other one will get so much value.
Exactly. So he's put in this really, really weird position where you again have to choose which one's the bigger villain.
Well, it's definitely Sukuna because Sukuna would get the buff again, just end the game.
That's
So
GG. Yep.
yeah, gotta be the Sukuna.
It's you know, not knowing there's another one in hand there. Terra Nova coming out.
Okay, he's gonna generate some Words of Judgments. Okay, at least he could sort of neutralize the Barbon this way so that the body stays up, but he won't get the value out of his effect.
Exactly. But it's still a lot of power on the board.
Yeah, 5/5 when you only have 9 life and you know there's Sukunas coming at you. That's a scary life total to be at. He does have the scrap 1/2 ward though. Would that be enough to save him?
Yeah, just little dude holding it down, trying to survive. He burns
It
the
saves him right now.
Man.
Ooh.
Come on, little guy, you got this. Little golem, you can do it. But this is a Walder pickup. Ooh.
I mean, he could do Sukuna and Elf Queen this turn, and then Walder can close it out next turn potentially.
Yeah, that is definitely an option.
Plus, he could play Elf Queen first, and then depending on what he draws, influence what he wants to do. He's only Axel one time, so the Walder, even with the enhance, it's only a 2/2.
Yeah, for 6 whole play points. But I mean, that
Well,
could make a difference
but
sometimes.
Yeah, next turn, a 2/2 might be enough to close the game out, so.
Exactly. Yeah, I wonder, because thing is, right, by just playing out the Sukuna here, you're putting him back to square one, where you saw how much he struggled to do anything against that board. You can just reset into the same board and it's like, okay, I can't win this turn, but if you can't check one of these cards, that's going to be game for you, right?
Yeah, Elf Queen first, see what he draws, picks up a Lizard.
Lizard's good, but is that
Maybe
what
he's just
right now?
play Lizard then. Because by playing Lizard now, he can do next turn Sukuna
That actually
and
sets up
Walder.
for lethal, no? Because the Sukuna, I don't think we're barely off. Because Sukuna swings for 5, buffed up she goes for 7, and then Walder for 1. Yeah, we're barely off.
Well, he has the horse from the... Or you... Did you already...
Yeah,
take
I'm
him?
counting with the horse,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Well, I guess he can play Walder now, because Walder could do 1 damage this turn, and if it lives, 1 more damage next turn.
Yep, exactly. Alright, let's see. We've seen Cocoa kind of
there's the
struggle
Mirror
to play
Witch.
these.
Like I said, this is the point where like the aggro rune would be like, oh, I have like a bike, Mirror Witch, Evo, we close the game out. But he fell behind on the board after that Barbon, he could never catch up. And now he's the one who has to answer. If he procs the Benson effect, it is a full clear. But can he do that is the question.
He gets the free Evo at the very least. So that is an option he can go for.
He's doing the math.
Like-
I like so far Coco has been one of the more animated players, especially against his set against Noir. You could really see
Yes.
the emotions going through him, how he stayed positive when those games were looking really bad, and how he had, you know, those bits of joy when he got like the good top deck, for example.
You want to be in a good mental state for these games, especially being able to laugh off, you know, when you're just bricking. Because it's not your fault if your deck is bricking against you. And, you know, you just gotta stay composed in those situations.
I like this play. By setting up the amulet, he can get the Benson Loot effect, which is a full clear. Now
There it
he
is.
gets Benson free Evo, and Mirror Witch potentially lethal next turn.
That's right. Everyone's favorite Bandit came back as well. Not that it's necessarily needed here, but
This game
pretty nasty
has
situation.
gone back and forth so much. Oh, the wolf is not enough. It's 1 play point shy of going Sukuna, bound Sukuna.
yeah, exactly. I was thinking about that. I was like, wait.
I think that's
Have a
it
quick
then.
judgment.
There's really nothing that City could do here. Sukuna can't close the game out. He cannot answer the Vincent either. I guess he could
Exactly,
play
she
the
can't
Steed,
trade.
bounce it, and then see if he could top deck something. Because he does have an Alberta leader effect, right? Yes, he
I
does.
think he does, yeah. He does indeed.
So maybe it's like play Steed, bounce Steed, play Sukuna, and then he top decks a card that costs 1 or something, and it invokes the Alberta, and that wins the game?
Think it might be hammer time.
That is the only line of play, I think. And I think he's actually figured it out and trying to commit to it. Alright, here we go.
Okay.
Gonna bounce.
He needs to draw
What
a
is this
1+ card, basically.
Here we go.
Walder
He's gotta-
is gonna do it. Wow.
Oh my god.
That top deck CD
Oh
coming
my
in clutch at the end. Wow, what a
That's
draw.
One of the only cards he could have drawn there, and he actually got it. That's actually incredible.
Well, like I said, really back and forth. I really thought at the end that Coco had it. And then I'm like, wait,
Same,
City could top deck
same.
lethal, and he does.
I was basically convinced at that point too, because man, it just seemed so dire. And I like the sequencing as well, right? He didn't commit to any damage or anything like that. He was just like, okay, play, bounce, draw, lethal, you know? You didn't want to like commit to anything too early just to make sure to see what kind of situation you could go into. And he got rewarded.
Okay, well, Coco's gonna run it back with the aggro rune. Once again going second though, which is less than ideal for the deck. But he did make it work last time. It was a relatively close game. But now it's up against another aggro deck. City is the only player in today's top 8 that's bringing the aggro Shadowcraft.
The battle of the aggros. They're looking hungry for that early damage, and for City going first, but not exactly a very friendly hand. Oh, but speaking of friendly, aggro-friendly hands, Coco on the other side.
I mean, if he draws like this every time, I could definitely see how he made, you know, day 2 with it. Oh, Terra Nova? Yeah, he's got everything. Last time, the Alberto was crucial at stopping this aggression. And this time, the Skullfish cannot do enough damage to clear the Bandit.
Exactly. You basically just go into the Miser and then just wish them a nice day. That's it. You just stay with a 3-1, not even pushing any damage yet. Meanwhile, Coco over here, just ready to go all the way in. Rapid fire as well.
See, like he can clear Go Phase, that's a 4-7, that's a 1-drop by the way. And he could buff it with Terra Nova and Evil the Dancer for the leader effect next turn. Plus, since he didn't have shadows, he doesn't even get the 2 damage from the Skullfish.
That's just unfortunate. That's all I can really say.
I think this is
gonna go for the Grudge Teller to push damage. I think Coco is like, I will win with this deck.
Terra Nova, Evil Dancer. He has Mirror Witch as well, by the way, which is Storm next turn.
That's what he was
That's a
missing last
1-drop.
turn,
It's a 6-9. Oh man.
Oh my god. 11 damage on turn 4.
And it's not just damage too, right? It's the damage, and now look at his board. His board is crazy.
What do you do as an aggro shadow deck? Top left?
Yeah, I think you go GG, go next.
Yeah, just don't let him get in your head and just continue. But he's gonna play it out, see what he can do against it. Milltail coming through. See what he can revive from the Burger Right. I think there's only
he gets
one target.
One Skullfish, which is less than ideal. And I think if you're City, like you just think like, hey, this was not the game that I was gonna win. He didn't have a 2-drop. The Lovers kind of let him down, but like this was just not his game, and that's okay because he could just win the next one and still advance to the finals.
And he's going up against Ball Blood next, which he knows. Yeah, he's just gonna concede. He doesn't even need to like let Cocoa get in his head with this win. Just acknowledge the fact that, you know, he opened incredibly. He had all the plays he needed to make, and he executed excellently. And just gonna tie it up right there. It was a very fast game.
But look at Cocoa. Maybe City is not gonna let him get in his head, but Cocoa might have gotten in his own head. You know, he's feeling confident, has a big smile. I think he's really feeling it right now. He's got that momentum.
Yeah. I just hope he doesn't make any rash plays and executes into victory. Oh, again, City going second with the aggro shadow. Although he went first.
He went first last game. Yeah, he just didn't have a 1-drop or a 2-drop. So.
Oh my god. Ravening in the opening hand. He's being rewarded.
Yeah, let's go, Cocoa. Or will City be the one to face Sai in the finals? Again, the March Cup is very, very important. The winner of today's tournament will automatically qualify to the Contenders Cup, which is how the players qualify to the World Grand Prix.
Exactly, and there's only 3 potential names left. You know, our finalists, Cocoa and City. We'll see who managed to get into it. At least, okay, you got the turn 1 play.
Yeah, it's a much better curve.
Yeah, it's actually incredible. He can go swing into Tour Guide, into Grudge Teller, into Abysmal Wraith. Everything is kind of lining up. He's going to go for the Dreamer here instead, which I think is also really, really good.
Okay, we'll see how Cocoa is going to respond. He doesn't have ball just yet, but he did pick up the Corruption. Going first, he could try and dictate the pace of the match, but maybe even going second, Aggro Shadow will just overrun him.
Yep. I like this Halicena, to be honest, because I mean, this deck does have a couple ways to get rid of it. You know, they do have a couple of removal spells and things like that. But this might actually stick around for long enough to be annoying.
Yeah, I wonder about his Dreamer option, because whatever he plays now, like, the bike is just wasted.
Exactly, right? So it's like, do you just want to buff up a Tour Guide? doesn't really do too much. Can just get traded away next turn.
Could just be get the Gruz line online. As a 5-3, you could trade against something maybe, but it does feel like that bike was definitely wasted.
Absolutely. So yeah, he could have. He had the option to also dig there, but let's see what he actually connects it into. Because I definitely feel like Halicena already, just by existing on the board, is something you have to think about. It's like, okay, I do have ways to remove it, but if I don't see them soon, it's going to be trouble.
Yeah, she's just a great and very annoying follower to play against. As the can be attacked, as a shield, and then she just gets stronger every time she attacks.
Yep. Alright, let's see here. Silverbolt pick up here. And the second Ravening, now they're really coming through.
You know, I wonder if he might hold on to the Hunter and the Devil combo. Because if you get to Vengeance, which... he's not going to do it, but... the Crab's Devil heals for 6 of your Vengeance, which could be massive in an aggro matchup like this.
Yeah, in this kind of matchup, 100%. I was kind of expecting this Air, though, because he's literally set up perfectly
too clean,
to just trade out. Yeah. Alright, let's see here.
I mean, this is just a race. We're definitely just racing who could do the most damage, who could do it faster.
Yeah, it's like Cocoa's deck definitely isn't as fast out the gates, but the potential going forward is definitely going to be a lot greater than City's. City does have pretty big damage swing here already. I mean, Abysmal Wraith, if you evo something, you're already swinging for like 7 damage this turn.
Well, oh, okay. I was gonna say, it is so much damage. This still seems pretty solid. Goes a bit wider, and can always hold to the Abysmal Raid as like his final big storm follower.
Exactly. Alright, there's the skull.
Okay, so he actually could still do the Hunter play to get the 6 heal if he wants it, but it's it's super awkward because the Hanisa doesn't get destroyed, so it would just be like a 50-50.
Yeah, that's right. It is pretty strange.
Like at this point, Coco now has to trade, means he can't just go face. Corruption.
He's gonna go for the Ravening.
Okay, gonna use the Lucius. Use the Lucius Evo to fight for the board.
Looks like he is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, maybe his idea is like he'll only Evo Corruption if he could Evo it and, you know, Evo it face or something.
Yeah, go for all the extra damage on top of that. Yeah, he just wants to make sure that this board does not creep up on him and go into a potential victory for a CD. Like, keep in mind, this is game 3. Game 2 went by so quick, but you cannot forget that we are
this is game 3.
at the end of this series.
And even though Coco doesn't have access to Racer Claws, one card he has that is key is Skull, because he is in Vengeance. Skull is going to get Storm, and if he can get Avarice procced, that will be a 2 play point deal 4 damage, which is actually more damage than Racer Claw usually does.
Let's see, so this board here, Abysmal Wraith is 4, plus the 1, so he goes into 7, he's 2 off. Otherwise, if he starts trading, he can trade off 2 things at best here, I want to say.
Like now, is City the aggro shadow, does he have to trade?
Exactly, so it's like he's been pushing this face damage so much, but the thing is, Coco's really close. He's slowly creeping up on lethal, and
oh yeah, he's so close.
Not left unattended. We have 5 from Halicena.
This is the play where you don't trade, because I guess you can go face with that and then use the pudding to trade.
He's gonna go face. I think this is... Yeah, this is definitely a value trade you want to be taking out here. Otherwise, you're in such big danger. Because this board was this close to being able to just take game at this point.
Yeah, I mean, at 13 life, by clearing the majority of the board, there is technically only 5-6 damage on the board. Coco would need 7 damage from hand, which is really unlikely. But Skull does do 4, like I said.
That's right.
If he draws another Skull, that would do it, actually. Ooh.
Ooh, does not find it.
Yeah, another Skull would have been the dream.
Abysmal Wraith is lethal already. He has the Evo point for it. So even if the board is traded away here, he needs, I think...
He might go for the 50-50 heal 6. Because 6 life at this point would definitely buy him 1 more turn, right?
Oh, absolutely. And give him just enough time to let CD run out of gas. Because right now he's
It's a 50-50 though. He doesn't get it.
Oh,
okay,
no.
he'd do it again. He can go for it again, I guess. He really needs that heal. Okay, 50-50
we
one
should
more
heal here.
time. Does he get the heal? He does!
Yes! Oh my
Ooh,
god.
up to 10 life. Look at his face.
Ooh, he's actually just screaming. My man is yelling. He cannot believe his eyes.
And that's the tech paying off. The 2-drop that can gain
God.
6 life. Now
That
he
was
fully
so,
clears.
so big. Yep, and stays alive too. He basically set up a lethal, and Force Resurrection is not enough. Abysmal Wraith has no more targets, does only 3 damage. Force Resurrection cannot give him enough damage either, even if he manages to kill this Halicina. That was the out to this Halicina, but it came way too late.
Yeah, the Halcyon put in so much work this game from the
More
very
than anything
beginning.
else.
Okay, Grudge Teller, and hey, she just comes right back.
Of all things, of all things.
I mean, City's still at 13 life, and he could trade.
Theoretically, he can. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, like Coco doesn't have a ton of cards either, and he never got the Corruption Leader effect, so...
Exactly. Those random pings are nowhere to be seen now. Both players slowly running out of gas.
This has been such a
Although
fast but back and forth set from both these players.
I know, right? Thing is, though, I think while both players are running out of gas, as long as a Halicina can exist on board, that's all the pressure that Cocoa needs, in my opinion.
Yeah, if City uses the Wraith and the Evo here to stabilize, while he does stabilize, he would then have no resources and no Evo, so he would be solely relying on Necro Impulse top deck.
And
Which,
no super explosive
to be
ways
fair,
to end the game either.
it's not the craziest thing ever, right? Like your aggro Shadow just like, hey, I'll play 2, I draw Necro Impulse.
Exactly. Oh,
Ooh, he
hold
passes.
on.
Oh! Well, okay, Hunter, it can't be destroyed. Now I was gonna say, can you get 6 heal again? How much damage is this? It's not 13.
This 9? I want to say 9. That's gonna go face. Oh my god, oh my days, man.
I mean, surely he has to clear the Grudge Teller, right?
100%. You don't want to be taking
It's unfortunate
chances
for him
again.
that both cards in his hand, if he plays them, they both hurt his own leader.
That's right. Alright, so he's gonna trade that away as he should.
Yeah,
and
doesn't
just
even play
pass.
though.
I think that's the right play.
Ooh, pudding is not enough damage.
Nope. Neither pudding
But-
nor eating it up into Abysmal Wraith.
Well-
but you can't ignore this board.
Yeah, he can go Wraith, trade, pudding, Evo, trade. Or
Yep.
pudding, Evo, trade, then Wraith.
Yeah, exactly.
But then, again, he would just be playing for A, Coco has no damage next turn, and B, he must then top deck Necro Impulse.
Or back at square one, basically. It's insane. Although it's good that you point that out. We are at that random Necro Impulse top
Oh,
deck.
yes, 100%.
And, you know, we're through. We haven't seen a single one. We've seen
Yeah,
11
we've seen a
cards
lot
from
of
this
Shadow
deck.
today. Not a single Necro Impulse just yet, because the other deck isn't playing it.
That's right. Okay, he recognizes his out. He knows that's the situation he has to go into. Oh my god. It's too close to comfort.
Yeah, 2 aggro decks just going at the edge of, can they go phase? Do they have to trade? Such a close game here, such a close set. And for everything, the winner will move on to the finals.
I honestly wonder if it might have been worth it to play the Bloodbinder last turn, honestly.
Hell Spear,
Really
but he's not in
close.
Avarice. Okay,
Ooh,
he
he's
just passes.
passing and playing
Wow.
off the top.
Necro Impulse
And
is
the Necro
gone.
Impulse top deck.
Wow,
Oh
just
my
like
god,
that.
we jinxed it. Oh,
CD is gonna take it off of a Necro Impulse top deck as all aggro Shadow does. Great set, but CD takes it 2-1.
Oh my god. Cocoa was this close to victory. That's kind of the reason why, like, I was looking at that Bloodbinder and I was like, maybe you want to take that 1 damage to face.
Yeah.
Because the only thing you lose to is Necro Impulse. And then you get a draw next turn that turns on the Avarice as well, potentially, if he trades into it, which he has to. It was so close. But again, Cocoa had an amazing showing, but City just, he's playing well and he's just playing to his outs.
Yeah, that last turn, he was missing 3 damage, which is exactly the 2-2 Bloodbinder and the 1-2 Hunter, which if he had played those and they get clear, then he gets either buff or card draw, which might give him enough. But to play them, he had to pay health, and it was too close. Necro Impulse off the top. That's Shadowverse, man.
Yeah, and it's essentially, you know, it's a situation where you have to think of every possible out that your opponent could have from just drawing one card. And for the most part, that was Necro Impulse. So really, really well played by both players. Honestly, very emotional sets so far today. It's been ups and downs all around. But before we take a look at the finals and see who's going to Contenders, we're going to go to a quick little break, but don't go anywhere. After the break, we're going to be doing our exclusive card reveal, so stay tuned.
As it is above, so it is below. And this world is shrouded in darkness. Annihilation looms. And the moon illuminates only despair. But you need not shed tears. Heed your heart and dive into the abyss. After all, this world is a mere flame. Let its heat embrace you and set your passions ablaze. Or perhaps it would be better to abide in hope. Shine its light into your heart and break free of the dark. Mayhap you would dance. Let your feet wander, caper and twirl, to a tune never ending. Well, it matters not what you do. Go where your desire bids you. After all, this world is a flickering dream. Darkness over Velsar. May the twilight reign eternal.
welcome back to Shadowverse Open. This is the March Cup. We started with 8 players and only 2 remain in the finals, City, Sai, who is going to earn themselves a slot in the Contenders Cup this year.
Man, this is going to be by far the most nerve-wracking game of it all. On one hand, you come in second, you have a lot of points, you're looking good in the leaderboard, but losing these finals is going to feel extra bad simply because you lose that ticket, but in the end, it's going to be the one that takes it all. However, before we get into that, we have something to show y'all, don't we, Lewis?
We do. So before the final match, we have a card reveal for you guys. We've not seen it before. Let's see a new Shadowverse card.
Here we go.
Okay, this is a neutral spell, Frostfire, 4 play points. It says deal 2 damage to 2 random enemy followers, and then 2 damage to enemy leader. Give them the following effect until the end of your opponent's turn. Reduce damage result to 0.
That is really interesting. So you get to basically put some damage on the board while also aggroing some damage out, but then you also freeze those units? Oh,
I mean, can I just say, the art is amazing. Flame and Glass coming back. Looking
like
really
set 1?
sweet. Yeah.
Oh my god, I didn't expect to see her back on the art, but for a neutral card, this feels pretty good, to be honest. I don't think we've had many effects that both push out damage, but at the same time freeze them in a way. Like, that, it's very thematically...
Yes.
It's like it burns the field, but also freezes it, right? So it's kind of, you know, you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, you could do 2 damage to 2 followers, clear them, and push a little bit of face damage as well for a low-cost spell. Very interesting. Here's to see how Frostfire can fit in the future metas.
Yeah, so there you go. Frostfire, your neutral spell card from the upcoming expansion. And there you have it. So that was our exclusive card reveal. The set is actually, the expansion is coming up really, really soon. So it's just a few more sleeps, as I like to say, and you'll be there playing with new Shadowverse cards. But before we start playing with new Shadowverse cards, we have one final, very important, fateful set between 2 players. It's going to be Sai's against City. And so they've had a long journey. We can see Sai 2-0'd Kanahamu. Then had a pretty close 2-1 against Zones. And then on the other side, City here went 2-1 into a 2-1 as well.
Yeah, again, I'm saying this the entire day. We've seen Sai so many times in the Shadowverse Open top 8. But very rarely, if not for the first time, we've not seen him here in the finals. He finally has a chance to win the entire cup. And if he wins this one, then he will automatically qualify to the Contenders Cup, which is massive.
Exactly. So all those tops finally accumulating into something huge. Here we see the picks and the bans. Double Shadow gone and out. So leaving up each other's forests as well as Ruin and Dragon respectively.
Yeah, so although the Shadow decks are a bit different, we did see the aggro Shadow finally pay off for City at the end. You can see just no Shadow, and it might come down to that Luxus against Luxus.
And we've seen like those mirrors they're so emotional because they require such excellent execution. But I mean, we've seen both players do it pretty well. And yeah, I think Sai just saw that, you know, City just managed to get that win with the aggro Shadows. Like, I'm not about that. I don't want to go down to that. No more random aggressive wins. I just want to, you know, play this out, take it easy. And this is going to be hype. I'm really looking forward to this. And as you said, like, Sai has a chance to just take it all. But City, on the other hand, you know, I talked about this a lot last month. You know, you have these new players that are getting inspired. They're seeing everything that's happening, you know, in the Shadowverse Open, and they want to have a go themselves. And the best time to just have a go at trying to qualify is something like the March Cup, honestly. And it's cool to see up-and-coming players just take that chance, and now in the finals. So it's finally time, y'all. The finals between Sai and City. Let's see who's gonna take it home and go to Contenders.
Yeah, again, the winner of this will automatically qualify to Contenders Cup, which is the biggest Shadowverse tournament of the West. The winner of that can go on to the World Grand Prix to represent us. So everything on the line here. We talked about Sai and his journey, but City, you know, his first time making a big name for himself.
Yeah.
When you end up in the Shadowverse Tournament for the first time in top 8, what if you just won that, you know?
Exactly. You know, that's the biggest deal, because then, even though you got your ticket into Contenders, you have to now, you're committed, right? You've made a commitment. You got into contenders. You got to keep that momentum going. You want to at least play in the SVOs, make sure you know the matchups, know the meta, especially an expansion that contenders actually takes place in. So I'm going to be happy regardless of who wins, to be honest. There are some amazing narratives that are being created or being told here, and it's going to be very exciting.
And we're starting off with the Control Carol Rune going up against City's Luxus Forest. We saw Sai barely scrape out a win against Zones in the semifinals, where he had a really rough early game and somehow fought his way through, making it all the way here in the finals in this very same matchup.
Exactly, but looking at City's opening hand here, we're going to need to depend on this Elf Queen to give us some pieces, because that's just, you know, some friendly faces in the hand, but not necessarily something that can equal into a win. On the other hand, we have the Rampiel set up, potentially. Do you go for an authoring tomorrow here that doesn't really do that much?
It's a tough choice because, like, Rampiel is fine here, but playing the Rampiel means he's giving up on the turn 4 ramp, and I guess Sai is okay with that. Like you said, his other option is the authoring, which just is not great.
Exactly. So it looks like he went for that. Ooh, draws into a bounce. We like to see those.
Yeah, City doesn't have like all his combo pieces just yet, but what he does have is a lot of card draw. 2 Elf Queens, Kokoro, a Wolf that can bounce and draw, so as long as he can play cards, he has a bit of time to, you know, find the pieces that he needs.
Yep, there's the Alistair. We haven't seen Alistair come into play a single time this tournament, despite showing up a lot. And there we go, the payoff for all your efforts. Luxus shows up in that hand, and now we can start thinking, how do I set up into this? He's got 4 play points now. Double pastures in hand, I guess.
Yeah, so Luxus is obviously a huge part of the puzzle, but he still needs a little bit more. There is no like Lizard or 1 play point followers like Walder or Shama Shama that can use to proc it just yet. But honestly, City's under no pressure because usually by now you would have seen the full come out and then you're like, oh man, I have that block. But Sai, the way his deck has been playing, he just has not really gotten those early fools.
Exactly. And so, ooh, he's going for the embodiment here. Essentially just forcing out a trade as well as being able to get rid of something. Which definitely works in this situation.
Yeah, the Sign of the Sire is just such a powerful follower that you get from the Kriketta's deck, and here you get from the spell, 7/5 after the trade, and it can clear and heal him. It's definitely going to buy him time. He did pick up 1 Carol, but again, no fools in sight.
That's right. So that's 1 Carol that he can go into. He needs to work towards that, and then have a good follow-up into that later on as well. I mean, we've seen players trying to do triple Carols and other crazy things. You know, this deck is definitely capable of winning in various ways, and each of those ways needs to be respected at the same time. But if you're City here, you have a pretty nice Luxus turn here, potentially, because you have the bounces in hand, and you are going to invoke as well. Kokoro has that extra draw.
We're going to see what the top decks, too.
That's a good top deck to start with. Alright, Walder coming in.
Pretty strong so far. Still has so many cards he could play this turn.
He hasn't even evoed the Luxus yet either, which is, you know, worst case scenario, gonna be trading into the Scion.
Yeah, so he needs to think, again, Luxus turn's very complicated, he cannot ignore the Scion, the clock is taken for him, but so far this is going pretty well for him.
Absolutely, good setup. Just need to see if he can execute it. Don't want to take too long either. That timer is not your best friend when you're playing Luxus. Have to capitalize off every move, you know, as quickly as possible.
Yeah, especially because the animations are going to take their time. You have to wait to see what you draw. There's the Evo animation. So, yeah, he might want to hurry up a little bit.
Yeah, this might be what he ends on, though, to be honest. It's looking like he's not committing anything else. Just trade away, push a little bit of damage. You end on a Luxus, and you have a follow-up in hand, I would say, with the Varmint.
Well, you're talking about the Alistair not really showing up, and this is a great turn for it. Can clear the Luxus for free on the Evo, and then gain Sai 4 life, putting him right back at 20.
Let's go, Alistair coming in where it matters as well. And that thick stat line as well is going to keep it alive for quite a while. I think that's something that people don't really look at as much with this card. It is beefy in stats, and it does a lot for you as well. Sure, you lose a couple cards from your deck, but, I mean, if it's not a Carol, I think you're okay with it.
Yeah, one thing I did want to bring out is that even though I was focusing a lot on the early Fools and the early Carols, we did see in the past how the Control Rune could just win on turn 10 with a bunch of extra damage. With the World's Invocation and Alter into More doing 5 damage. Like even one Carol plus those two is 19 damage, right? So maybe Sai is just not focused on any of that early max speed reduction because he's just truly playing like a control deck in the sense that like, hey, we're going to turn 10 and then is when I win.
Exactly. Until we get there, I'm not letting you play the game. I'm just going to deny what you want to do, sustain myself, clear your board, and set up annoying things that you still have to answer to some extent. And he's been doing that really, really well. I think respecting the opponent's deck, I mean, that's the reason why he's in finals after all, right?
Yeah, he's played really well. And like I said early on, Sai definitely has the skill to be here. He's shown that many, many times.
That's right. All right, so another semi-decent board here. This time it's the Varmint with the Kokoro.
Ooh, but it's gonna get cleared so easily by Grant Resolve. And this is a case where we've seen the Forest player sitting in this case. Like, he had a good Luxus turn, he had a Bardman turn, and now what? He has no Evos, and Sai's still at 18 life.
Yeah, like we highlighted the ability to follow up last turn, but where are we going with it now, right? At the very least, looking at Sai's hand, those Carols are getting really, really close to even having their Union Burst effect coming through. So that's going to be pretty big here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Folia too. We get to the stage in the game where Folia can just completely take over the game. You know, decks like the Luxus, without like a crazy Barman, he might just not be able to deal with it.
Exactly. And so he's just digging, trying to also set up like Double Lizard is pretty good here because if both of these do get traded off, you just set up for a potential really, really big Luxus turn as well.
Yeah, except he doesn't actually have a second Luxus. He did spend the first one. Folia is going to come out online. Such a strong follower. Gets 2 Evos, so double the Universe discount. The dog gives you the heal, then she has a damage shield, and she regains it at the end of turn. It's just such a strong play.
Exactly. So let's see if City banking on the top. Let's see if it pays off. It doesn't quite. It's still a nice field to be on, technically speaking, but it just about enables you to trade away some stuff here. But
yeah, like
that's about it.
It is, but he's on a clock and Sai's at 20 life.
Exactly. And this is looking pretty heavy. No more Evo points for the Elf Queen either. It's just all kinds of strange situations here.
Yeah, not a single Sukuna, but right now he's gonna need like 4 Sukunas to close the game out. And the thing about the Folia is that if you don't answer the Folia, like it's gonna keep on healing, keep on getting a damage shield. So it's a really like annoying follower to deal with.
Exactly. You can't just let it stay there unattended. You have to answer these boards, and I mean, that's the power of Rune right now.
Oh, he's got bounces. For a second there, I'm like...
I heard your pause and I was like, uh-oh. For a second I looked at it too. Alright, well there's a Sukuna.
I mean, he's got to play something, because Carol does 10 damage, so if you leave over 10 damage on the board, you just lose.
Exactly. And even then, you're letting him get dangerously close, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like, if you trade one thing away, that's still 6, plus the 10 from Carol. Man, it's all kinds of odd.
He's gonna like trade 1 follower and 4 amulets just to deal with a ward that already did its job.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing, right? This card has done its job. It has done what it needs to do. And there it is. Foley is just gonna keep Champ chilling on the board. She may be retired, but not from the battlefield.
Okay, at this point, now Sai could just say, hey, the Carol is good enough because he has the second one. Even if it's not lethal this turn, his board is pretty good. He gets a ward, 20 life, and he has Carol for lethal next turn.
Exactly. And this 6 damage from Folia and the heal and the damage shield.
Ooh, Luxus is burned. Not that it matters at this point, to be honest, but...
Yeah, I think if you're City, it might be time to just let it pass and respect the fact that you need to run it back in game 2.
Yeah, when we saw him sort of get overrun by the aggro rune in the last set, he didn't waste too much time thinking about a game that was already lost, and he just stayed composed and played well in the next game. I think we might be at that spot here, but he does have 9 cards in hand, seeing if he can come out with any comeback some way.
Varmint, but what can Varmint do?
Without the Evo, it's tough.
Exactly. You
And
got the
Ramiel
damage
doesn't
shield.
even get hit by it. Yep.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts so bad, man. Oh, that is painful.
It's like
And he has to do
Shadowverse
something.
101, you know? If a Ramiel can eat a random effect, she will tank it.
Yeah, 100%. It's just she's set up for that purpose and that purpose right now.
Yep.
Oh my god. It feels bad in cities if you're in city seat, but I think you just have to respect the fact that there isn't much you can do. Sure, you can trade around some stuff, but even if you get rid of everything somehow, it's still not enough.
Yeah, for Sai, I think, although he did play well at the end, don't get me wrong, like both this game and the previous game, like he made great plays with control room to make it work, but I feel like it was his shakiest deck too. I feel like he was looking so much smoother, cleaner on the Luxus. And now potentially he just needs one W with Luxus and he will be the March champion.
Yep, Sai is looking real good, and just like that, the pressure of this deck is not to be trifled with, and he definitely made a good attempt. Like the Varmints, if they had hit properly, they would have been able to potentially clear everything, but as we knew from his hand, there wasn't much that he could have hoped for after that. So if you're Sai now though, you're in a very, very comfortable position. You're one win away from getting into Contenders already.
Yeah, and what a great story Sai has had. Again, so many tops 8. He's played Shadowverse for so long. He's tried and tried. He found a team to mesh with. He played in Contenders Cup, but it wasn't good enough. Maybe this is finally his year, and today may finally be his day.
Exactly, and let's find out as he's going to be facing up against City deck switching this time around, going into the Colosseum Dragon.
Okay, we saw Colosseum Dragon do a lot of work. Rasia, again, the Ghost of the Dream Team, they go face, and they go face for quite a bit.
And this time around, there's nothing that can disable the Razia either. So that's definitely going to be a big part of it. Gets the one point play as well. Has Oracle in hand. Has the Bullet Bike if necessary. Georges. This is a pretty good hand.
Yeah, he's got a lot of great tools. But Sai's going first, and his hand is not bad at all either.
Oh, absolutely. You know, sometimes you ever catch yourself paying too much attention to one player's hand that you're just like, wow, they're gonna do this and this and this and this, and you just forget that the other player just has like a lethal hand already.
I mean, he just drew a Luxus, so...
Speaking of lethal cards, man.
Like, in this turn, does he want a ramp? Because, like, yeah, ramp is great, but... it is a lot to ignore. Granted, he could just like, hey, I play Georges next turn, maybe Georges will stabilize. But he's eating 5 damage at least.
At the very least. Man, if he had the extra ways to push some storm damage here, would be probably bring him to as close to finishing this game as it gets. But I think here, maybe Kokoro for digging or Varmint for the setup. Yeah, Varmint for the setup feels like the right play here.
Well, Varmint for the setup does feel like the right play, except that it's kind of bad against the Georges Evo effect.
That's true, huh?
But, I mean, he does get at least 1 amulet set up for the Luxus. And Georges has to be played. There's no way it's not the correct play now.
It's a pretty great card.
Not in Overflow,
at the end of the day,
at least he won't get the extra 2 damage.
Yeah. At the very least, you know, for Sai's side of the field.
But he can set up the bike for after. That way he might get a better turn 7. Whether that be with the Rasia or the Dark Imprisoned Dragon.
Exactly. He can have a really aggressive next turn, just push a lot of damage, potentially even burn the call already next turn to set up for turn 9. I'm liking his chances so far. I think City here looking pretty good. The hand, it rewarded him, and now he'll be able to kind of extend, because especially having that call here will allow him to kind of give himself more gas to keep going and actually potentially seal the deal.
Yeah, and Sai doesn't have a single bounce, so the Luxus turn would not be that good. He's gonna wait, try and set up a better turn in the future. And then even the Barman, potentially follow it up with a Walder and Kokoro, pick up that card draw, and maybe find the pieces that Luxus is missing.
Exactly. Alright, still gonna push a little bit of damage here. You know, it's not completely just passing, but he gets a lot of card draw here with the Kokoro. Let's see some bounces. Oh, that's not quite it, but...
Dragon Rear End, that's a damage card.
That is right. That is right. Might actually change the pace of this turn.
This could be Cursed Fur and then Rasia. Although, you really want to clear the Barman. Not answering Barman would just be like a huge mistake. So, kind of tough.
Yeah. I feel like you might want to even go Razia. Do you want to burn the Re-Ring on the Razia? Is that too much?
Well, if he did that, he doesn't have 3 play points, so he couldn't really follow up with the Dragon or the Cursed. And if he Dragon Calls... Oh, I don't know if I like this. It's... Well, okay, he gets the Tiamat. Maybe Tiamat is great there. But if he had drawn another Razia, like, I think it would have been in a tough spot.
Absolutely. Let's see, there's a few different lines of play he can do here. Although leaving up the Walder is a little bit of a yikes.
It's gotta be a Tiamat, I feel like. It clears the little guys, gives you heal, and you can clear the Barman.
Yep.
But he's going to
go for the
Razia
instead. I think it's also recognizing the fact that... It's interesting, because he could technically hold onto the Re-Ring, use the Evo here, but he's going to go for the Re-Ring
instead. He has
instead.
to now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just going for as much damage off of this as possible to try and connect this into lethal on turn 9. Or 9 play points, rather. It's not really turn 9,
Yeah, well, he doesn't have Ganagosa next turn is the thing. Because he wasn't able to play the Cursed Fur. And that's a bounce for Luxus, potentially.
Yeah, and the thing is... The Tiamat line of play that you mentioned in particular makes sense here, because I would have given him the extra sustain from healing on top of clearing everything. And instead he went for the more aggressive approach.
Extra life is a massive difference.
Yeah, especially against this deck. It's like, sure, it doesn't really have much to put down here. But...
I mean, to be fair, he set up a Razia that's gonna do like 10 damage. And like, I can't say that's like... Oh, that's very strong, you know? It's always going to be...
That's definitely very good. I mean, theoretically, right? Pastures can make that into 9 if you just hard plays that.
Yeah, honestly, Giant Pasture I think is the best play because it gives you 2 Amulets, which gives you the best Luxus next turn. And at this point, I think he should be looking to just win next turn with Luxus.
So let's see, he goes down to 10 play points. If he goes Quixotic into Dark Prison, that's 6, that's 8. So he's 2 off. He'll be at 8, so there are
sometimes you just gotta believe, you know?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think it's gonna depend on the top deck here.
Ooh, another Luxus. Doesn't really do too much for him at this point.
Yeah. I kind of like this though because this accomplishes the same thing of not making this be 10 damage to the face, while at the same time setting up a ward.
Yeah. And like, I guess it's like the Adventurer is still good enough setup for Luxus. In theory, it could be good enough.
Exactly. And he's this close to lethal as well. Razia pickup. Tiamat is pretty good here again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is this the Tiamat turn then? Because now, like you're saying, that life gain is a huge difference whether he potentially wins or loses next turn.
Exactly, and it's not that like that's his only play this turn either. He has other outs on top of that, like whether it's putting down another Razia for both the ward and the pressure of the, you know, the burn.
Yeah, I like Kingo.
That might actually be the play.
Rasa Evo. Rasa is gonna get, you know, buffed up. And then next turn, that Razia plus Ganagosa is definitely lethal.
Exactly, so I think that might even be what he wants to aim for here. I'm thinking in terms of sequencing, what you could do is play... Yeah, you just basically play the Tiamat, debuff everything.
Yeah, it just seems like
such Razia comes in.
Play. Such a nice answer to the board that Sai represents.
Yeah, and you don't get the Razia damage too much that basically anything trades it out, although, you know, the life is on the board.
Yeah,
so he's going for it.
Life is so massive right now. There it is.
Yeah, the heal force is so big.
City did see it. Rasa being Evo here, going to set up for lethal next turn with the Ganagosa. It's also a ward, so like there's no way that Sai is getting through the ward and doing 12 damage.
You love to see it. You love to see it. Lizard coming through a little bit too late this time around. So looking at Lux's turn here, as he does go for it, he has 1 bounce.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. 1 generation.
What can he
got the
get,
1
though?
bounce. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna be playing off the top here. Shama though.
Okay, if you get the gaze to lower the attack of the Razia, that could be something.
Ooh.
But he needs to play 3 more cards before he
thinking.
does that, and that's pretty tough right now.
Exactly. Oh man, this is a tough position to be in.
Yeah, he would have needed like another bounce.
Yeah, exactly, and you don't wanna just swing empty-handed into this too. Looks like he's gonna take the 6 damage to face. I don't know how I feel about that one.
That's kind of scary.
Yeah.
How much damage is this?
It's not.
Oh wait, it's an Evo. He gets the universe from Kokoro, right?
Oh, you're so right. It just bumps him up to 7.
Wait, he gets
Oh.
8 plus 3, which is 1 damage off lethal.
Ah, just barely off.
He gets the heal. It's just not enough against Gendagosa. What a close game. I like Sai's play, but he was
You can
just
see
one
CD's just like,
damage
uh-oh.
shy.
Oh man, he was. CD was like, does he have Walder in hand to finish it?
Ooh.
Does he have it? Oh, and you can see the sigh of relief. You could see he was tight, but luckily managed to live until 9 play points, and Gendagosa is gonna take it here and push the 8 damage into the face, tying up the series 1-1.
Wow, what a game. We're going on to a final game to decide who will be the March champion and who will earn a slot in the Contenders Cup later on this year.
Oh my god, this has been too close for comfort, man. This has been really too close for comfort. It really felt like at certain stages, Sai actually had it.
Yeah.
And then CD just slowly peeled back and managed to make it back into the game. You love to see it.
Yeah, he held the Tiamat, and then when he played it, it really just did so much for him. That 4 life, again, made all the difference.
Exactly. It's the reason why, you know, not every new card makes the cut into some of these decks released from the mini expansions, but when you have a card that patches up one of the kind of missing features of a deck, it's just instantly going to be in there. And I feel like that's the function of Tiamat in that deck in particular.
And
Right,
like
CD.
I said earlier today, our final game, it is going to be a Luxus mirror match.
That's right. And of course, there are no more games after this. Whoever wins this, whoever goes home is going home, and their home is gonna be Contenders Cup, baby.
Yeah, if there was ever a time to say the line, this is our home.
Indeed. Man, again, whichever person wins, it's gonna be amazing. Sai has the narratives, he's been topping so much, he's been always coming just a little bit short, and on the other side, City, you know, just making a name for himself already day 1 Contenders Cup, and both players are this close to it.
Yeah, and you know, they're playing pretty fast as opposed to the last match, which, you know, they took their sweet time. Now it's like go, go, go. I could smell the end. It's close, and I don't know. It could go either way right now.
Don't want to get too impatient, though. Every single mistake can be punished. You need to be extra careful, think ahead, plan ahead, especially with a deck like this.
Yeah, both players have access to the Luxus. Now they're going to slow it down because the crucial Luxus turns are coming up. No Lizard yet for either player, so I wonder what the setup's going to be.
They both have potential Quixotic. I guess CD could just put down a Varmint as well.
The early Barman could be good, but he's not answering the Elf Queen, means that Sai could then just like Evo the Elf Queen, go face, and then maybe set up his own Adventurer / Barman or Lizard, and be in a great spot.
Exactly. So really want to take up the timer here. You want to use this time to think carefully, plan ahead, not make any rash moves here. I feel like, again, although you don't manage to trade over this, I wonder. I
It's
think
the 3/4 on the Elf Queen, that extra +1/+1, making it so awkward for City to deal with.
Exactly. It's that just little difference in stats that actually shuts down this aggression. Looks like he's gonna go for a Luxus setup here.
Oh no, he's gonna get the Walder. But then, wait, it kind of eats his vehicles. He doesn't get to trade. The board is gonna get answered for free, basically.
Uh-oh.
He doesn't seem happy about that.
Yeah, he doesn't look too happy. I think he might have thought too far ahead, maybe, and forgotten maybe about...
He must have forgotten about his Walder, or the fact that he already had Axel. And now, this is potentially where Sai can take the lead.
Yeah, because, I mean, you got your 7-card hand. I mean, sure, you're looking at 8 in stats on the board, but for the most part, that's going to be looking pretty good here. Oh, he might actually bounce to draw just to make sure that he has the full.
And then get the clear, replay the Adventurer, perhaps?
Yeah, just regenerate. It's not the bike yet. We're still going with steeds here.
Ooh, that last turn from CD might cost them so much. Now, instead of having like an amazing Luxus potentially, he's just not going to have anything on turn 5. He might have to go for Barman instead.
You've got basically a friendly village, just 3 people sitting there. I'm just not really sure what to do. I'm just kind of thinking to themselves.
Elf Queen Evo.
Oh, he's
clears out. Everything but the Elf Queen.
That's the one thing you kind of wanted to see. But I also like this because he could
it's
potentially...
not bad.
Yeah. I quite like this because he gets to set up for the Loxus as well, which I think is really, really nice, while also having board presence.
Yeah, plus he got, you know, that early 5 phase damage, and because of the way that City played his turn 4, now he doesn't even have to fear the turn 5 Luxus.
Yep. And, like, look at Sai's hand. He has Loxus, double Sukuna, double bounce, and Pastures in case he needs to set up for another Luxus, or anything else for that matter. Hell, you can go Pastures into Sukuna for even more damage at a later point, but his hand looks really, really good. Yeah, whereas on Cities, is like, you kind of set up and it didn't really go well, and then the Varmint here is like, kind of doing something.
Like, Sai's missing that one playpoint Storm, either Walder or Shamu Shama. And City, he's missing the amulets that he had on the board last turn.
Exactly. I feel like that might actually cost him, and at this point you're basically doing mental gymnastics thinking, how do I get back from that?
Yeah, you know, funny enough, this position that City is in is where Sai has been so many times in the past, where he plays really well, he has the skill, he makes the top 8, and then he makes like one major mistake, or he just can't close the game out, and then, you know, it's all gone. And Sai's been there so many times. Now today may finally be the time for Sai to be the champion.
Man, it's he just trades, and wow, he just burns the Loxus basically to trade. That is heartbreaking to see after the potential setup he was trying to do last turn. Meanwhile, on Sai's side, he's got everything he needs to do. He's got, you know, the Loxus, he has the bounces, he has the setup, and he has the execution here. Wow.
Yeah, let's see how he wants the players turn out. It's still going to depend on what he draws from the Wolf.
That's
and
right.
Bounce back.
Let's bounce and draw.
It's another Luxus.
Okay, we'll take those. Alright, so we get Walder. We get another one of the amulets.
I mean, with this hand, he might just, you know, play a Walder next. I mean, another Luxus next turn, right?
Yeah, it's perfect setup for that too, and he still has more gas to do it.
Yeah, City's last 2 turns have just been so awkward.
Honestly, it's hovering over the Sukuna. I don't think it's worth going into that.
I don't know if he wants to play a Sukuna. The bike gets kind of wasted. It is a bunch of stats, but he has to just save it. Elf Queen picked
that's
up.
for the best.
Again, Lux is not an option like at all. So maybe it's like Barmint plus something, but the something is really not great.
There's like, there's no bounce in hand. All you can really, it's weird, right? You can go for a Varmint and then maybe play the Walder to eat it up just so you do damage to the field. Because at this point you just have to stabilize, right?
Yeah, but in stabilizing, he's using all the resources that he needs to be using to win the game for himself.
Yeah, but I mean, in this situation, you got 2 big wards that you're staring down. And I mean, they're technically just Evo one of them that's lethal, so...
Okay, Barmint it is, but what is the follow-up? He could Evo it, play a second one, at least he gets a 5-5 rush and then 2 3 damage pings.
We've said this time and time again, right? The smallest oversight can cost you everything in these games.
Oh, he doesn't even get the full clear here. The 4-6 Walder is going to survive, and I think that means that it's hammer time.
Oh, hammer time indeed, and that's going to be a big one already. She's already 4 attack on her own.
Yeah, bike on the board, 2 horses.
That's lethal.
Should be game for Sai here.
Oh my god, if you have to just go through the math one last time, make sure that it really is, but this will be 4 attack, plus 2 into 6, into 7, plus the 4 from the existing Boulder. This will be exactly 11 damage, and just like that, Sai takes it all and is your champion for the March Cup and going to Contenders.
Sai takes a 2-1 over CD, finally wins the big one, and what a better month to win. He has now qualified to Contenders Cup, where he was there last year, but this year, maybe it's a brand new Sai, better than ever.
And that's the thing, right? He got the ticket instantly, as early as you could get it. So now, as we said earlier, right, you have to keep showing some momentum though. You have to keep practicing, keep doing your best. You are now at one of the biggest events possible, you know, the one that everyone is aiming for that plays in these monthly cups. But now you have to show that, you know, this wasn't all just for show, and you can take it all in Contenders Cup as well. But man, what a final set as well. It really goes to show, as we said many times now, smallest oversight cost you games, and you really have to always, you know, slow down, not move too fast, and think about every little move. And, you know, sometimes that's all that can really cost you the game.
Yeah, let us take a look at the bracket, how we got here. It was an excellent day of Shadowverse. We saw so many great matches. We saw Sai take 2-0 over Kanahamu, then 2-1 over Sones, and then finally winning the big one, Sai taking the final set 2-1 over City.
Yep, and so now that we've seen all the action from today's March Cup, let's take a look at the standings as well. This is going to be really interesting to take a look at. So here you go. Sai is now, of course, at the top in terms of points, but already has their qualification as well. And so Rinforzando just behind a Noir. We've been talking about him a lot, and of course, showing up in top 8 today definitely contributed a lot of points as well.
Yeah, we see some players that have been in the top 8 this year, such as Son, City, Kanahamu, and then some players that we have not really seen yet, such as Dolan, who did win the last Contenders Cup.
Exactly, and so he's been consistently showing up in the playoffs, I think, as well. And so if you are on this leaderboard, you do not want to slow down. Like, the smallest points difference can just change your future in this year's SVO. So you have to be careful, keep that consistency going. We've seen a lot of great, consistent players showing up both this month and last month. Just keep it going, and y'all have got this. But of course, talking about upcoming events, let's actually take a look at what kind of events we have planned for you in April. So of course, first things first, we have the Shadowverse weekend coming up very soon, actually, on April 3rd or April 4th, depending on which time zone you are in.
Yeah, and we also have the next Shadowverse Open Cups in April with the new expansion, Darkness over Belsar. We have the SEAO region on April 17th and 18th. And for the West, we'll see you guys back on April 24th and 25th.
That's right, so some really hype events. And so if you are feeling inspired by everything that you've seen today, of course, feel free to sign up for these events. Shadowverse Weekend is a great one, a bit more casually oriented, where you can get a feel for competitive Shadowverse. And then once you've had that feel, you've had a little taste of what it feels like to be there, you can sign up for the Shadowverse Open and potentially run it all back and see if you're going to be one of the new names that comes out of nowhere and takes the top spots in the leaderboard.
Yeah, and when we see you guys next time, again, it'll be a brand new Shadowverse expansion. The metagame will be so different. We'll have all sorts of new cards and decks. But for today, a big congratulations to Sai. I know he's worked really hard, and I'm really happy to see him pick up a win here, finally.
Absolutely. Such an amazing showing. Just really well done and executed. He had a lot of close games today as well. So, you know, there's a lot of things to learn. Even though you've qualified, you know, you always need to be learning and improving. And I think that, you know, with his kind of mindset, to never give up despite how many times he's topped and not made that final cut, I think he's got what it takes. Yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed the show today. We had some great Shadowverse matches, and we'll have some more great Shadowverse next month. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.